This is the Nations Cup, where the best of the best are recruited to represent their home countries. Everything is on the line. Which also includes a $500,000 prize pool. We're going to be showcasing FaZe Clan and their journey to this global tournament.
Now I'm out for blood. Knock at your door. Knock at your door. Knock at your door. Knock at your door. Now I'm out for blood.
Teams that were hoping for it, and they got it.
Oh, and this is absolutely beautiful. BBL. Did you see how Code Marco against the second player?
Wow.
He did at the same time. You can't move yourself because everyone on top is watching you. So picking the moment when Pink Pony was third partying to come out means that they have a good shot at winning this fight. The first knock as well, ultra important here. And that second one is massive from Zocker. It's now a 4v2. Austrian Force are in pole position to take this game.
We wanted to see what Austrian Force could do to kick things off today, and I think they're showing it right here. Hagatori down to Blue Egos. They're not even going to try. Deny. Yeah, would have probably made a play, but let's see now. Footballers and fellas over on the side of Everest. Miracle is there, ready and waiting on the other side. Shot comes through. Michael finds one. Miracle finds the other. Two down for Footballers instantly. Iro peeks over. Can't find the first. Does find one on the second spray, though.
And the fellas continuing to enjoy high ground advantage over Foot Esports.
Can't utilize it here. Well, Ascent Cup, they tried it once before. They're going to try it again. Iro instantly taken down. Here comes Lyron trying to make a run for it. Is going to stay alive for now. No, not going to have it. Chris finds one. Micah finds one. Foot Esports in trouble. Just one player left alive, and he's going to go down too.
Great position he's in, to be fair.
Mika, well, it was going to happen eventually.
No. Oh,
win
no.
or die. More like win or fry. This is going to be troublesome if one of these mollies come in, and there it is. All of them burning alive, trying to make their way or not. They will be alive for now, but here comes the remaining Ascent players. One down, two down. Extends single player left alive. Every single team. We talked about 4 teams trying to take a fight to one another on that side of the circle. As predicted, they all went down. They simply took too long. The fight never happened. No one wanted to be the initiator early on this time around, though, Frenchie. This is
that VOD's currently holding. It's like the sawn-off, but better.
This is such a smart play. They know what they're up against. They know they have a player there, but now they're lining them up for him. Not what you want to have happen. I was going to compliment the fact that they push outside to get more space to maneuver between him. But Bart finds one, jumps for the second, finds number 2 as well. Does he get the third? No. It's like compound Nixer because they can still get to their cars. In the meantime, now BBL spotted over the top. Lookarooks peeks on board. Don't find the initial up, but does spot one in the end. Smash down once again. Smash is the first to fall in the fight.
Beautiful. that they're going to be one of, if not the last team in here. And in exchange for that, they have the kill points. Now, wow, red zone incoming. That's Austrian Force. Beautiful initial nades onto Exalt. They're not only on the back foot, they're at risk of being extinct.
Welcome to PCS7 for Europe. It is the group stages, and yesterday you had an opportunity to see Group A. Today we get to see Group B perform. Lots to play for and some of the best PUBG in the region. My name is Tekkel. I'm going to be your host for the rest of the day. Joined on the desk, of course, by Avenger and Kylaris. And Kylaris, yesterday, a little bit of a shake-up. A couple of teams popping up on the leaderboard that we maybe didn't expect to see towards the top of the log.
Yeah, I was happy to see Austrian Force doing as well as they did, of course, here for day number 1. I think the way in which they were, especially on Erangel, splitting across such an area, controlling the start of the games for themselves, really paid dividends. So I'm looking forward to seeing them tomorrow again.
We'll see them tomorrow. We're going to see some new teams today. Avenger, do you think it'll be much of the same? To me, and I know this is a bit of a controversial thing to say, I do think that this lobby looks a lot more stacked, possibly going to be seeing familiar names sitting at the top.
We're not going to be seeing any familiar names compared to yesterday, though, Sam. That is the fact right there, if you want the hard-hitting twos. But I'm super excited to see these new 16 teams here, because we have more of those teams that are on the cusp that need to get into PCS7 to make sure to get a PTC spot. Now that we know that it's going to Dubai here, these guys are really trying to make sure that they get into the grand final as soon as possible. We obviously have these 3 chances that we were talking about yesterday, but you want to make it as fast as possible. So the top 4 after today and tomorrow, of course, is going to be the most important one.
We're talking a lot about groups and teams, and maybe you've just joined us and you're super confused. Understandable. Don't worry. Kylaris put together a fun little explanation as to how the tournament is going to work. So let's take a look at that now.
Welcome to the PUBG Continental Series 7 Europe. There's been a few exciting updates for this edition of PCS. Here's a rundown of everything you're going to need to know. PCS7 will be divided into 3 main stages. Open qualifiers, playoffs, which consist of 3 sub-stages, group stage, elimination stage, last chance stage, and the grand finals. The first part of the playoffs is the group stage, which is made up of the top 19 teams from the open qualifiers and 13 invited teams. That makes up 32 rosters in total. The teams are separated into 2 groups, where each group plays 12 matches from September the 1st to September the 4th. The top 4 teams in each group will progress to the grand finals. The remaining 24 teams will then enter the elimination stage. Here, they'll be split into 3 groups and play 18 matches from September the 8th to September the 10th. The top 6 squads from the overall leaderboard will advance to the grand finals, with the bottom 2 eliminated from the tournament. The remaining 16 teams will then enter the last chance stage on September the 11th, where they will play 6 matches. The top 2 teams will secure the final spots at the PCS7 Europe Grand Finals, whilst the remaining 14 teams will be eliminated. Those eliminated squads won't go home empty-handed though. They will take home their share of a $20,000 prize pool. The 16 remaining PCS7 Europe rosters will battle it out over 2 weeks, from the 30th of September to the 2nd of October, and then from the 7th of October to the 9th of October. They will fight for a trophy and a share of the $250,000 prize pool. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be an exciting and action-packed couple of months. Join in on the live streams and cheer for your favorite rosters and see who comes out on top at the PUBG Continental Series 7 Europe. Bye for now.
Thanks for that, Kylaris. Well done. Good job. Helped explain everything. Now, for someone watching who's maybe just a casual PUBG player, they're watching that going, okay, well, it's not the end of the world if they don't finish in the top 4 this weekend because, they have a second chance. Avenger, why would a team want to make sure that they're definitely secured? Is it purely just to make sure that there's not at risk of not making it? Does it also give them a bit more time to prep?
Yeah, so there's multiple things, right? You want to go as soon as possible just to make sure you don't have the stress of trying to go to the other ones. Top 4 in a group like this is not easy. Like, we're expecting our top teams to be able to go through it quite openly. We saw yesterday that we had 2-3 teams that were looking quite confident in the top 3 with maybe potentially 1 spot open. The next phase, we're going to be playing 3 groups of 8. We're going to be playing 24 total teams. It's going to be a global leaderboard when all the groups are playing each other, and the top 8 is going to go through. That's where we should be seeing all the teams that we have seen in other grand finals so far go through too easily. And then a kind of a coin flip chance, I would say. There's a really hard chance for the last chance to dance there with the absolute last time that they're going to be playing. Only top 2 goes through, and it's only 6 games played, so it's going to be really hard.
I feel like Avengers just did what I just did.
Yeah.
You just did it all over again.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
now we've
But James had so much talk time. I felt like I had to, say a little bit more,
We had to drill it into your brain, but now you understand. There are 6 opportunities tonight to score points. Take a look at your schedule. 6 maps are going to be played. We're starting on Erangel, and then, of course, moving on to Miramar. So this is the opportunities that you want to get. Yesterday, again, like I said, we saw a couple of teams consistently placing in the top 4, getting those double-digit kills. That's what you need to make it up to the top 4 and potentially qualify. And of course, we're talking lots about points. Let's take a look at that point breakdown now. This is how you get those points. This is a standard one. We've seen these types of setups before, Kylaris, but ultimately what you want to do is just make sure you make it to the end game and kill a couple of people along the way.
Yeah, definitely. It seemed like yesterday 10 kills and 12 kills was the name of the day, and really not too high, not too extravagant wins as a whole. But today, I think maybe we'll see a change. I think maybe we'll see some bigger kill wins come out from some of these teams. I mean, the lobby, I'm excited for this lobby because I feel like it is a lot closer in terms of overall power. There it is, Sam. And there's a lot of big names here that are going to be challenging for those top spots.
I cannot wait. 2 of my favorite teams are in the mixed phase and NLT. We can talk about them in a bit, but we have to talk about ENCE, Avenger, because everything has changed now. What do you think of this roster change?
I think it's a rough one. Losing Rustenma and Tixu is a huge hit to the stomach for these guys here. But they managed to pick up a well-known face in Mise, the Bloodhound. I had the pleasure of, meeting him and seeing him multiple times in Berlin in 2019. He walked up to me once and said, "Do you know who I am?" And of course, I knew who he was. He's the Bloodhound. He played extremely well throughout 2019. Then he had a bit of a slump 2020, 2021, where he struggled a little bit more compared to now. And I really hope we're going to be seeing the 2019 form of Mise. And then Scav, of course, one of the upcoming guys coming out of Finland. He has played some of the lower tournaments throughout the year and previous years. But the ENCE guys with Squeaky and Noogie, they believe in this roster here. And yeah, they are currently outside the top 8. So they need, obviously, to both get into the grand final, but also to get a really good placement there to secure their PGC spot.
It's going to be really difficult, though, because this lobby is stacked. Heroic, NLT, FaZe, Kylaris, these are heavy hitters. You don't really want to be fighting them. I mean, I wouldn't want those 3 in my lobby. And never mind those 3, there's a bunch of other teams in here that we'll talk about in a bit as well who also have the space to cause an upset. But those are the 3 big names maybe we need to focus on now because, of course, they're the 3 names we all know. They've been around for a long time and they're constantly at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, Northern Lights currently guaranteed locked into that PGC spot. That's very important for them. FaZe almost basically guaranteed as well for a PGC. Heroic, it's a bit wishy-washy, even though, of course, last year they got themselves that 2nd place at the very finale of everything. This time around, they really need a decent spot, a decent showing, and they are very, very capable of doing it. But sometimes they have these weird bomb-out moments where it's just like, we know that Heroic's more capable than this. So I'm hoping we see the very capable Heroic coming into here for PCS7.
Bouncing off the back of what Kylaris just said, Avenger, why do you think that is? Well, why is Heroic not always consistent?
Well, yeah, there's many questions to that. You know, you can come out with multiple things, but it's more down to something super specific. You know, they have been changing recently some IGLs back and forth a little bit. T-Bone, after coming home from Nations Cup, had huge success with obviously winning. He had a good share of some of the IGLing there and did really well. And I think they wanted to try that on Heroic as well, but yeah, I think the way that Paige was calling for PTC for 21 was actually really good. The way that it fits their play style and their individual play style as well, how they're kind of fitting into the team. So I'm hoping to see the best of Heroic, what we've seen so far this year. It's been a little bit lackluster, but we've seen glimpses of what they're able to. But then again, they are inside the top 8. They basically only need to get in and defend the same spot. If they get into the finals, they need to get something like top 8 to lock it in. So I'm not too worried about them. But again, we want to see them go through. They're one of the teams, you know, second place at PTC 21. They're one of the teams that we're expecting to go through. I also want to say, really looking out for the Wu new lineup with Ibiza, Quizzy, Bestadage, and honestly, that is a case where it's kind of this is what yesterday's lobby was for Fellas. This is what the Wu is for me. It's very experienced player on that roster, and they could definitely cause an upset in the top 5 today.
I mean, I'm curious when you say an upset, because I also think it's not just them. I mean, there's Polish Power, Bystanders. I mean, I can keep listing them, Polaris, but there's a lot of teams in here that could shake this up.
Polish Power, an upset? How dare thou? As we have one of the greatest rosters coming into the tournament in Polish Power. Not biased at all. I think I'm looking forward to it. I think that this is a roster that could potentially move on to PGC. Obviously, the PGC points are all important for them moving forwards here. And there's a lot to grab for coming in, especially after the fact that they got themselves a 4th place over at G-Loot. So, yeah, Polish Power all the way, Sam, all the way.
Okay, well, now we know who Kalaris is shouting for. Of course, this is the last opportunity to get PGC points. And, of course, if you come first here at PCS7, then you get an automatic qualification. Let's take a look now at how those PGC points have been allocated to different teams, because this is the big one. ENCE, definitely still not safe. Bystanders is going to be hungry for some points, Avenger. There's quite a few teams that are in this lobby that are going to be on the hunt to try and get themselves into that top 4.
Yeah, for sure. And this case is obviously, you're looking at, if you're not in the top 8 right now, you need the PCS7 grand final slot to even have a chance at it, right? And then there's other teams that are coming in to try to defend that. And in terms of the upset here, like, I'm looking at the teams that are not currently either in the middle or on the left side of this leaderboard here that could be causing these upsets here, because they need to come in and win the whole thing. Bystanders basically need to win the whole thing, because I don't see a world where we don't see the current left side of the leaderboard not come into the grand finals of PCS7 and get some points. Like Bystanders, they have 70 points, and you know, Polish Power is going to come in and perform. I would say top 10. Heroic is as well, OP is as well, BPL, all these guys, they're going to be performing. So Bystanders need maybe a 2nd place would do it, but they need to have a huge performance, and they need to show what they're made of, right? For this year, especially today, because it is the weaker lobby today. It's going to be harder once we get further down the line here of PCS7. But yeah, for sure, the Wu, one of the teams I'm looking for outside the teams that we currently are looking on here on this road to PGC leaderboard.
I'm curious, do you think when you take a look at this group, Avenger, would you not say that there's 3 spots up for grabs? Because I just, in no world do I see NLT not finishing in the top 4.
I would say there's
by the end of this weekend.
Maximum 2 spots, because there's no world I don't see FaZe dominating this group as well, because they have been playing extremely well in scrims recently. Their performance right now is really on point. So I think we're going to be seeing that in a lobby like this, where they have a lot of space to maneuver. There are some teams that are very inexperienced, that they're going to be able to move a lot of pieces on the chessboard with, for sure.
I didn't want to say FaZe because much like Kylaris has a certain bias, I'm very biased towards FaZe and specifically Gustav, but I try not to say it because I don't want to appear biased, but it's too late now, it's out there. So this is going to be an interesting one. What is the game plan, Kylaris? If you are one of those teams that desperately needs to get the points, a bystanders that desperately needs to pop off, knowing what you're up against, what do you think their game plan is coming into today?
I think as you guys say, I think just get as much decent experience on the board, because if there's only 2 spots available in theory, it is going to be hard to be at the very top. Luckily, the one that you bring up, Bystanders, I feel like this Danish roster has a lot of fire underneath them. I think that they're a great roster and could potentially take one of those 2 spots. But this lobby for me, even though, yes, it's the start of the tournament and there's, you know, this many teams across the 2 groups, this is a scary group compared to Group B, compared to Group A for me. There is so much quality in this group that it might be hard to take those top 2, those 3rd and 4th spots.
I mean, Avenger, yesterday when we started with game number 1, a lot of the teams that were popping off in the top 4 were not teams that we were expecting. Think you're going to get the same today in game number 1?
It's hard because, right, we're coming in with the advantage of the inexperienced teams and the lesser known teams. They have the advantage of knowing exactly how the big dogs they play. You know, they've been watching them in grand finals for a very long time. They know all the rotation paths, so they can take a little bit of advantage by that. But I definitely think that there are, you know, these potential 2 spots up for grabs. But I think once we're done with, you know, 3rd, 4th, 5th game, we are going to be seeing the usual suspects be up in the top and be dominating. We might have one slight upset or a team maybe like the Wu that could be in the top 5.
We'll find out because we are moving into our first game of the day. Jorusa, Toby, I'm curious to find out, do you think that this potentially may be an NLT phase day, or do you think that maybe there will be a little bit of a shakeup? Will there be another team that can come in here and upset the lobby? What do you guys think?
Thank you very much, Sam. Day number 1, Group B here, and, well, this lobby is even harder to predict than yesterday. Toby, the desk we're talking about NLT and FaZe. It's so hard to argue against who they've been talking about, but at the same time, would we really consider it, for example, an upset or unexpected if Heroic have a great day, if Question Mark have a great day, if Polish Power come out and grab 2 wins? I'm tempted to say no to all of that.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be surprising at all. And to go off of what Sam says and to kind of agree with you to an extent, we talked about it yesterday. I think, as well as the desk said, too, Group B looks stronger on paper than Group A. But having said that, I think PCS7 is the tournament for the underdogs, given the format. I mean, Polish Power came to existence off of formats like these, where they don't have to play consistently over 20 games in order to get far in a tournament. They just have to do well, just quote unquote, have to do well 2 days in a row. That way they got on to the next one. Then they can reset, and then they go out and do well at new, essentially. And I think this, I mean, formats where you don't play more games than this plays in favor. Oh, Flemmy. We talked about running over Haybells yesterday. This is an attempt of just that. Issue being that the Wu, for now, alive, Nixie dodging and weaving. There goes the Haybell. There goes the cover. And unfortunately, I'm only seeing a 2x here for Keanu, but EB is pulling up on this. I would assume there are 2 players nearby, and Flemmy, you gotta get out of here, mate. Nixie, good job staying put for as long as you have.
Oh, that was tense. Absolutely lumps in throats there as Nixie from the Wu, perhaps not quite anticipating where players are going to be in Yasnaya and maybe losing out on the vehicle there. As a result, though, he manages to keep his life. The problem is Hjort was on the roof of one of those buildings and knows that Nixie is still stranded. The rest of the team need to loot enough smokes to get him to safety. So this isn't over yet.
Not quite yet. There's also a looting game gonna happen for bystanders, obviously, knowing that they have Howl in the west side of Yasnaya. Don't wanna tunnel vision too hard down towards the south. Of course, you want to get yourself the first kill of the tournament, and what better than try and get one on a player stuck behind a Haybell, who is still stuck behind a Haybell. But now that they get looted up, hopefully, I mean, I haven't seen any smokes, unfortunately, for the Wu just yet. But oh, there's the first one. You'd have to think that should be
that's smart.
Nixie safe. Could also be both them going down. Tags coming through. No knocks. No, not gonna happen. Who stays alive?
That is so smart. They knew that the longer they wait, the more opportunity there'd be for the bystanders to get decent scopes on the DMRs and to focus in and really laser in. So they got 1 smoke, and that 1 smoke plus the vehicle was their shortcut to getting to safety. Very, very smartly played there. The Wu survived with 4, and now we can take a little bit of a breather. Phase 1, by the way, after a 1 to 7 o'clock plane path, centering in almost exactly on the west side of Yasnaya.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be an interesting one. We are out to the east. That's not a big whoa thing, but the fact that there are so many players already inside this circle. We saw 4 teams land around Yasnaya initially, who then opted to go in different directions. Usually, when we have these eastern circles, a lot of teams have to transition west to east. But the teams that do now, they're going to be running into resistance pretty much right by the point they get to the circle to begin with. There is so much center kind of real estate taken way earlier in this first game than there usually would be in the east side circles, because there just aren't that many teams that usually go hard east. But because, of course, again, the playing path allowed for teams to jump in this direction, and it is that first game where teams just don't go so aggressive, because we gotta figure the lay of the land, gotta figure, the flow, the kind of the tempo of the server, or the lobby, I should say. It's a bit of a rare occurrence in an otherwise pretty normal area of the map.
And we've got a little bit of circumstantial happiness for some of the teams here as well, because of the way the circle is. Imagine on Military Island, there are 2 choke points on the bridges, and it's really tough for everyone to line up unless they have a boat, right? Here, because the circle is 80% on land as far as routes into zone are concerned, there's loads and loads of different ways teams in the west can get vehicles and rotate over to the east. You can go as far north as Severny and the Northern Road. You can go as far south as Milta and maybe coming in via Lipovka, and almost everything in between is available as an option. That's not to say, of course, that teams won't accidentally run into each other halfway, but the point is, if you see a car up ahead and you need an alternative quickly, this is one of those circles where you've got a plan B, C, and D, and they're all pretty easy to execute.
This is, again, can't help but come back to what I was saying just before. We're 5 minutes into game 1, and the only center real estate, or at least somewhat center real estate that's available, is Heaven. And already now at 5 minutes, even if there were just 2 or 3 teams here, Heaven would be one of those areas where you would think that's probably going to be taken. Let's not even bother scouting that, because obviously, the first team to move is would have gone to Heaven, right? So that might actually stay open for a good while longer, depending on, of course, you have the Wu down towards the southeast. Stardust, well aware that that there should be space available to the east, but they don't really have to move. They got Liquid Compound, they got the plank houses up south of Yasnaya, so maybe she's gonna be the ones to claim some housing in a pretty fortunate free location, because there really ain't a whole lot up for grabs.
Maybe. If she don't get there, I can totally see the Wu coming in late and scouting it and grabbing it. But with Mansion also free, they might stop at Mansion and then take a look out towards Heaven and decide whether they want to grab that there. So Sheesh, for me, absolutely right, Toby, are the team that I'm expecting to take it if they scout that it's free. And Janny's already making moves. FaZe Clan, another team coming in from the south side of the circle. Because they're late in, they're happy to just grab Shelter Hill, keep scouting, go a little bit further forward, keep scouting. Don't expect any sends into the center here.
No, this is pretty bread and butter for FaZe. The fact that they even get free real estate down here is great for them too. They can scout further forward. They'll be all good. Good for Sheesh that they get Heaven. They only connected with 3 as far as I can see. So good for them that they're the ones given a freebie in that regard. But from here on out, of course, it's all on you to play skillfully all the way through. You're gonna need your vehicles, and everything's gonna have to be good and dandy. So keep them in tip-top shape, and you'll be good to go.
Exactly right. Most teams now in phase 1. We've got MTB Esports in the west just about making their way in, and 2 members of the Wu still in Lipovka. But generally speaking, it's been relatively chilled out phase 1, with the exception of Hay Bale shenanigans. No Assassin's Creed today, unfortunately.
Again, when you have the amount of space that the players have right now, and the amount of splits that people have, you'll be right. And as long as your cars are fully functional, you'll be fine. And speaking of vehicles,
there we go. Limited time. Of course, McLaren has dropped in PUBG Battlegrounds if you're playing yourself at home. It's a coupe skin available there. So if you grab one of those special skins, it's available for a limited time. Make sure to get those purchases in. In the meantime, Sheesh just about struggling back to Heaven there, and frankly, if that vehicle hit a little bit harder, he could have lost the remaining 8 hit points he had getting back on top of Heaven. But everybody manages to stay alive. Sheesh, I think, playing as a trio here in game number 1 today.
Yep, I'm not gonna lie. My head was like 2 seconds ahead of the action. I saw Free Kill die there, or at least get knocked off of that vehicle impact. 8 HP and bumping into the very, very, very sturdy wooden bench. Gotta say, I mean, kind of a SUV smashing into a bench, just nope.
They don't make those like they used to, man.
No, that's one of those things. Back in my days, they used to make wooden benches out of titanium.
Your picnic is secure.
No doubt about it. Question mark. Late rotation on their part will essentially be the final team to approach the circle. Curious to see as well which question mark we are gonna get today. I've called them one of those teams that lives up to their names the best, because you never know what you're given. It's one of those, what is it, Mario Kart that I played back in the day on Nintendo 64, where you drive into the box and it just goes tick, 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 and either you get the golden star or you just get that one banana you can throw and nothing really happens with it. So we'll see. Question mark. Just 12 games to play to get top 4. Easily a team that I could imagine sitting in that top 4 by the end of this week, but also, unfortunately, easily a team that I could see in bottom 10.
Question mark, like a box of chocolates here for sure. On their day, they can be absolutely ferocious in a lobby, but we don't know which version of that team is going to bestow themselves upon us this afternoon. We won't have to wait long to find out, though, as Phase 2 will shortly be revealed. The Expendables moving further in. Question mark. Oh my god, that's disgusting. I did not expect that first-time headshot onto Phil first. And question mark, well, they're one light.
Nerf by the way. Just good shoot coming through from Adam. Great shooting on his regard. Circle, well, I might as well just 180 this one, because it just hard shifted down south. Face given a good one in that direction. They came in late. Now they don't have to worry about scouting further forward a whole lot more. Ends though. Heroic, Polish Power. 3 teams we mentioned, and was mentioned quite a bit on the desk coming into this. They have the tougher rotations to make it.
They certainly do. Getting back into position for FaZe Clan is going to be important as well, because you move up and then you have to move back into position in case another team sends 4 vehicles in there ASAP to grab some priority. Don't think it'll be too much of an issue for them. The teams that were north, Polish Power went straight across the bridge. MTV Esports are going straight back into the blue. They're doing a very long rotation. And here we've got a couple of members of Question Mark still looking for their home, getting uncomfortably close to Northern Lights. Phase 2 should still have enough places for all these teams to hide, Toby, but it's getting trickier now to find a free compound. It was hard enough in Phase 1.
It's one of those where when you hard shift to this extent, teams will try and kind of swoop around and get down south as fast as they can. Issue here becomes what you're driving through and the edge you're driving over is forest on the east side and very open plains towards the west, where you know those compounds already taken. Bystanders full speed forward. They go, they pick a dip, but it's fully occupied already. 1, 2, 3 down in a second. Last one flies across. Jort though has to get out of this car soon if he wants to stay alive. It's gonna be on fire momentarily, and bystanders, well, they did not stand by this time around. They sent it, but straight to their own death.
Exactly. Well, if they were bystanders, I think that would have fared significantly better than what happened there. Already the sends coming in phase number 2, and we were talking earlier about the squeeze of the teams in the north feeling the need to grab a priority compound or a place to stay in the south side of the circle. Bystanders were in Yasnaya, remember, so maybe they went, oh, this is going south, let's take a risk earlier rather than later in the game. Has not paid off for them, and they're the first team eliminated here today from Group B.
And now that you said that, Joro, you know what's going to happen. This game is going to end in those South Yasnaya apartments, and bystanders going to be watching this game and you've got to be swear word kidding me. It's
I've got a button for that.
Exactly. There you go. It's just the way things are going to go down. That's how the cookie's going to crumble from here on out. Direxy peeking on over, and that's what we're talking about just now.
There is a good... There's a good piece of news, right? When a game like that ends for a team, no one really sits there and goes, oh my god, we could have made such, like, we could have won that fight if we did this, and this differently. Quite a large part of it is like, maybe we could have scouted a bit better, but bad luck, let's reset. Like, it's easier to reset from those positions sometimes when it's less your fault, if that makes sense.
There are many superheroes I would love to have on my PUBG roster, but Captain Hindsight ain't one of them.
I tell you what, Captain Hindsight is powerful, but only powerful if you have a stream delay.
Fair. That makes sense. Heroic, well, we saw them on camera just before. They did what we were just talking about before. When you get that hot southern hardship wrap around, they were one of the teams sitting the furthest north, and now they're with the Wu. Arguably, I mean, the team furthest south. Let's see where this next one shifts. Of course, we can still contain water as much as we please. Well, pretty cinder, but out into the open.
Yes, indeed. So, FaZe Clan are going to be slightly upset given that they're basically drawing on the circumference of this circle here in Hall of Fame and the surrounding areas. There will be several teams looking to essentially get priority dips, if nothing else. Not that much in the way of hard cover. But with 15 teams still here, something has got to give. And the Wu at the moment, they're feeling the pinch just a little bit. They're not going anywhere anytime soon, thanks to Shelter being completely camped out by a few members of Heroic.
It's interesting when we look at the circle here and how the one spot that is really playable for a couple of more teams right now is Yasnaya, but the area of the map where teams have still yet to come in from is primarily south. It's one of those, how do they get up there? Do they even bother to try and get up there? I mean, FaZe has yet to move. Heroic is moving now, kind of back in the same direction they left from. But where do you go from here? What is your approach? Because there's so much space in the circle, but the reason that so little of it is occupied is because, as you can see here, it's open fields. And we saw what happened to Nixie. If you're running around behind a hay bale for a while, people will start shooting at you.
This is one of those circles where there's enough room for all of the teams, but it's getting into position that's hard, right?
Yeah.
There might be a dip free 100 meters from any other team and you're kind of safe there, but good luck driving to get in position in that dip. The teams that are already there will absolutely spray you down. So this is one of those interesting situations where, no, there is enough room for everyone. That's not actually the problem. The problem's getting into place. T-Bone.
This is a great read from Heroic. I think they saw one. They saw vehicles. Page is playing Alamo down towards the south. Still not inside the circle, but they scouted forward. They did not see all that much movement. And now Marbo is on his own. Solid spray comes through. Damage done to both Beamy and T-Bone, but cannot find the first knock. And he would have wanted that because he is alone right now. He does have players down in Glasshouse on the other side, but he is alone inside the garage compound.
I genuinely thought he would have gotten both down with that spray. A little bit of obscured vision to make it a tough. Now we'll see whether Heroic intend on continuing to contest.
They have to. They have to.
I think they have to bring the boys.
Yeah, there's no other direction for them to go in here. Northern Lights, in the meantime, not wanting to contest, allowing for Question Mark to get on inside the circle. Marbo now does fall down, and now it becomes a question for RFI. Room for improvement. Where do you go from here? You lose one. That's your kind of spearhead player. He was the info collector. Kova now on his own, trying to hold off, but you can see he can't just fully focus Heroic. Every time he peeks over, there's a threat that Sheezy's going to shoot him in the back. So what do you do from here? Oh, he spots him too.
One down so far. Marbo down for room for improvement. Heroic wanting to press the issue and push in. Simultaneously, we've got the Wu coming in against Question Mark. Good initial nade from Hobbits, and a second nade actually getting Biestoloch down. That's very, very important. While they're still stuck on the outer wall. Second one onto Ibby, eliminates the flank on that side, and suddenly Question Mark only have to deal with threats from one direction.
Perfect timing on the nades from Hobbits there. Throwing them forward, doing a lot of damage with them. Quizzy trying to stay put. Very, very high skilled player. Could easily pull this one off, but it's not going to be easy. Of course, a doozy. Peeks on forward. Smoke glopped on forward. Tries to find it. Does manage to find it. Nix is there for the trade, though. One down on either side. A doozy flushed out in the end there as well. Hobbits does find him in return, so now it's a 2v1. Best of luck. Still alive. There are still reses to find on all but Ibiza for the Wu if he can get them here, but I'm just worried the Question Mark is simply pushed forward too far.
Oh my god, a beautiful grenade has the potential to turn this around. Biestoloch trying absolutely everything he can to turn this situation back in the Wu's favor. Dropping the Molotov, taking a break in the tempo of this fight to decide, let's get a revive up. And that is absolutely the right call here. Turning it into a 2v1 the other way. Remember how this fight started, Toby. Question Mark had their name all over this fight as the winners, and the Wu are turning this around.
Impressive plays coming through. Best of luck, the Victor alongside Nixie in this one for sure. Able to back off, and the fact that they get to keep 3 alive for all of this, as you're saying, the 2 first knocks come through in favor for Hobbits. I did not see them coming out victorious, and that ends now, making their way towards the dips. And Howleby, they got 6 kills. They essentially wiped 1.5 team. We just saw Sheesh go down before, and now, well, they're peeking into the dips again, and they still got plenty of utility to work with.
It's good that they do, because once you throw all of your nades here, There's nothing left. There's nowhere else you can loot, right? So you have to make those grenades count. You can only really use them the once. Scav goes down. Is that going to be the catalyst for someone pushing over the top? Always so difficult, even 3v4, 2v4. Heroic now getting gunned down by FaZe as they push in, but really good defense coming in from Beamy. The problem is
1v1.
he's the only one left standing.
Yep, 8C Beamy 1v1. That nade goes a bit too far. Damage coming in from the side now as well. 8C tagged up once more. Has the Pro down, but Beamy able to get him. FaZe out in 13th, and Heroic stays alive.
This is the situation we were talking about earlier. Lots of spaces for teams in the circle, but so difficult to get there. That's why instead of skirting around the edges, we have a lot of teams pushing in vehicles to try and storm the front. And that's exactly what FaZe Clan tried to do and so nearly succeeded against Heroic here. Heroic surviving with just one player left alive. That's the reason this circle has been so rough.
Best of luck trying to push forward. We're getting the POV from one, the face cam off another. Best of luck trying to prone down, play control. Quiz is still trying to make his way down and help. Nixie's stuck on the other side of the road too. In the end, Beamy would fall. But again, I mean, when you're in a salvage situation, finding 4 on FaZe Clan there, that is huge points coming through for a game that could easily have been a 1 or 2 point game.
There's going to be a little bit of patience from some teams and frustration from others as the next circle completely donuts. Digital Athletics, for example, they've had a super quiet game, but they've also read this really well, Toby. They know that because of the terrain here, that we just have to sit tight. We would like to go and get 4 squad wipes, but now is not the time. We have to wait and be patient and let people come to us. And having that discipline in PUBG is so underrated because it's not as flashy as going and getting a lovely grenade or a 1v3 or something cool like that, but it's an important skill to have.
If the circle gods give you circles, you say thank you and you oblige.
Exactly.
You sit tight and wait for more to come. Well, teams don't always get circles. MTB didn't get one. Now they're going to have to push forward instead. Junzi meets a nade, goes down. One more falls. Just a run outside the wall. Tries to go for it. Baron Peak does go down, so damage comes through on the receiving end, but it's not going to be enough. Olsing, though, only player on his feet, and I'm looking at the map feed now to see if anyone read this, if anyone's pushing on this, but everyone is fighting elsewhere, so they can't really make a play on towards that. There are 3 knocks to be found. Olsing is alone in one of the last compounds in play, but no one can make a play on it.
Ents and Hal still locking horns between these two dips. I'm surprised there's still utility left for either team. A lot getting thrown right now. I feel like Ents are going to have to try and make something happen off the back of this fantastic couple of flashbangs. Allows them to win that fight. So they've now got both of those craters. But who's going to come in next?
Best of luck tried to find cover where there was none. Vehicle and car didn't grant him what he needed. He's gonna go down. Scav finds 2 on ends. Again, I mean, I know that it's a long tournament still to be played, but for a player playing his first official matches with a team, that's a great first fight to take. Finds 2. Squeaky finds the other 2. Good start for things for them there. Double trying to go for the rest in phase 5. That ain't gonna happen, buddy. Maybe get a smoke or 2 or first hit from a teammate, but you will, I would assume, go down to that nade. Indeed, he does. Expendables out in 8th.
The Expendables, the first team then with a placement point. Remember, top 8 get placement points, but this is so kill heavy, and these kind of circles are very snowball as well. And by that, I mean if you rush into a team, win the fight, you know you're getting 4 points, right? So you have to full commit. You have to make sure you've got more skin in the game than the other team. And so many of these teams have failed to do that already, which is why 21 minutes in, only 7 teams are left. Look how spread apart they are, but they can't get that much closer.
That's the thing, right? All the teams alive are the ones that have the select few positions you can actually play in this circle from.
Right.
Teams haven't had the space to move vehicles in. Now Spiro peeks over, but you can see shots coming in return from Polish Power. It's only Krunio left alive, and I feel like NLT is aware that they're fighting a wounded team down the valley. I think for them is there's no real reason for them to give up the high ground to try and push down towards Polish Power. Wait and see, at least for another 5 seconds, where that next circle takes you, and then make up your mind on whether or not you should push Polish Power or not.
Do we need to move? Let's find out. Yes, we do. So Northern Lights, yeah, they're going to have to now move.
Have to.
And that gives them license to have a peek at Polish Power again, right? Well, Batulin's headshot, don't need a second invitation there. That only leaves Karpi alive, and he's getting shot at from elsewhere as well. Literally between a rock and a hard place, except there are multiple hard places given those angles. And I fear this is going to be it for Polish Power.
Yeah,
what a
on
molly.
fire is Cabby prone, and the molly as well. Down he goes. Northern Lights sweeps the west side edge, and now again I could only imagine they'll focus their attention towards the north. We still have 4 up. from SRM down inside Alamo. Again, remember, Olsing was a single player left alive, but he managed to get all of his players back on their feet, so they're sitting for Digital Athletics, a team we haven't talked a whole lot about this game because, well, again, they've been blessed by the circles, have sat tight. They got 4 alive as well. Ends still 4 alive up towards the north. A lot of teams now alive are teams that haven't had to risk a whole lot until this point in the game. So they'll be coming in full vest, full helmets, plenty of utilities to play with. Who will come out victorious? We're moments away from finding out.
The state of utility is going to be so important. Ents used so much of their utility when they had that battle with Hal, so we'll keep that in mind. They're unlikely to have as much.
You say that, but they have the entirety of bystanders dead in that bowl that didn't use anything, so...
That's true, although how much of that did they use on Hal? I guess we'll find out, right?
That is a good question.
Yeah. A word on Digital Athletics as well. We often see teams in compounds late game where they come out of the compound unexpectedly and do a big sweep and kill everyone. It is so important for DA to pick the right timing for them to start engaging, and that's so hard to do when everyone else is fighting.
Kelty, so much damage coming through from Room for Improvement. Loving the way they've played this one. They were forced off by Heroic from Heaven, and then they've just slowly crept their way in ever since. Now only Dash left alive. Unfortunately, not as many kills as you could have hoped for, but the fact that they've made it into 6th place in a very tough game here is impressive regardless. Room for Improvement finds their 2nd. Ends in the meantime trying to stay put against Northern Lights. Again, expected NLT to push north, and that's exactly what they did.
NLT getting sprayed. Excellent spray from Scav. That's using the Org as well, so not going to be surviving that for very long. The rest of Northern Lights trying to push their way in, still 3 strong. But Squeaky is holding the line, gets a very critical 2nd knock. NLT in trouble, Scav with a 3rd, and Northern Lights are eliminated. New Look Ents are up to 8 kills, and 3 of them are up.
Good control around the side. Scav holds the contain to the fullest extent. They take them down. Stardust as well, able to prevail, stay alive. 4 teams now left alive. Ulting, the one to peek over once more. Sarvum Esports alive because of this man. We'll see what more they can get.
Ends with some excellent utility usage. What they have left, they're using against Stardust by the looks of things at the moment. Only 1 member left alive. 1 player from Digital Athletics has left the compound, by the way. They're starting to look at what kind of territory they can grab, which I love to see. And everyone is basically outside of the next circle. Phase 7, everyone has to walk in a bit, and that's frustrating when there are hills, and as soon as you crest them, the rest of the circle can see you.
Curious to see how many kills Digital Athletics have been able to rack up, because I mean, again, they haven't really had an angle from inside that compound where they've been able to engage in a whole lot of the fighting that's been going on. So I wouldn't be surprised if they don't have a single, maybe 1, maybe 2, but wouldn't be surprised if they haven't gotten any more than just that. They are up on the roof now. Hugh, well aware that there's no one on the hills behind them, so now is when they can start flexing out. Now is when they can start abusing the very little kind of high ground positioning that's available in this game.
Absolutely. And because they have fresh vests, fresh helmets, they've conserved their utility. They have the option to do this more than any other team. What Digital Athletics would like right now, they want to get the first knock in the next engagement, right? They need an excuse to travel somewhere else in the circle, either safely because their opponents are being rezzed, or they want to push in and grab a team fight. But they want a reason to move in a particular direction right now, and they haven't got one yet because Ents and Sarvum haven't pushed into each other, but that looks like it might be about to change.
Yeah, Squeaky goes down on the play on forward. Scav forced to reload, get out of the car as well. Now prone in the smoke in front. It's Misa, the hero player, coming to assist his teammate who's prone down inside the smoke. Sarvum forced to make the run on back. They're safe for now. Curious to see when DA opts to engage. Now, as I say that, Mert makes the play on forward.
Sarvum and Ents locking horns. Digital Athletics feeling significantly more confident as a result. We got vehicles coming into the center circle. I think that's Schiller coming in to join Mert. So everybody else, whoever wins this fight, has to go towards DA. That's what they're setting themselves up for here. 2 of Sarvum, by the way, are still relatively far away, engaging the other half of DA. So Sarvum really are taking on both squads at once.
Yeah, we didn't know what to expect from Ents, but if the first game is anything to go by, it's a good day for you if you're an Ents fan. That's for sure. Misa, Scav, the newly assigned players for the team here, doing everything they can to bring home as many points possible, but they're finding themselves as a duo left against 2 4-man teams. DA wraps on over. They know they have the remaining Ents players caught in the corner, and if they can, I mean, the way that DA is playing this right now is perfect. They're essentially sheep herding Sarvim and Ents into one another. They might not have the kills, but they're doing everything they can to optimize placement points here.
And that is the opening salvo. Schiller, beautiful frag grenade finishing off Misa. We've got Scav very close by, but the smoke grenade doesn't actually protect him from going towards his teammate. That's Ents eliminated then as Sarvim spots him from the other side. It's a straight up 4v4. Digital Athletics Sarvim, but DA with the more central position. Mert going down first, though, might be the catalyst for Sarvim to move in.
Again, we gotta go back to Olsing. The solo player left alive gets to rest all the remaining 3 of them. Here comes the drive-by attempt from DA. Not sure what that was all about.
Wow.
And it's been a spoon-fed win for Sarvim Esports. They go straight into the head of them and they go down.
That was unbelievable from Sarvim Esports. They got the first knock. They weren't interested in playing that slowly at all. They went absolutely full tilt into DA, and getting the remaining 3 members on that drive-by earns them a double-digit chicken dinner.
Sarvim, again, didn't have to do much until the latter stages, but they held off against MTB. They stood strong when they had to, Olsing getting 3 players back up alive, and then they pushed out when they had to, utilizing that entire ridge line to perfection to claim the win in the end. Didn't have to over-aggress. Super smart play all the way through.
Very interesting final end to that game. Really entertaining game number 1 as well. A lot of ups and downs. And here to talk us through it, it's the analyst desk.
What a fun game to see Group B popping off like that. And before we break down that final fight and discuss the chicken dinner, I want to talk about Ents' new lineup because Kylaris, I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's looking all right, isn't it? I mean, obviously we had a lot of reverence for the Bloodhound himself, but Scav, what an outing for his first game. It was getting a little bit rough towards the end here, of course, but doing work with the org in those craters, in those fields, and then just being able to transition pretty effectively for the most part until it all kind of comes crumbling down. But a great showing for them to start things off.
Avenger, does it get the 2 thumbs up or do you need to see more?
No, for sure. I want to see this continue. The way they took out Northern Lights was kind of clean. They obviously had the advantage of having cover inside the crater that NLT had to push into. NLT did not use enough utility, in my opinion, to be able to take it easily away from them. So Scap was just able to turn that around and managed to stay 3 guys alive in a situation that could have been rougher going up against a team that has been fearless in terms of those situations, was just pushing teams and usually just wiping them quite easily.
So the new Ents lineup gets 3 thumbs of approval from the PCS7 analyst desk. Don't make us take that approval away later, but we'll discuss. We'll see what happens. Let's now talk about that final fight. Avenger, how exactly did Sarvim Esports grab that chicken dinner?
Yeah, so it actually was a little bit, for me, of a situation where DA could have gotten a lot more out of it, right? We see them later where they are forced to move away from the compound, of course, to try to get into the center. Ends up making a push with a backfill down towards Sarvim, which actually is one of their only plays. Like, they're not going to take away the center when DA still has a chance to get that, so they're going to be pushing down there and they're going to have a fight. And this is actually kind of an opportunity where you're expecting DA to you know, either sweep and try to get, you know, either Baron Peak away from this and take more control, or take control of the center as they end up doing, in a situation where I'm actually expecting them not to go up and take the backside and try to take away Ents and make sure that they get the points from there. They could take a lot more control, especially now that, you know, both Mirth and Sheila, they have a good situation inside the zone. I want to see a fight, like a 4 versus 4 fight, instead of them ending up being like a full set with a car down towards the corner. It's way too late to backfill when the fight with Ents is already over. So they should have backfilled Baron Peak when he was still kind of solo down towards the crate. I was kind of hoping to see DA turn this out a little bit easier, but Sarvim managed to stick it out and managed to stick out both a sweep attempt from Ents, or a backfill attempt from Ents, and also managed to withstand a push from Digital Analytics in a situation where, yeah, they didn't have as much zone control as we would like to see.
So, I mean, Digital Athletics is going to be a little bit upset that they didn't win the chicken dinner, but Kylaris, they are going to be really happy. That compound has got them some really nice points because they're obviously finishing now high up on the leaderboard in day number 1.
Yeah, ain't too bad. It's very DA-esque. Not too shabby. I love it. I think ultimately 8 points is okay for what they found in terms of this spot, but just as kind of Avengers talking to it and alluding to it, it could have converted to just a little bit more. But kudos to Zarvim especially. I think they were one of the teams, correct me if I'm wrong, I think maybe even like their coach was sat in for this first game as well. But so it's a huge win for them ultimately, considering the situation.
And also, Sam, I gotta say here, with the compound, remember they got breached and they were down to just one player. They had 3 knocks and they recouped from that and managed to get all 4 alive and win the game from that. So that's an insane situation for them for sure. And I'm kind of surprised that, you know, none of the big teams took advantage of that, because it was pretty late game where there was a lot of knocks going on. You see the kill feed, and it's one of the 2 center compounds that's inside the circle where Zarvim, they did not get breached from anyone. It could have been Polish Power. Polish Power's in a dip.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't have the cars. It could have been LT. Maybe they didn't have the cars or the vehicles available already. But there was 3 knocks on Zarvim. It was only 1 player left. I'm really surprised we didn't see like a third-party breach on that.
We're going to take a look now at Zarvim, specifically one of the... we're actually going to look at Scav from ENCE, which I'm excited about because we obviously love ENCE. I wanted to give Zarvim some love, but now ENCE is just going to get all my fangirling. I mean, we mentioned this lineup before, Avenger. I'm excited about this. I think that this is just the start, and now I'm hoping that this is the build back up the hill for ENCE.
Yeah, it's factual. This is just the start. We have 1 game to go, and that's what I'm really going to be focusing on, is that they had a good situation in this game here. I want to see it continue. They need to continue this aggression. I want to see Scav continue to be up there, especially being a new pickup, having a good start like this here in their first game of PCS7 is something that's going to be really, really confidence boosting for both Scav and Vince. So yeah, if they can continue this year, that would be amazing for them. They could be surprising us a little bit because, you know, losing Urustan Ma and Tixu could have been a bigger blow than what maybe we can see from Scav and Misa here if they're able to pull it out like this and be consistent with those amount of points.
We'll have to see if they can be consistent, and we will right after this break. You got to see that McLaren GT skin there, very, very sexy. And remember, 30% of the sales of that are actually going to go to the grand finalists for PCS7. So make sure that you spend some money and grab that skin when you can, because the teams will thank you. Let's now talk a little bit about Zarvim. Kylaris, how important was that chicken dinner for a team that maybe would be facing off against these big dogs? Getting the points early in could set them up quite nicely. We saw that happen yesterday with Austrian Force.
Yeah, pretty huge. It's a really nice start for them off the bat here, considering the lobby strength. Whether or not they continue that throughout all the other 11 games remaining, remains to be seen. I mean, given that I don't really know that much about this team in terms of being on an international stage, I would question whether or not they can keep up that kind of pace, but it's definitely a decent start. And the way they flexed out of the compound to be able to try and control the space as well fills me with hope, because oftentimes you see some teams kind of flounder at the kind of bigger forays into international tournaments. But no, they took the bull with the bull's horns with 2 hands, held tight, and went for it, which was good.
That bull took them straight to the chicken dinner. We're talking about that top. Let's go right back down to the bottom, though. Bystanders out very early. Avenger, were you surprised?
Yeah, when my fellow Danish guys and Vikings, they are going out early, I'm always surprised. But yeah, I'm not worried about it, honestly. As James said, we have 11 more games here. They're going to be fine. And they have actually proven some quite good performance in some of the qualifiers and previous tournaments we've seen throughout the year. So definitely hope that they're going to be able to pull it through. Not sure if I have them in my current top 4, top 5 contender, but they're definitely on the cusp there. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be going through once we hit the next stages.
One of the teams that I think you do have sitting in your top 4, top 5, who impressed me as well, Woo. That was a fun little luck. I mean, I know that they didn't necessarily finish right at the front, but we saw them up against Question Mark through the nades. I thought Woo was done. They turned that around. How did they do that, Avenger?
Yeah, once you Habitus managed to get 2 knocks with 2 nades, and that opening is just super rough. It ended up being Avisa that bled out, but we had a counter knock with the nade. We had some smoke and some utility uses. I was really clever smoking and mollying corners so they couldn't swing on them. Then we saw a good knock from Nick Shea, and in general, they managed to kind of counter breach that compound in a good way. To me, it was a situation where they could have gotten a little bit more out of it. I feel like it was much more of a kind of a midway stop, much more than a try to clean out the compound really quickly and then take control of it, because it ended up being a very prolonged fight rather than a quick cleanup from them.
It's been a really fun first game, and I think based off that, we can see that there are some really strong teams here. I don't think that this is going to be an easy one for any of the teams that finish in the top 4. We saw NLT getting taken out by ENCE very, very quickly when ENCE decided to do it. A couple of other teams coming in, showing what they've got, and I think it's going to be really exciting as we move into game number 2. I don't want a runaway here. I know we said that there's at least 3 spots guaranteed. I'm hoping that's not the case. We'll have to wait and see, and we'll find out more now as we go into game number 2 with Toby and Josar.
Thank you very much, folks. Game number 2, we are back on Erangel. A fresh opportunity for these teams to get their points on the board. Obviously, some teams faring better than others as we kick-started the day. Now we're going to be moving 3 o'clock to 10 o'clock, give or take. Military Island, not much of a consideration on this circle. And hopefully, we'll get to see a very different kind of game play out so that we can see how these teams would react to those sort of situations. Interesting way, Toby, game number 1 finished. I don't think we're going to see something similar right off the bat.
I mean, we were down to 2.5 compound from phase 3 and onward. It was pretty brutal,
rough.
not gonna lie. It was, I mean, as you mentioned, I believe it was by the end of phase 4, start phase 5, we had 7 teams left. Essentially, the only, like, those 7 teams alive were the 7 teams with compounds or like proper hillsides to play around. Everyone else who had been kind of scattered, sprinting around in the open, trying to find some sort of cover, had been dealt with already. And now, looking down towards the south, I am seeing what could be a bit of a conflict situation, but seems like sheesh. Yeah, no, they'll be fine. They're splitting 2-way down there, and they no conflicts. I debated all of you. Don't worry. Nothing's happening.
We've got a new question to ask on Guess Who as well. Is your player invisible?
Ooh.
I like it. Wow. Okay, so we're guaranteeing a very different circle than our first game here. If we take a well, it's what? Top of the map, about 40% water. West of Severny. A lot of these circles end up coming south of the road on the north side of the map. Hal just wants to focus on getting the hell out of Dodge right now with the bystanders so close to them. There should be plenty of room in Yasnaya for both of these teams, if I'm honest. I'm a little surprised they're taking that many shots. They should disengage here.
This is the way that I'm seeing it anyway. I'll ask Keanu if that was the case. I believe it to be. He saw that one was flying in late. When Ruin was shooting at Keanu, there was still a Howl player parachuting in. I think him spotting one being slow is, if I land far enough west, we can probably bounce them out. Like, we can force them to take Castle Dip, and in doing so, get a good rotation on it. Because the issue now becomes for bystanders. I think the best play for them here with the new with the first circle we've just seen, you got to loot up and then you got to wrap east. I don't want to say over Stalper, but
you could do.
Like, do the Kameshki route. You know you're the furthest northeast team.
Yeah.
You might as well, and in doing so, pop their tires so they have a tougher rotation to make themselves. Do everything you can to make their time in Yasnaya a living hell, and then hopefully by, I mean, 2 days from now or or the day after tomorrow, I should say, or maybe even from next game. That's Hal out of Yasnaya, but is that gonna happen? We're not quite sure. Of course, have to wait and see. But for bystanders, I think that was the right play. Spotting one, jumping in late to then try and force them out. But how? Well, they don't move that easily.
Now that's a great call, Toby, on what happened there. I think just defending the teammate that's still parachuting in and making sure there's no opportunity for them to just rush in on the guy that's landing late, and then instantly bowing out of that situation as well. So no one's been knocked. Everyone's going to be able to move on their merry way fine. Whether the bystanders go around Kameshki in the north side of Stalpa or whether they just go north of Yasnaya remains to be seen. Hal, of course, can also go across the bridge. They're the ones closest to gas station, and they'll know no one is probably there at the moment. But if they want to guarantee no one's there, they're going to have to move pretty soon. So we'll keep an eye out for when those vehicles start rolling out.
I wouldn't be surprised to see kills coming in earlier this game than they did last game. What is going on with it? I don't know if Global Army looked like he was driving with I don't know how high of a sense that looked like the car was bobbing left and right all over the place, but seems like he got it under control in the end. Fortunately, Beamy spots the Polish power rotation coming through as well. Don't think he's gonna opt to take any shots. You can see on the map his teammates still South George containers in and around there. Would hate to see Polish power pull up on him, but with how Jorah, with how the river flows from George over to Yasnaya, you only have so many entry points to this circle if you don't go hard east. I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of either attempted roadblock or just teams accidentally, like bad timingly, go into one another mid-transition and fights happening early.
So,
Marcelik.
Yeah, from what you guys saw on the mini-map, in the previous game, there was like 80% of the circle that you could come to phase 1 through. On this game, it's more like 40-50%, and that's why it becomes a little bit trickier, right? There are more pinch points for more teams earlier on in the game. It probably means we won't get an explosive phase 4, but it might mean we lose 2 or 3 teams before we even get there, and Marcelik on ends could be the start of that process.
Marcelik read this perfectly. They heard Ends shooting. I mean, DA rotated on through, and Ends did what they could to kind of puffer fish and force them away, but Marcelik goes, yeah, no, there's no way there's a 4-man team sitting airplane or plane crash already. There is no way. And now they peek on over. They force the fight to them because Polish Power were essentially looking to continue driving further north, but they heard the shots fired from here, and they called the bluff perfectly. Ends only 2 players in the position. Polish Power punish, and worse comes to worse, the remaining 2 Ends players are also fighting, but that's with another 4-man team, the exact same team. The remaining teammates just bounced away. So Nuki, Squeaky try to work together to force DA away by just sending them straight down to the remaining 2 teammates.
Fighting 2 different teams at the same time, both pairs of players for Ents. I mean, that's frustrating in terms of timing, but when you're holding a 2-2 split, that's always the possibility. I don't think DA necessarily knew at the start of this engagement that Polish Power were out for blood elsewhere, but that's exactly what happened. The worst possible set of circumstances for Ents there, being engaged by 2 at once. Great read on Matralius, stopping the flank coming in successfully, but this is a tricky fight for them, to say the least.
Good prediction from Scaff there, expecting the angle peak. Unfortunately, it doesn't connect in phase. Now, we were talking about it just now. There are only so many entry points, and I believe Gustav is actually the solo player now left alive for phase clan. They simply ran through both Northern Lights and Stardust mid-rotation, thought they were moving early, but there were already 2 teams there, and that's just what I said before. It was going to happen to some teams, and now, I mean, again, we're seeing plenty of players dead early on already. Believe me, we'll be down to like 50 by the 10-minute mark. Maybe 54 is what I'm aiming at.
Ents Digital Athletics still very, very tense. No shots being fired. Everyone just holding angles and peeking at the moment. Misa almost with an opportunity there. Goes back up the stairs at an almost anti-timing, but there's no guarantee the shotgun would have done the job first time around. And I'm pretty sure both sides have shotguns in that fight. Gustav now moving further in. He will have places to go, but as a solo on 30%. Oh.
Yeah. Wait, what?
That wasn't...
Did he just fat finger?
That wasn't necessary.
What? Wait. What?
F's in chat for FaZe Clan.
That is not something you see happen too often.
No, It
Okay,
happens to me fairly regularly, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah, no. Scap. peeking the right angle, but left it open just for a second. That allows for Metralius to push around. Unfortunately for him, Misa, they're ready and waiting. Sheila and Mert, they know they're dealing with the solo player. That is, of course, if they've kept track of the kill feed. They should push this. I know it's a tricky push up the stairs, but they need to deal with him if they want to get the remaining player up alive before other teams start coming this way. We're seeing bystanders slowly creep their way in this direction. They want to get this over and done with, get 3 players back on their feet before other teams start engaging on this fight.
It's so important in PUBG to get those to get resets so quickly, right? Get your players back up on your feet, get those heals off, because someone else might be coming in to pick up the scraps from that fight. So completely agree with you there, Toby. We should be able to see them successfully do that soon. They're still a little bit split, but honestly, I can't believe this fight is still going on. Ents really struggling there, looking around the corner, and they can't peek 3 people at once. Schiller finishes them off.
Wide two-way split, thought they had the time to do what they had to do. Unfortunately for Ents, not quite the case. So as much as we said, if the first thing is anything to go by today, it's a good day to be an Ents fan. Let's just write off that second game, because that did not go their way.
Again, that's one of those situations where 2-2 split, phase 1, you don't often plan for 2 completely different teams to crash both halves of your 2-2 split at the same time. There's definitely an element of bad luck there for Ents.
And again, the worst thing is that it was DA who came up to Squeaky and Nookie initially, that they then shoot at DA, force them to continue, and because of that, Polish power pulls up
Right.
on Nookie and Squeaky, and the players that they forced away ends up going down to their 2 remaining teammates in doing
Right.
so. A 2v4 followed by another 2v4. So just, I mean, a string of unfortunate events that led to the death of Ents.
Yes, indeed. Now, it's rough no matter what way you paint it, but I'm sure they will be back strong for the remaining 4 games of the day. Phase 1 now closing. We'll find out in a couple of seconds exactly where we're going to go. If it's a big percentage of water, it's not. Okay, the teams are breathing a small sigh of relief here. Even Everest is still slightly in this zone. And a couple of teams are going to have to move. Stardust will likely try and move early. Keep an eye out for them, because they might end up being attacked by Northern Lights. And the Woo are going to have to come in from Severny. But broadly speaking, I think the teams will be happy with this.
Name of the game today, at least so far, anti-city endings. Like, how few compounds can we have in circles? I feel like that's what we're aiming for, at least so far. Tough to find real estate. Fortunately, it's not open fields this time around. It's a big foresty area, so you can play in the open if you so dare. Perfect X peeks on over. Apocalypse damage taken, but not enough to find the knock. In the meantime, bystanders trying to force Sheesh away from here as well. Successful in doing so.
Great couple hits onto Janny, I have to say.
Yes, they have to play this way. I love that bystanders are being proactive. We see it so many times where a team plays shooting range and go, oh, we can chill here for a while. Or a team came to us, we'll let them play on the wall. Or a team is above us, we'll let them play there. And they just get, I mean, in the end, smothered. You have to always, like, force teams away for as long as you possibly can in shooting range. And they're doing that. Great job.
Now, the danger there in the late game, of course, is that there's a team up on top of the hill, which there isn't at the moment, but there could easily be. The longer you stay in shooting range, the easier it is for teams to sort of camp you out and say, when you move, we've got high ground advantage on you. So the bystanders also have to be watching their backs constantly just to make sure no one's sneaking up. And as long as they're confident of that, they're in a great position. But if this was like phase 4 or 5, there's like a 90% chance someone will be up there. So they do have to watch their timings.
Exactly. Anything but vehicle rotations out of shooting range is usually a death sentence. So we'll see what ends up happening. Maybe more circles will go their way. We will shift away from water come the circle following the one we're seeing now. So maybe a few more will head northeast, but of course that's still yet to be determined. Norkis peeks on over, so does Crunio. Damage on. Good shot, Crunio. Kind of the fadeaway headshot. Didn't think he was going to get that one. Not sure if he did either, but one does go down. That's Apocalypse again. Damage done by so many teams. In the end, falls.
Good initial hit from Polish Power there. Stardust did make it past Northern Lights, by the way, so they went around, but unfortunately, when they got a little bit too close to the plane wreck, Polish Power were there. And like an Archer in an RTS game, those shots do not miss. Stardust down 1 as we look at the Woo. They were in Severny, and they're going towards Polish Power and Stardust now.
Shack, dip, yeah, two-way split this. Makes sense. 3-1 split this? Okay. Okay, I see what you're doing, Wu. Solid car fort established.
Interesting.
Grant yourself some cover where there is little to none. Makes sense. They're ready. They're set for a fight to come. They probably, maybe heard the shots from Polish Power up the hillside. Maybe they didn't. Regardless, they will have seen that Polish Power killed ENS players early, so they know they're in and around that area. So set up there now and sit tight for a while. I like this rotation from Wu. I mean, they scouted forward. They didn't feel threatened by shooting range. Didn't hear a whole lot from DA towards the west either. DA, in the meantime, has opted to go for a wide three-way split. Loving that too, by the way. Normally, the compound that we're seeing Sheila in right now is the one where people sit in for too long. Like that can also sometimes be the death sentence compound, even when circles go their way. But they split out. They take control now already in the car. On the rotation, circle goes their way, though. So we'll see what they're up to do.
This is good. Already in vehicles, like you said, Toby, means that DA have first dibs on deciding what they want to do. It looks like they're going back towards the compound. They want to stay edge and come... Are they gonna...
I don't mind this play. I don't mind this play at all. You know that open, like where Mert essentially is right now, that is going to be open, fought for real estate. And if they can get a good third-party opportunity there, rather come in late than be the team to get ambushed in that position.
Oh, I guess. So, but imagine if the circle goes towards Georgia Pole, mate. Like, they're going to be...
Oh, yeah, but then you backfill super late.
I guess. We'll see what they end up doing.
It's gonna be feast or famine having to leave that position regardless, because from that spot they're in right now, you don't know what you're moving into. You can't really scout southwest enough that you'll be fine in doing so. Let's see now, room for improvement. I'm seeing them going straight into the Wu here, unless if they continue all the way down towards the valley. Shots being fired, Marsalek trying to force them in one direction. Wu is gonna try and kind of pin them in the other as well. So they're gonna continue. They're gonna go down into the valley, and oh no. That shack in the valley, it might look comfortable, but it's usually a guillotine.
Please no. That's a bad idea. As soon as one person or two people get an eye on that, it's just absolutely horrific. Yeah. The bystanders here, remember, they were in shooting range trying to get out. Remember how we said people are going to be watching because so much of the terrain around them is high ground looking down? Well, that's unfortunately one down super early. The other three still in shooting range, so I don't think is going to be a revive there either.
Surprised that Herc goes out there alone. Of course, moving forward, trying to scout forward a bit. Nice proactive play here from the Wu. They have no clue, I think. I don't think Wu is aware that Sheesh is on the other side. EB is in for a surprise if he peeks over there, because they should not know that Sheesh has two players sitting there. EB, don't continue. Don't continue if you want to stay alive. No, he's turning around. Smart play from him. Didn't like what he saw. Didn't really get... I think Wu expected there to be a rescue attempt from bystanders. And now that didn't happen, they back off too. Smart play.
And unfortunately, oh, hang on a second. We have a potential crash here. Hal going into Digital Athletics. Unfortunately, it's Schofield that goes down first. They're going to commit to the push here. Excellent grenade to finish off Schofield and eliminate the possibility of a revive. Hal now down one. DA a 3, though, to begin with here. And actually, the trade onto Mitralius gives Hal the advantage.
Nice peek around from Lassa on that one. Good spray coming through. I thought it had Mitralius kind of written all over it because he was the one holding the angle, but great spray coming through. Murdo finds one. Does he find the second? Damage done, but not enough to find the knock.
Digital Athletics are struggling now. Really good peak sprays here from Hal. Laza down. Ruin and the Mad still up. And that's actually the Wu with a third party. Ibby getting involved here too. We need some minor heroics coming out from Digital Athletics now. Looking for Ruin with the grenade. Not finding him. Underarm flashback. This could be the one.
Ruin alone throws one more, jumps out immediately. There's a follow, but flashes himself in doing so. And now Murder and Shield, I mean, help coming in from the Ru on the backside of all of this. Unfortunately, we saw Mitralius go down to the Molly from Sheila. Not quite what they would have wanted to happen, but so far, so good. They've stood strong. Issue becomes now that, well, they're outside the next circle there. He goes down, goes one. DA stands strong. 6 kills for them, but they have a move to make within the next 30 seconds.
Very back and forth fight there, but Digital Athletics winning that at various points. Both teams were ahead. And remember, this is outside of Circle. So when we were talking about how we were a little reticent to move into Circle, well, guess what? The position that Mert held before, room for improvement, now have that hill. DA now have to think of a plan B, and that's the problem sometimes when you're holding onto a compound right on the edge. Yes, you've got the hill closer in, but as soon as that person needs to move for any reason, you get backfilled fast.
Accelerating uphill in US is not what you want to have to do, but unfortunately for bystanders, couldn't leave any earlier. Keanu Yolt trying to make the move on forward. They lose Flammy, and I would not be surprised to see all of them go down before they make landfall inside the next circle.
I think you could be right there. They're trying their best to move away, but they've got Northern Lights. They've got Polish Power near them as well if they do manage to get past Northern Lights, and then potentially Sarvum if they go far enough south. I mean, this is an absolute minefield in terms of getting in.
The next circle hard shifted into the valley. Look at the southeast here. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath. There's going to be a volcano of action coming your way in just a short moment of time. Shammy goes down to blue before he finds the flush onto one. That's unfortunate. Bystanders will be taken out. And look again, down towards the southeast. Polish Power forcing away Northern Lights to some extent. I think it's also Northern Lights leaving on their own. They're going to be fighting into the woo. We got MTB further south having to decide, do we want to take the fight to Polish Power or Sarvum? In the meantime, up towards the north, Expendables forced to take this fight. You could only imagine to DA, but they have room for improvement right next door.
Lot of teams bunching up because the middle of the circle is that massive valley, like you said, Toby. So some chances have to be taken here. Mert getting shot out, unfortunately, the buggy as they drive in. Only Schiller left alive for DA. Going straight to center of the circle. Here's a great illustration of that valley and why you don't want to be stuck in the middle of it. Unless
if you're Sheila and you're a solo player, and there's your shack.
Oh no.
He's taking his time to clear it. I'm loving the commitment to try and make sure that there's no one there. Fortunately for him, there isn't. Detrix, first aid off. Nope, not gonna happen. Sheesh out in 12th, and now we're slowly starting to clear out some of the commotion in the southeast, but it's still there for a while yet. Look at this. I mean, so many teams down in that direction. And kind of just goes to show there really ain't a whole lot other than Southeast to play if you haven't claimed real estate in like phase 2. Fortunately now, well, Circle goes their way, so why not toss a few more teams in there?
Polish Power and Northern Lights, I think, is the big fight I haven't fully seen yet that I'm sort of expecting to see at some point in this game. Oh, that's a bolty replay. Thank you very much. We're going to have a couple of those, a couple more, I'm sure, throughout the course of this weekend. But it's just too crowded. Sarvum has to get in somehow, and MTB has to choose between going into Sarvum or going into Polish Power. And I feel like that fight will be the catalyst for a third party. I'm just not sure who's third partying who.
I feel like MTB would be best off just literally proning and crawling in.
There's
simply too much. No, not even just to the edge of the circle. Like, there's just too much commotion. There's simply too many players around here. This is going to be a third-party fiesta. Like, once the first fight proper happens, we're going to see Heroic push out, probably up to Sarvum if they take a fight to, let's say, Stardust. I mean, there's going to be... We're sitting at 37 players now. Once the first fight really kind of pops off, we're down to 25 players alive in like a minute and a half at most. Everyone's going to try and third party, but they'll get third party, and then third party, and then third party, and then all of a sudden you're seventh partying another team.
Junzi going for the first spray, unfortunately gets knocked from Olseng. Really good alternate angle there. And giving information to Jester before he bows out of the game, but a grenade up top means that they can't make advantage of that potential trade opportunity. MTB now really stuck. Polish Power on the other side took some shots at them as well. But it's Global Army that'll take him out. Question mark in the clown car. Loses Dante, but several players are low, including Hobbits. There's nowhere to stop.
There really isn't, and it kind of goes to show they're just full speed sent it into the middle of everyone.
Oh God.
The fact that they only lost one on that rotation is baffling to me, but somehow Question mark is still alive. Issue for them is, as I said, they're in between literally all the remaining teams in the game.
They have to fight their way out, right? They have to...
They have become the hole in the donut.
Yeah, you're not going downhill because more teams are likely to see you, so you go uphill. You go uphill, you've got Heroic, you've got Stardust. Oh my God. There we go. They're eliminated now. About 3 different teams were spotting Question mark at once. It looked good for a second, but that sort of position is never stable long term. Here come the Expendables now, looking at the rest of the woo. Great juking.
Thank you. That combined with some questionable shots fired from double, but in the end he does get the knock. Fortunate enough, EP out in the blue flank around works out for him. Doesn't mind tanking a bit of phase 5 damage as long as he gets the knock onto double. Issue now is Quizzy still down. Nate comes through, does enough damage to get EP knocked to the circle. In the meantime, Sarvum tries to take the fight further forward towards Polish Power, but Polish Power haven't really committed on their side either.
Feels bad when your nade gets them down to 1 HP and the circle gets credit for the kill. And I don't think anyone's going to get that point for Ibby, who bleeds out in the blue. The Expendables now getting targeted by the rest of them, and that's them eliminated. So the Woo able to make their way in. They do a good job of holding their ground, but they're now a duo and room for improvement of the next team on the horizon.
Had they had the instant knock on EB to then push further forward, I believe it was a Pizza running up on the hillside to then push further forward and get something done, I think Expendables could have easily won that fight. But unfortunately, can't hit them all, can't hit them every time. And now, look at this new circle. We got Northern Lights sitting dead center. Usually, arguably the team to play center the least. But right now, they just don't really have anywhere to go. They've been in this valley, in this half pipe, so to speak, for a good while now. And, well, we'll see how long they can stay alive.
Nice.
There, Page, blind nade, lopped on forward, perfectly thrown. Baron Peak goes down.
He knows exactly where the teammate is to try and flank. Beautiful shots onto Global Army, I think. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Northern Lights in the middle of the circle in exactly the way that Question Mark were not earlier on. They're very calm right now. They're not fighting 4 different teams.
Where's Muslu? Where's Muslu in all of this? Thought he would have the perfect... No, it's the tree. Look at how big that tree is. Blocks off his entire vision to this ridgeline. That is unfortunate. Seeing where he was on the map, Joe, I thought he would have perfect angle, but Heroic read the terrain perfect on that one.
Yes, exactly. When you're uphill looking downhill, sometimes the trees are more of a hindrance than your friend.
Yeah.
And that's certainly a situation that Savum Esports were on the receiving end of there. Remember, they have got a lot of points today so far, but right now against a scary Heroic team with all 4 up alive, Heroic have a chance to carve out a section of Phase 6 completely for themselves.
This is bread and butter terrain for Heroic. Plenty of players still left alive, and now they get to kind of sweep the edges. If they time this right, there's a very good third-party opportunity on this one. Lou goes down. Polish Power finds one, and believe me, Heroic would have heard that knock come through. And I would only imagine them pushing in that direction eventually. Not yet. Want to make sure that a little more action comes the way of Polish Power. Hopefully a knock towards Polish Power before they make the play.
Northern Lights a little bit further downhill, as you can see. Polish Power are the team that can basically decide when to engage there. So it's rough for Northern Lights right now. Quizzy managing to evade the fire, but not the blue zone, unfortunately, as the Wu are eliminated in 7th place. And shortly afterwards, we have Savum getting mopped up by Heroic. And now, just as quickly, we're into our top 5.
Yeah, nice return by Global Army there. Unfortunately, couldn't find Beamy, so he goes down. Marbo falls as well. And now the snakes in the grass. Well, they're alive for a little while longer, at least. Sheila prone down, trying to hopefully take down Bibbin. Well, hopefully Correx is going to do the majority of the work for him. Bibbin is looking forward. I'm not sure if he's aware that Sheila is right around the corner. He was! Catches his foot behind the tree. DA out in 5th.
He's not in a shack.
True.
He's moved. All right, so DA getting some placement points out of that, to be fair. I'm actually a little bit worried for Northern Lights here, Toby, because normally in the center of the circle where you have dips on either side, Northern Lights should, in theory, be able to peek north or south, like either side of the plane crash, and be able to see where everyone else is at. They can't do that this game because Polish Power are at the top of their ridge, which means they're blind to Heroic, and it means they're blind to room for improvement. So Northern Lights' position on the map looks like it's fantastic, but because of Polish Power, it really isn't.
I will counter that and say Heroic has made the perfect plan pushing down early, because if they stay up on the hillside and Polish Power fight, like try to sweep south, they're going to get 4th partied and both those 2 teams will go down. But Heroic has moved south, allowing for Polish Power to push further north. The thing for Northern Lights is they're safe because Heroic backed off. Northern Light is in a very, very good spot because there's no... at least not right now, no good reason for room to improvement to try and push in on this because they know they have Heroic south. So Heroic backing off of Polish Power essentially gives more room to Northern Lights. But as you're saying too, this is just, I mean, a nade magnet. Look at the terrain here. There's a reason Batulins is that far back. One well-placed nade, and that's 3 NLT players down and out.
That's the thing, right? Polish Power have the high ground and are just watching Northern Lights. So the fact that there's no third party, you're right, Toby, that plays in Northern Lights' favor. But I think they're going to start feeling like the only way out for them is through Polish Power. And that's what we're seeing come out now. Exactly.
Oh, Flash is coming through. No more lethal utility. Crooney, those spots. One great peek over the top. Norgis finds the second. Fish in a barrel as they go down. Third one to fall too. Cabby does go down in return. Where is the reaction play? Where is room for improvement? Where is Heroic in all of this trying to be? I would only imagine that they would want to try and make a play on this, but it's not going to happen. Polish Power butchering Northern Lights on the hilltop.
And suddenly that lack of third party, because no one wanted to go into the open to peek down the ridge, that's worked in Polish Power's favor.
Yes.
So it's them versus Heroic for the chicken dinner in this game now, very well held by Polish Power against Northern Lights, making their lives and their position miserable.
Heroic would usually jump at a chance to third party like this, but opting not to. I think the respect for, oh my god, this is what we were just saying for Northern Lights, and it's happening to Polish Power instead. Bevan, 2 nades thrown, the hopes and dreams for Polish Power destroyed by 2 frag grenades. Norgus now peeks on over. This has to be Heroic pushing forward in response. Bib and Das working together, taking out the entirety of Polish Power, and now Heroic is going to start pushing forward. Koba spotted behind the vehicle. He should be going down in a second. There he falls, and now 4 versus 2. 10 kills for Heroic. I said it early, it is their home turf. Edge compound fight, easy peasy for Heroic.
10 kills in the chicken dinner for Heroic. Their room for improvement with a very spirited fight. They were the only team without all 4 up, and then they went, you know what, we're going to even the odds a bit with those 2 nades. So it wasn't all about Heroic in the end, but room for improvement couldn't quite overcome a really, really wonderful endgame there, Toby, especially around the plane, the crashed plane, I should say, and the trench there. Really interesting fight between the final teams.
I like the way that Room for Improvement played this one. I mean, the fact that they keep Kova down by the edge for that long, I think is essentially what gives them second place this match. They maintain enough pressure to Heroic that Heroic don't dare make the peak on, or don't feel it necessary to make the peak on over because they don't know what they're running into. So smart spread out by them, completely ignore the fight up top early, so then spread out late game. Smart play for them, but Heroic coming up victorious there seems logical given the skill set they have.
Look, earlier on, we were asking ourselves which Heroic is going to show up today, and a chicken dinner version of them has just waltzed straight through the front door. Let's see what the desk thinks.
I think that they used the first game to warm up. We didn't see much of them, and now they just gave us a masterclass in how to play PUBG, Kylaris.
Yeah, I mean, great stuff coming out ultimately. I guess I said at the beginning of the day, you know, how are they going to fare? Which team is going to show up here regarding this? But Heroic on this day so far, not bad. Even in the first game, the 5 eliminations they got is pretty respectable. Then 10 alongside the chicken dinner here, just kind of cleaning up those final moments that were coming along. And Toby was alluding to, you know, where is the third party going to come anytime soon? I feel like they understood really how the lay of the land and the easy cleanup that they were going to have at the end of those moments.
Eventually, that's the thing. The teams like Heroic and NLT, when they're at the top of their game, they know when to fight and they also know when to wait. And I think Heroic showed us exactly how to do that in that final 4 fight.
Yeah, it's all about risk assessment, right? Because you're coming into a situation where Heroic have just wiped Northern Lights, so they're firing all cylinders. They've just picked up all the utility that Northern Lights they will have left, which means they will have, 2 or 3 teams worth of utility left. So crazy amounts already for them in that situation. So they wanted to just take a situation where, take as little of a risk as possible to secure, because they already had a lot of kills and secured. So they just want to take as little risk as possible to secure the chicken dinner and get the 10 points from that immediately.
And also, Carlos, you must be happy. Polish Power, they had a really good showing. The circle was in their favor a little bit, though, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, they sent it pretty early towards kind of the plane crash and stuff like that and figured out exactly what they needed to do from there.
They started there in phase 1.
Yes, they were there pretty early, let's make it fair. But Northern Lights, of course, rotating kind of north of them and leapfrogging them did concern me. But as you can see here, they did dismantle them. But then they got the big bibbin, as I'm going to call it here, as he was able to absolutely smash their position.
They did really well. Quickly though, quick question, Carlos. I know you saw this as we take a look at these Polish Power stats. What happened with FaZe at the start here? What was that?
I don't know, especially with, unfortunately, Gustav. Maybe, as Toby said during the cast, maybe a fat finger or something like that. But he could have played it out a little longer than 16th and then maybe tried to salvage some points off the back of things. But it is what it is.
Is what it is. A little bit disappointing for them, but of course I think Polish Power is going to be very happy with their performance. Room for improvement as well. Heroic though, happy with the chicken dinner, and we actually have a little insight into the team chat as they went ahead and won that chicken dinner. So take a listen to this.
It's Q.
Someone go full left.
One guy around yellow. Up on the top.
On the tree. Two on the tree.
Two active.
You're
Yeah,
dead.
Knocked one. Push it left towards us.
And the
I'm full blind. I'm full
Three
blind.
active.
One is. Oh, hit twice. Nice.
Knocked. I need help. I
am pushing up so I can hold above you.
I'm on northeast somewhere.
And there one active.
They're northeast to me.
I'm holding out up there.
Still northeast. Nade in.
Smoking.
Dead.
Nice.
Nice.
Good shit.
I'm not- Check-
Another
check
team
north
on me.
fast.
Another team on me.
North is free. North is free.
So a little bit of insight earlier on, and Avenger, I see you. Do you have something to say? Because it looks like you have a bit of a cheeky grin coming in there.
Sam, I always have something to say, and obviously knowing these guys super well, you can hear actually that their comms are kind of calm, and I really appreciate that because both playing with a T-Bone and Paige in ranks and stuff like that, it can get very hectic. So this is something that they've definitely worked on. You can tell calm, precise comms as well. You can hear one left active on that team. It's very, very precise, and again, PUBG is a communication game. Like, you need to be exactly clear where they are, what they're doing, what your opponents are, and control that. And especially once we saw Circle 3, 4, and 5 come for Heroic, they managed to control and hold that side of the circle for the entirety, take down all the opponents that they had. That was really well executed by them. Also staying 4 guys alive and having that many kills in the very start there. That was really beautiful.
I love the contrast of accents. You've got your 3 Finns, and then you've got there's 2 at the tree, 1 dead, always been knocked. I love T-Bone.
I liked your impression there. So next time, instead of getting the actual comms, we'll just get Kylaris to do his impression of what everyone is saying. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're jumping into match number 3.
Now I'm out for blood. Knock, knock at your door. Knock, knock at your door. Knock, 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 knock at your door. Knock, knock at your door. Now I'm out for blood.
Welcome back to PCS7 Europe. You are watching Group B in our group stages. We saw Group A yesterday. We've seen 2 games so far, been relatively interesting. Some of the names that we expected right on up there, a couple of surprises as well. You just saw Heroic claim a chicken dinner, and you also got to see NLT starting to peek their eyes over the hills, if you like. This is something that I've come to expect from them. They're sort of slow in the beginning, Avenger, and then they just jump into the top and run away with all the points. Think that's going to happen here?
Yeah, sometimes it's usually the last day where they're really excellent, right? But them being in the top 3 already, that's really nice. They're gonna have to do so as well. You can't really do a last day comeback unless you do like 3 or 4 wins, which we know that they're capable of. But the big surprise is obviously here, Savem. 27 points, super impressive by them so far, obviously with the chicken dinner, but also with some consistency throughout these 2 games here. I know it's only 2 games, but still, I like them having already 27 points here because we were talking about a theoretical cutoff after 12 games is going to be around the triple digits mark. So 100 points and above is going to be quite safe for the top 4.
I mean, Carlos, that's the thing what we saw yesterday is if you can consistently sort of finish in the top 6, top 7 each game, that does allow you to finish in the top 4 after day number 1. So Savim just needs to keep on with this momentum. Possibly could sneak themselves into the top 4 moving into the second round of games.
Yeah, for sure. I think looking at how they've approached their Erangel so far, good stuff. Brilliant. Let's see how they deal with Miramar a little later on. I mean, of course, we have still 1 Erangel to go, but yeah. So I'm pleasantly surprised with what we've seen from them so far. And don't forget as well, they have Baron Peak. He is the Baron of off angles. All right, we're gonna see him peak here, peak there. I'm excited for more Baron peak.
I hope that you get to see more of that. But Avenger, the team that I've kind of been disappointed with, I hyped them up quite a bit at the start. I think they have a lot of fans that were expecting a bit more. Bystanders just struggling after 2 games to really find any momentum and any points.
Yeah, Bystander 0 points, FaZe Clan 2 points. There's a few guys, but then again, you can have 2 or 3 bad games. It's just unfortunate that those 2 or 3 bad games will be in the beginning of the tournament. You kind of want to have a good start, and it's going to be a little bit rough on your confidence here. But those guys are able to mentally reset and then jump into this next game here. Last game of Miramar, it's the last chance to really prove what they have a chance to do. So some of them had some kind of rough circles, so that's really what I'm looking out for. This next circle here from the last Miramar or last Erangel of today before we move into Miramar. And also, what are we going to see in the rotations? Are they going to continue to do kind of shaky rotations? Because we've seen some curious stuff so far.
I've seen some curious stuff. Also, I mean, just quickly before we get into the game, just for fun, because I like to do this, where do you think the circle's going to pop, Kalaris?
Give me Millie, because I know Martin will request it if I don't.
Avenger, is that what you're feeling?
I'll take a Stelba ending just for the spice.
And who's going to claim the chicken dinner? Avenger?
Ooh, yeah, that's a rough one. I really want to see a Polish power to really cement their top 4 in this situation here.
I'm not going to ask Kalaris because I know he's going to say the same thing as you. So it apparently, according to the desk, Polish power takes the chicken dinner. Toby, Jorasol, what do you think?
Entirely plausible here as we move on to Erangel for game number 3. Polish Power have shown us some excellent fragging ability today. They have shown up to play 9 kills in their 3rd place in that previous game. So it's all to play for here as we go 4 to 9 o'clock. Millie Island is possible here, Toby.
I was gonna say, did James know something we didn't when he predicted a Millie game? Because there is a good chance. And I was looking at the drop spots for these teams so generously made by Blammers coming into today. Also, I mean, of course, seeing what they've previously done. Majority of teams in this specific group only really has military as their alternate drop spots. Right. So I was curious to see with a plane that allows for melee to this extent and actually kind of disallows for north side drops, which we know there are also quite a few of too. I mean, Yas teams and a Saverni team, just to mention a few. How many were actually gonna go melee? So the fact that we only see 2 in Bystanders and Digital Athletics is actually a bit surprising to me.
I'm inclined to agree. I would have expected maybe a 3rd team here as well. Oh, our Guess Who board's been full. No more invisible players. Stalber definitely is looking unlikely here. I think the players think so as well. But we will find out in just a moment. It looks like everyone's managed to land without too much in the way of tussle. Oh, and there we go. North and South Georgia Pole here in phase number 1 with the center of the circle looking like it's sitting on crates. What do you think of this one, man?
It's a pretty straightforward first circle. Again, whenever we have the river in play, there's always the pick a side sort of situation. I would imagine that the majority of the teams are going to stick to the south. Maybe the likes of Northern Lights would actually push north. I know this is going to be a bit of a what sort of thing because they have a pretty straightforward push into, straight into the plank houses and then potentially even the double compound west of it. But I wouldn't be surprised to see a Northern Lights situation where they go, if we go north now, either we get the circle there, which is just going to be yay us, or even if we don't, we're like automatically set up on the edge to play, again, the style that we favor playing. I think that's, having talked to Patulans obviously plenty of times in the past, they are so good at setting themselves up in situations where they know they're good to play from. Same thing with Heroic in this previous game. How they, yes, sure, they get the compound to stay inside the circle for a while, but when they push out, they had a chance to push for kind of better center positions earlier. They opted to stay on the edge until the very last moment because they know as long as we play with our back against the wall, we're good.
Another thing to consider there, because I think you're right, Northern Lights could end up going north, but the plane path was so far south that if they wanted to rotate early, they just straight up know nobody's there. Yes. And that just gives them so much more freedom to decide how they want to come into circle. The danger is waiting until, let's say you wait another 60 seconds from now and you don't start moving till 4.5 minutes. there could be one or two teams that have already gone north, and if you're too close behind them, you accidentally end up getting gate kept by them. So you don't want to leave that too late.
Another thing that's interesting for anyone out there watching the map stream, or even if you don't, I strongly advise that you have both the main broadcast and the map stream open at the same time. Do exclamation mark map in the chat if you want to see that. And speaking of map, you have to rotate, and to rotate you need cars, and a car. That was my throw to you.
Oh, that was a sorry.
Done.
I was like, the car.
And
I was like, where did Toby go? Speaking of car, no, the coupe in game is getting replaced by the McLaren GT, but it's only for a limited time. So you only have a set period where you can actually grab that skin for yourself. So make sure you go and keep an eye out and grab that skin. I quite enjoy actually on the coupe. I think they've made an excellent choice there. Could it have been the Murado, like trying to think of fastest cars in the game kind of thing? But I think the coupe is an excellent choice.
Yeah. Not complaining about that at all. But to go back to the map before I did my absurdly terrible throw to you.
That was excellent. I don't know what you're talking about.
With how far southeast the plane path was, as you mentioned, Choro, look at where the teams are right now. Now Stardust is trying to wrap north. Wu will probably do the same thing, but every team in comparison to where first circle has popped is down towards the southeast.
Sure.
So a lot of these teams, if they all opt to just go kind of the direct route to the circle, it's going to be brutal, because when you have chopsticks and you have ruins, other than that,
right,
not a whole lot to play around that isn't already taken. So curious to see where, I mean, your likes of FaZe Clan, RFI, and Wu are actually opting to enter this one from.
And the longer they take, right, the less beneficial it would be for teams like Northern Lights to go north. So you're right. But when you get the teams like Room for Improvement and Milta, who then wrap around super late, then it starts getting a bit more dicey. But of course, that all goes out the window once phase 2 pops, because if it ends up going hard north, they're going to look like the 300 IQ guys in the server, right? So still very much a north versus south scenario here in phase number 1. And I like it. These kind of circles, they keep us on our toes, they keep us guessing, they keep the players guessing as well. And I think it means we're in for a little bit of an explosive mid game.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think early game is going to remain quiet, at least for a little while longer, with no more teams having opted to set up on the edge. Northern Lights does opt to go north around, kind of as expected. Could have gone even further by going Rostock Bridge north instead of Rostock Bridge towards the western cube kind of direction. But with where they're sitting up right now, they might actually be running straight into Stardust, depending on what the Stardust players opt to do here.
Stardust wrapped north, remember, and then they came back down, and Northern Lights just gone, yeah, we're just going to move straight in. Perfectix has spotted Apocalypse, and they can see that Stardust are in vehicles, which means Northern Lights are more clumped together, which means Northern Lights are more capable of stopping in one place and fighting. So if Perfectix spots that Apocalypse has gone into cube, and actually it's just one player, they might think about crashing, but a second car has just moved in, and I think that means Northern Lights will consider going somewhere else.
This is a very heads-up play, like reaction play from Stardust. Stardust sit in a 4-way split, or a 2-1-1 split, I should say. They see Northern Lights coming through. They initially think, great, okay, let's just hide behind our cars, hide behind our trees, not shoot at them, and they'll just come past us. Northern Lights then spot one of them, and then you have approximately a second and a half to go, what do we do with this? Northern Lights are on the hunt. They have seen us, like they've seen a soul buggy go into cube. We gotta fortify. So for 3 other players to kind of regroup and push down there and beat Northern Lights to it, who are already on the hunt, that is an impressive and very quick reaction play from Stardust.
That's a really good point, because the call from the IGL there isn't, do we fight them or do we run away? No. You're already thinking a couple of steps ahead, and the instant call is collapse on cube. Instantly.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's why they're safe and they're able to consolidate that position. I completely agree. It's so hard to make those positions like on the fly with just a second or two, but any later than that, and teams in this lobby will eat you alive.
Yeah. Well, speaking of eating alive, you can see how much blue zone damage has been done so far.
Sheesh.
Room for Improvement, currently the second most, but looking at where they are in comparison to the circle right now, I would not be surprised if they will be in first place by, well, 1 minute from now, really, because they are pretty much all in the blue at this point.
They have a long way to come, right? They were Milta and Milta Power, and they still have to move in. Following Sheesh, you currently have first place on that rather, shall we say, you don't really want to be the top team as far as blue zone damage is concerned, but the results are all that matters at the end of the day. FaZe Clan had an awful rotation, mishap with Gustav last game around. Will be looking to cement on a much better result this time. They're late into the circle, and they're coming from the south as well, Toby. We've talked a lot about the north. What are FaZe Clan's options here?
They have quite a few, but before I go to that, I am curious to see what Wu saw. They've scouted, they're moving forward. Oh my lord, the headshot from Crazy Crucial. But do they know they're running into a 4-man stack? They are fully committed to a fight. I think they're expecting 2 or 3 players here. I do not think they're ready for a full 4-man team to be in this position.
Yeah, and there's still 1 minute left to go in phase 1, by the way. This is a very, very early crash. The Wu probably think, well, I think they must have reason to think that there's going to be follow-up and the circle might center in on this location. Nixie grabs Nail Cop to start the fight, which is excellent for them. But the decision to crash, they must have thought it was fewer than 4 players to start off, right?
Yep, they didn't see the US on the backside. They only saw the buggy and not the US parked next to it.
Right.
It's a scary push, but I mean, so far so good. It's paid off for them. They are though still sharing this compound. Cube is amazing when you can use it to try and, I mean, look around, scout around, but they can't do that with the neighbors in the compound. Look at who's trying to third party this. You do not give a chance like this to a team like Northern Lights. This is going to go south for both these 2 rosters.
Oh dear, and that could actually, if we see the kill feed light up, we could have a potential situation where Northern Lights attempts to come in and mop up. Let's find out. Metabay and Kelty grabbing 2, and suddenly this fight has massively escalated. Batulans is in a car. Are they going to push in? It looks like Northern Lights want a bite of this.
And just to make things worse, new circle pops and we're headed hard southwest down towards Antenna, down south of South George, really. So all these teams, or these 2 teams, I should say, fighting for this compound, but really fighting for nothing in terms of real estate.
This is hard. This might actually make Northern Lights reconsider whether they want to get stuck into this fight or whether... Wow, hang on a second. Speaking of rotations, these guys have literally crossed paths and are playing noughts and crosses with each other. This is Sheesh and Sarvam Esports. Sarvam Esports, of course, winning the first chicken dinner today already. 27 points on the leaderboard, but this rotation is unfortunately not bringing similar results for them. They lose 2 and still have to thread the needle between both MTB and Sheesh, who are still north of them. This is not ideal at all.
Moslu is going... Oh, wait, you guys only got shut up by 3 players? Let me try and see if I can get shut up by 3 teams. Trying to maneuver his way through. So far, still alive, but Sabem taking casualties, as you said, on their initial rotation. And she's on the hunt. They're chasing them down here. Issue is Jenny is taking damage in doing so, so not easy for them. Maybe call it quits now. Issue is, look at where they are. Sure, they're in the circle, but they have nothing to play around.
They're gonna have to Assassin's Creed some of those hay bales by the looks of things, and they want to stay there. Sarvam Esports struggling to find a home to call their own. Sheesh have moved further north, and they've got a ridge to work with. I think this is fine for now, but you just need 1 team rotating into a place that's not great for them, and that position is one of those ones that can fall apart super quick.
All of a sudden, Stardust and Wu are fighting Northern Lights instead of each other. I mean, now obviously they're all shooting each other, but look at the way Northern Lights are positioned right now. Again, NLT not in a hurry to play circle at all in the early to mid game. They're enjoying this. They're loving every single aspect of what's going on right now.
It's like that scene in the movie where they realize the only way out is together. Except, unfortunately, they're still shooting each other. Ooh, beautiful Molotov.
Bye, best of luck.
That's it. Stardust left, and Northern Lights are absolutely going to move in like a pack of wolves now. They know that that was an insta, and maybe they think they're hunting 2 rather than 1, depending on how well they've been kill counting, but they know they've got this compound in the bag.
Yes, and they will get 5 kills with it, considering like this, unless if Metabay finds a way to put himself to rest faster than that, but we'll see. I mean, this just, again, plays out perfectly for Northern Lights. Never in a hurry to get to the circle early, and now they get essentially 6 kills that had they moved, as we were talking about early game, Joro, when we were saying, do they go north, do they go south to take a center spot? They get 6 kills they would never have found earlier. Does the flush come through? No, it doesn't, because they trade the kills as they have to.
You can almost hear the comms there. Spyro's going in, and he goes, make sure I'm covered. Lou was there literally before Spyro could get flushed. That was excellent stuff from Northern Lights.
He sprints through the bottom stairs just to go, if I get shot at, now you know where to shoot.
Yep.
And that's
Very
exactly
good.
what happens. Heroic in the meantime, as we have them in picture. 2-2 split. Hospital and the south side garage trying to see what they can get. New circle about to pop. How spicy do we go? Well,
Okay.
we had Fields in the first one, and seems like that could be the case here again.
That's okay. That's okay. We're cutting out
Yeah.
Swamp. And we've got Fields and Hospital. I would say on the spiciness scale, this is sort of like a
Doink.
low to medium. It's not too bad. Could have been so much worse.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So which
Definitely.
teams have to move in? Room for improvement. We've got bystanders on the edge of Swamp. Digital Athletics, 2-1 split by the looks of things on the southwest, and then FaZe Clan are on the south side. Not that many teams have to get in. In fact, there's an argument to say, are Northern Lights just going to come straight in, or are they going to try and do something clever and run into some of these teams on the south?
Bystanders has to read this. And they do. Perfect. I mean, great play on both ends already. DA feel the pressure coming from the south. They are already down to 3. They go, wait, there's a team pulling up on us. We're in a 2-way split. We can't do that. We got to fortify. Bystanders see them fortifying and instantly go to take what has just been left from DA. Smart play by both teams on the south side to understand the situation they're in, the cards they've been dealt, and what they have to do.
That valet parking there from Bystanders is superb. I would trust them with my keys. Okay, that's a lie. I might not trust them with my keys.
You say that. Do
That's
you
a lie.
remember game 1 where they all got blown up?
I take it back. I take it back. Oh dear. Northern Lights finally coming in now, so they're going to go via crates. Now, I would say the only team that's in South George and might put a dent in their day is Polish Power. The problem for Northern Lights is the only team that will put a dent in their day is Polish Power.
When do they pounce, though? They've seen, or I mean, they don't know that it's Batulins, but they've seen a vehicle come in. They can probably put 2 and 2 together and figure that it's Northern Lights pulling up late here. But when do they opt to engage? Norkis is taking his car on the other side here, too.
I love that,
FaZe
Toby.
Chilling.
Norkis has actually deliberately gone outside of the next zone to camp out in a building that they wouldn't expect him to be in. That's such a cool play.
And that would be the direction for Batulins to push down into, right? Try and see if he can get a foothold inside the circle, and then he can be kind of the element of surprise down there. Batulins scouting forward, seeing if he likes what he sees here. Not sure if he does, but neither does Room for Improvement. Faceland trap and Lassa from behind.
Wow,
It's going to be the element of surprise to take down Gustav.
Room for improvement here, potentially struggling. FaZe Clan, though, taking casualties of their own. And now Daz, well, he's got quite a lot to do, if we're being perfectly honest. Kova, not exactly right next to him. They need to be able to cover the same targets if they want to grab a whole bunch of knocks in this position. And right now, FaZe Clan are consolidating and bringing themselves to a good position to keep defense up.
FaZe were ready for the push from Room for Improvement, no doubt about that, but maybe didn't account for the 3 teams around them opting to kind of see if they could get a little piece of the action there. That's smoke thrown forward, trying to buy himself some more time outside the next circle as we head further north, centering up on question mark and sheesh.
So another donut of a circle does mean that about 35-40% of the circle is field still, and we've got 14 teams left alive. That means something's got to give, and it's got to give very soon. Room for Improvement know this. They want to get out of that situation where they'd be gatekeeping FaZe Clan and fighting for the same piece of real estate. So we're going north instead to see what's around. MTB Esports have actually just vacated this position, so they're fine for now, but they're still outside a circle.
I like the play from Dazen disengaging into blue here, trying to see if he can wrap his way around and kind of regroup with his teammate. Again, tough rotations still yet to come for Room for Improvement, but we'll see how much more they can get out of it. Northern Lights backfilling across Everest. We just saw that in the meantime. Now MTB trying to fend off against Heroic. Neither of the 2 teams wanting to take this fight, but of course can't share these compounds forever.
Now, we didn't see this on camera, but that's because something not happening is not that exciting. But Northern Lights not taking the bait and falling into the trap that Polish Power laid for them. Fantastic. Elsewhere, we've got FaZe Clan moving up on the bystanders. This is still outside of the zone. FaZe Clan have basically come to the conclusion that they have to get rid of the team next to them so that they can freely move up north.
You can't run shoulder to shoulder, getting shot at already by the teams inside the circle and also having teams right next to you. You gotta deal with your threats first and then make the move forward. So as you're saying, very correctly stated, Joro, they have to deal with bystanders, or at least show enough presence that they force bystanders to go the opposite direction.
Right, that's also possible. Although if the bystanders back off, then they have the rest of Digital Athletics to deal with as well.
True.
So no easy decisions there.
Oh, Das couldn't get the heal off in time. Down to blue he goes. Cobra, full speed forward he goes. He's gonna go straight into his own death. I could only imagine a couple of seconds from now.
Exactly. I was like, he's going straight. And
I was trying to plan his route, but they're like, nope, you're gonna die.
I also took a quick look at the map stream, and I was like, uh-oh. Okay, right. He's going straight into, it'll be someone. We just don't know who.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Matt. Over the top dash down to blue he goes. 14 teams still alive, so it's been, despite the circle being pretty interesting first time around, it's been a little more quiet, at least as of late. Matt spots him, but not fast enough. Kova able to get one, and again, so far it's a 1-point game for room for improvement, and this is where we talk salvage. Convert those low-point games into decent games, you'll be all right. Beamy, Correxy down as this fight now unfolds. MTB the ones to make the push on forward. They read that Heroic were split 2-2, and T-Bone and Page now have to come down here to assist.
T-Bone and Page at least have one player knocked inside that single-story building, so they will have a building to themselves, but they are fighting an uphill battle against the rest of the squad. Page repositioning in the UAS instead of staying with T-Bone, maybe going for a wide flank. It hasn't paid off, unfortunately. CTR manages to get that down very, very quickly indeed. I'm not sure what the play was from Page there, but now it's T-Bone in a 1v3.
Again, try and set up an off angle, get around the tree, get back up the hillside, because I think they were sort of getting ready for Polish Power to make the play on forward, but unfortunately it doesn't go the way they would have wanted to. Face in the meantime, try and push on forward. Cope's still alive here, outside the circle by a decent margin. 2 first states still to move, with Cappy helping out a little bit as T-Bone tries to stay put on his own. Flashes coming through now. Molly actually make that. He knows Jester's in there.
It's the left side. Oh, never mind. He gets the knock. I thought someone else might have been peeking from the left, but it looks like they haven't. And as a result, Heroic, I think they've managed to turn this into a 1v1. And maybe, I want to say they're guilty of maybe not pushing in as much into Heroic. I don't know. Oh, God. What do you do when you look up over the hill and you see that, Toby? What could you even do? I guess I'll left click a little bit. Rough.
Lucky for FaZe that no more damage came through off of that. I saw Kova maybe getting 2 there, even 1, but not gonna happen because then you have bystanders right next door, and if they have a chance to kind of to pounce on a wounded FaZe clan, they would have gone for that, no doubt about it. Also, in the meantime, these cars are getting terribly slow, or terrifyingly close, and I don't think, does he see him? Keanu, turn around,
dude,
look to your left. Don't move, Ulsing. Do not move. Do not move.
How is he still not in the kill feed?
They're both right next to each other. Oh no, you're no.
What? Wow, that's a great nade.
Now he finds him. Keanu goes down, realizing what had happened. Ulsing gets the kill, tries to get more, but Vex is there instantly to respond. And what we thought was going to be FaZe punished by a solo is now going to be bystanders, because Ulsing found Yort with the molly as well.
Ulsing is the definition of ice cold. That's all I'm gonna say. That was the coldest nerves I've seen in a game of PUBG in a very, very long time. Oh my god.
That was there you go. Just a replay for the sake of.
Did he pre-smoke his escape as well? I'll throw the smoke first before firing a bullet.
Whenever you make your way into the fields, always check for snakes.
What a play. What a play. All right. 8 teams left. Everyone's got placement points now from this moment onwards. 22 minutes into this game number 3. Let's take a look at where our players are at. We've got ENCE on the western edge of the circle. They can't make much progress without going through question mark. And on the other side, we've got Sheesh, not in a compound, but in a very excellent central location. And this next phase of the game is going to force everyone into one of those 2 teams. That's rough. I mean, question mark are loving this.
there are 3 teams inside this circle, and there are 3 spots you can play from inside this circle, and those 3 spots you can play from are where those 3 teams are. 5 teams, as you're saying, have to pull up or make car forks or do something similar, because this is the last 3 teams alive this game should be question mark, Sheesh, and Expendables.
Agreed.
That's a good nade from Hergy. Finds 1.
What
Finds
pull-up
2.
is most likely to work? Wow, really good spray there, actually, to stop 80 from making any further progress. Hjort, though, struggling a little bit. Herky needs to get maybe a smoke down.
That is the threat nullified. Gustav wasn't there in the vehicle, so he's too far off. Can't really apply too much pressure on it. Now Polish Power, second team to try and make a move.
And Northern Lights both pushing at the same time.
Yeah, they have to try and make a play here.
And here we go. And Northern Lights not actually going into Sheesh. They're coming down as well. Oh my god, Polish Power into the Expendables, who have 2 left. Norcus needs to turn around. Doesn't quite make it in time. Polish Power eliminated in 7th. And Northern Lights are fighting the bystanders outside of Circle, doing the play that no one expected. And that actually earns them a very clean squad wipe.
Pull up, and then another pull up, and then nades once again for question mark. A picture perfect ends annihilated. And who would have thought that it was the 3 teams who had the compounds who would be alive come the end of all of it? And then, of course, Northern Lights down to the south again. Read the situation perfectly. They came in from the hard east of this area, heard the commotion. They said, we got a third party that, because if not, then what will happen to us is what just happened to everyone else. 4 teams alive, everyone with 4 players up.
You absolutely called this, Toby, and the only players in the server that can prove you wrong now, as the final 3 teams left alive, are Northern Lights. But look at this, all 4 in the same car. There's only so much they can do, even at their skill level, to stop this being an absolute bloodbath. That's Spyro down. Batulin's the only player left up. We need a lot more smokes if he wants to do anything with that. And they get eliminated. The prophecy, Toby, has come true.
Who would have thought?
Right?
Either I am the god of predictions, which I am not, because I've literally predicted an island game on Melee for like 1,000 Melee games, and it's still yet to happen.
The circles yesterday.
Either that, or it was kind of written in the stars. That
little bit.
Yeah.
Just a bit.
Who would have thought? Now the fun thing comes. Who has prayed to the gods today? Who has prayed to the circle gods to get this next blessing?
Oof. Question mark
has. Question mark else, indeed.
Oh,
It sure ain't
no.
Expendables. Unfortunately for them, 3 kills so far this game, and I'm looking at a 3rd place finish here.
Well, I think, look, PUBG is a really exciting, dynamic game where there's always 100 different strategies you can attempt. Maybe only 1 or 2 would actually work, and you have to number crunch like crazy. You have to work out what the right thing to do is. But there are sometimes, Toby, there are just some games where you've got a good position, but you are reliant on the circle coming your way, and the dice are not falling in the right positions for the Expendables right now.
I am loving right now that Sheesh aren't hard peeking Expendables, because the only way right now that Expendables gets any sort of footing in this next circle is by Roshi getting a headshot on Sheesh and them hard collapsing on the position.
Sure.
So
right.
Sheesh proning, saying, we won't do anything until we hear those cars, and that's when we will have question mark helping us, is the perfect play from them. Play passive, wait for them to get close. It's like Braveheart all over again. Wait for it, and then you get the spear ousted in the end. And that's exactly what's happening. Wait for them to utilize the cars, and now you engage.
Well, Double does at least have a crate weapon and a ghillie suit, but I'm afraid not much else at the moment. Smoke's coming out, just about enough maybe to make it to the edge of circle. But like you said, Toby, there are clear lines of sight to both teams.
They haven't seen him. Adusi crossed on over. He spots 1. Doesn't get the first one. Actually, it's going to be Philfist. Sorry, elsewhere on the map, other direction. But they allowed for Adusi to cross over. And that's going to be the downfall of Sheesh. Yep, literally. Burning. Alive. Trying to get away. Not going to happen.
Remember how we were talking about in the previous games about how when you have a really strong compound, when you come out is so important. You can get so many kills. Question mark are showing us some of that power in this game. They're up to 10 kills, and it's only 2 members of the Expendables left alive. They have timed this to perfection.
Hobbits, I mean, these guys are just nade machines. Hobbits now doesn't need the nades. Gets the spray out in there, finds a double headshot. Molly now wants a double, tries to stay put. Not gonna happen. Hobbits once again victorious. 12 kill win. A lot of it came to them with the compound they had, but they fended off Joro against Ents. They pushed up when they had to, and they claimed to win the way that they had to as well.
Now, we've seen examples of teams holding a compound and it's not going their way, or they don't move out in time. Frankly, just showed us a masterclass of this is how you time your fights. We knew that Sheesh was waiting for the expendables and they were waiting for the vehicles to come out, right? Was like 2 or 3 steps further, and they went, that's okay. Once that starts, this is our timing, this is the route we're going to take, and this is the ground we're going to hold. That was beautiful.
It was like they all played their own qualifiers. Sheesh had their fight against Northern Lights. Expendables had their fight against Polish Power. And had their fight against Ents. And then once they'd all qualify for the grand final, in the end, it would be to come out victorious.
So very, very well played by a deserved chicken dinner. And that's going to make the leaderboard at the halfway point potentially very interesting indeed. Let's head back to the desk now as we get ready to swap maps.
Sheesh, that was a fun time. I've been waiting the whole day to be able to throw that in now that I've done it. Okay, let's talk about ? They win the chicken dinner. Here's my thing about ? I feel like they're so inconsistent. But when they're on the rise and they pop off, they do it, and they always do it with these double-digit kills and the chicken dinner, Kylaris, which I wish they could do all the time, because I think that we would see them a lot more if they did.
Yeah, I feel like overall they're generally on the rise. I was saying just before we came off break, I feel like Hobbits, for example, I think he's excelled as a player in the past couple of tournaments. We've seen him in constantly going from strength to strength. Another 12 kill victory here. It's only 10 kills or 12 kills throughout this whole tournament, apparently. But for I think that they are very adept when it comes to the utility. I think they utilize it in great ways. And finishing off a game like this, knowing that for Sheesh and Expendables, they're going to end up in this kind of similar area just to be able to flex out and take them out the way that they did as well. Very impressive. So I like seeing when they show up, Sam. I think they're decent.
Avenger, when you take a look now at how this game played out, NLT very quietly are just sponging up those points. And we know that they're sitting in the top 4 already. And once again, look, with those 9 kills, this is what they're good at. They always make sure that they get kills on the board and ultimately keep the points collecting.
Yeah, and the consistency is obviously something they've been great at for a very long time. I just want to say, how dare you question the PEL GOAT and Nations Cup winner of 2019, a doozy, Sam.
That's right.
Yeah, you can't really set that to the test there. But obviously, they qualified multiple times to big tournaments. They were at PTC 21, and in general, they have had some really good runs here. And a doozy, 3rd place right there. Honestly, when you get the compound and you get the ending where they were at, and you're 4 guys live, and you don't get breached on the warehouse and the top side, it is very hard to not win the game from there. Like, it is a situation where you just run out and you take over all these angles that Sheesh had, and like, it was just the end game was set up perfectly for them, and they were able to farm so much of the open fields that we saw throughout. Good to see free kill though, really good amount of kills, and some of the utility we saw, and especially this spray down here with the M4 while NLT they came rolling in. That was really good to see for him to close that round out. 6 frags for him is huge.
A nice one for him. I mean, I stand by what I say, though. I'm not denying their ? Good. I just think that their inconsistency is frustrating. It's hard when you want to be a fan of a team and they are inconsistent. I think that if they could get that right, they would be an unstoppable force. But for now, I'm still going to be difficult about it. Moving on, though, a little funny moment that we have to talk about. The little snaky snake bystanders is just not having a good day, are they, Kylaris?
Oh, no. I think it was Ulsang, right, that was kind of hiding there. And ultimately, very good trigger discipline for 1, but 2, ultimately, bystanders is a better team than that. It's like, just, I guess these things can fall by the wayside in some moments where you're not hearing anything, you're not seeing anyone shooting at you right in the very face of you. And also almost cost them, well, he actually did cost them a lot there, Martin, right? Like, they could have had a pretty decent game off the back of that position for a little bit longer.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, then there is also, you saw how well they're able to dismantle the phase push as well.
Yeah.
You know, there's just situations where if they were 4 from there, they could potentially have pushed from the fields. But then again, the circle was super rough for any field play. Again, somebody should have breached that warehouse where Question Mark was playing on the top side of it, and nobody actually ended up doing it. I was expecting a team like maybe ENCE or Polish Power to do that rather than try to push the Expendables compound, because you can't really push west or south from the expendable compound. It's usually you push uphill towards the hospital rather. So I really wanted to see a breach and a push onto the Question Mark compound rather than anywhere else.
So despite the snake though, bystanders actually were able to get some points on the board, which are the first points that they've had all day. I keep bringing them up though because they were a team that I expected to do a little bit more, but we'll keep watching them when we do the map change. But first, there's quite a few up-and-coming teams here at PCS7. You've seen them in the lobbies, and now Chloe's actually had a chance to chat to some and then put together some information so you can learn a little bit more about them. There's also a sneaky player interview. So put your feet up and enjoy, because we've got some fun content coming your way. First up though, those up-and-coming teams. Take a look at this.
Hello, my name is Marek Bohovic. My in-game name is Marbo, and I am a player for Room for Improvement.
My name is Olli Tiiksu Saarikoski, and I play for Team Fellas.
My name is Marcel. I play under the name Maslek, and I'm playing for Polish Power.
Hi guys, my name is Jord, also known as Ibiza in game, and my team name is called The Woo.
At this stage of the tournament, we're super focused and not satisfied yet, because it's very early on. We're not in the finals yet, and even though we've shown decent results, we as a team want to continue with these results and get into the grand finals smoothly.
The history about this roster is, I think it was Michael and Miraku who asked me and Rostama after we left ENCE if we wanna play together, and then we just went along, and here we are now.
We've been kind of excited to have Das come in, because me and Bibin have been playing together even outside the tournaments for more than a year, so we know each other very well and we play sort of as a duo. And Kovalevi and Das also have played together for I would say almost a year, so that helps us sort of immediately get the chemistry, at least from the duos, and then we can further build onto the whole team synergy.
So the history of my team, after Skate, Quizzy contacted me that he was interested in making a team with me. Then we also reached out to Veseloc. He also used to play for Navi, is an insane player, probably one of the best DMR players. We really needed that in the team. And then we needed like a young gunner, and Nixie came up in our minds.
I don't really feel it's a pressure. I more feel like no one really expected us to be there and like have a chance to actually qualify. It's really nice to see, for example, young Kapi, since he's 18 and it's his first time, actually like first year playing in the official leagues, and seeing him on the top and making it to PGC would be also like a huge thing for him.
Well, I didn't have any expectations from us, but I knew that I was pretty sure that we are gonna make it at least to the group stages. We haven't played open qualifiers with Rust and MEA for a long time, so it was kind of a new experience for us. So we needed to get used to that, and it was pretty. I'm gonna say it was a pretty free win both times.
Why should our team qualify for PCS7 finals? I would say we're working extremely hard to make sure that we get there, and we are aware of our mistakes. We're constantly fixing them, and we're just working on ourselves. We're improving on daily basis and putting in all of our efforts. So we are confident that we will make it.
Our team is going to qualify for PCS7 finals because we are the best, and we have young Kapi, and I'm going to let him out and let him destroy the whole lobby.
We will qualify for the PCS7 finals just because we are amazing, we are the best, we are the fellas.
Okay guys, so make sure to cheer for us. We're definitely gonna make it to the finals, and I'm super excited to be playing the next group stage, and see you guys in the chat.
This is the Nations Cup, where the best of the best are recruited to represent their home countries. Everything is on the line. Which also includes a $500,000 prize pool. We're going to be showcasing FaZe Clan and their journey to this global tournament.
What's up, guys? I'm Kovo, and I am joined by Marcelik from Polish Power. How you doing, man?
I'm feeling fantastic. Hello, everyone. Hello, chat.
Nice. I've got some questions for you. Game 2. You had a lot of spots to pick from in Circle 1. You wanted to push a team on the plains dip. Can you talk to me a little bit about why you made that decision? Why you thought that was good?
Basically, throughout the dips in the plane, we were trying to flex out a little bit on the left, on the right all the time, but we weren't sure about that because we lost a little bit of the track of the kill feed when we wanted to push out, and we were scared of a third party instantly from the Turkish guys from the west side, I think, and then from the other team from the other side. So we decided to play a little bit more chilled, and we tried to actually third party the heroic fight, but then I shot, I misclicked a little bit, and then we backed off again. And we just knew we had to push NLT. We knew they throw a lot of nades and they used a lot of smokes on us, but we also had no nades. So we decided just to smoke them off and just push them with flashbangs. That was clean.
Nice. The last 2 games, you had a Circle 1 that was pretty close to your loot spot. Do you think that's a big advantage, or does Zone 1 not really matter that much?
I mean, the Zone 1 doesn't really matter. I jumped on my car. I wanted to take the compound. Norkis called me to take the compound north where DA, I think, and Lens were fighting. But then I just had bad loot. I already heard that there's people on planes, so we realized that the compound is going to be taken, but it has to be a split. And then there was one guy just trolling, shooting in the air from ants. So I just said, all right, guys, just bait him out, and we're just going to take our plane position. From planes, you can play it in every single area, so we just decided to grab it.
One last question for you, Marcelik. You guys were doing okay in third-party events last year, but now this year you're in a good spot to qualify for PGC for the World Championship. Does that still feel a little bit crazy to you, or is it just business as usual?
I mean, I'm playing around a little bit. Norkis as well. Krunio and Kapi are first year. It's really nice to actually have new players to the scene on the top level and able to qualify to PGC. That's our goal. It's our dream, and making it first year where we try it with Polish Power would be just a cherry on top.
Nice, cool. Thank you for your time, Marcelik, and good luck in the next games.
Thank you.
Now I'm out for blood. Knock at your door. Knock at your door. Knock at your door. Knock at your door. Now I'm out for blood.
past the halfway mark here for PCS7 Europe for day number 2. We are changing maps as well. We'll be heading to Miramar in a little bit. We'll get a chance to see how the points have worked out in the standings as well. It is all on the way. But first, let's chat a little bit about that interview, Carlos. I know how excited you were because you are a little bit of a Polish power fangirl. Nice one for you. Your team is featuring a lot today.
Yeah, I promised him some extremely good Polish food if they're able to qualify to PGC, and so far it's looking all right. You know, not too bad, not too bad. So we'll get some borscht on the way, some good old pierogi if they're able to continue this on.
Like our Kalaris with his very heavy British accent is adamant that he's technically Polish because he lives there. We understand. Up and comers as well. I thought that was quite fun because it is like up and coming teams, Avenger, but then all the names in those teams, they're like legends in their own right.
Yeah, for sure. There are some players that's been, you know, at the PGCs before. They've played for some of the biggest orgs in the world. But I really enjoyed the Room for Improvement interview with Mabo. That was really nice. And also, I like the team, how they've come together. You know, 2 guys from Czechia and 2 guys from Finland. And both of them, they kind of have these 2 dynamic duos going on, and it's looking kind of good so far. I'm really enjoying to watch them play here. So hopefully they can make it all the way to the finals here for PCS7.
Also, of course, we got to see the fellas, and I really like them as well. They were a team we got to see yesterday, playing tons of fun there. But now let's get into what we're watching today. Right here, total leaderboard. No surprise to me, Carlaris. NLT has now found themselves on top.
Yep, big kill games coming in for them, despite not, you know, having like a first, second, or third just yet. But this is NLT to an absolute T. They're even when they don't get the exact placement points they want, they're still able to get those kills. They got themselves 2 4th places so far, with 6 kills and 9 kills, and then a 6th place with 9 kills. And you can never really count them out, even if they're in a edge situation. Because if you're going up against them in a fight, they're going to be able to get some frags, and they'll continue that all the way to another victory, which then pushes them even further.
Avenger, a team that I'm a little bit concerned about, and it's a team we spoke about at the start of the day. We were adamant FaZe Clan, NLT, they were just going to claim those top spots, but FaZe not quite having the day that they might have hoped for.
I think it was more you that was keen on FaZe Clan. I was pretty sure that I was saying it was Heroic and Northern Lights that I expected to be in the top, and then the other one might be up for grabs. But yeah, that's for sure. FaZe Clan 12th right now, only 11 points, not so good. But then again, remember, we are only 3 games deep here, so one big game for them and they're straight into the top 5, and that's definitely something that we're going to expect from a lineup like that.
Are you expecting a change for some of these teams now that we move to Miramar? A few new names to pop up on the leaderboards?
You asking me or James? Oh, okay.
Avenger.
Nice. Yeah. No, I'm expecting the same teams to kind of dominate, but I'm definitely expecting Bystanders to kind of pull out a little bit more here, especially in Miramar.
I thought you was going to answer you with, I'm expecting the change of a new map, like he did yesterday to you, Sam. He left you in the dust.
I expected my, I looked here and I was like, you guys are expecting that, so I will do something completely different. A little bit of a troll yesterday. Today we'll be serious about it.
I mean, he says that, but the reason I just forgot to mention a name and then threw it out there is because it doesn't give him time to think about answering as a troll, you know, and then he just quickly, no, it's just because I forgot we're not on LAN and no one knows who I'm speaking to. But there you go. Let's just get into the game. I am speaking to Jorasar and Toby when I say, let's get going to Miramar.
Let's get going indeed. Thank you so much, Sam. Thank you so much, Martin and James, for breaking down all of the action that we've seen so far and giving us a few predictions as to how they think things may go down. I'm Toby, joined by Joro. And Joro, 3 more Miramar games to go here before these guys will be halfway through their group stage.
Exactly right. And we've had some interesting ups and downs for these teams so far, right? We are expecting at some point to have a couple of pop-off games from FaZe Clan. Maybe it will be too late to make top 4 an automatic qualification. But even if, frankly, in a hypothetical situation where going into the last game, they're 16th, you still wouldn't rule them out for a big kill chicken dinner. So they've always got that joker in the pack, right? And that's what makes them so exciting to watch. We've had some fantastic teams up top. Savum Esports being up there as well has been a great story for us to tell. But this is the reset point. This is the opportunity for a team that's doing poorly to say, let's take this differently and challenge the status quo and turn their day around.
I think the FaZe Clan story is an interesting one in the sense that we've seen FaZe go out and say, we play better against good teams. And then you can go, what do you mean by that? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. But it kind of does in terms of, are you the team that thrives under the kind of Wild West, everyone does what they please and it's just kind of chaos mentality mode? Or do you thrive better under the 30 game series structured? We know what they like to do. We know what they like to do. Sort of game style. And FaZe, in my opinion anyway, are much better at the latter. The more, like, they're one of the teams that will absolutely slaughter you if there is enough kind of research to go by. But in some of these lobbies where you have teams that might only have gotten together for this specific tournament, meaning there's no way to do any prep work in terms of their strategies, their rotations, and all that stuff. FaZe usually don't come out that strong to kick things off. They will come back tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, I should say, having done all the prep work, having watched through the VODs of today, and then start racking up points. And then I hope by that time that they finish today high enough that the climb won't be too far for them to get into top 4.
I mean, you're also ignoring the most important thing, Toby, which is it'll be Sunday.
Are we still doing that? Well, now you said it, so now we are.
I feel like, but I do feel like they do come back on the second day, and I'm expecting them to do particularly well. So I do.
You are right in saying so, and it just, I feel the part of the reason why that's the case is, as I just said, the more time, the more material they have to prep with, the stronger they are. Some teams are better at just playing the loose gun, at just pulling up on things, taking the fight head on. FaZe, give them the material they need to prep, and they will be, if not then one of the very best teams in the world in playing PUBG as a whole.
They're so good at break. We'll talk about that parallel parking another time. They're so good at understanding and reacting to their opponent's plays that, the more information they get, the stronger they get. It's absolutely delightful to watch them read macro situations and react accordingly. For now, though, it looks like we've actually got our first potential fight of Miramar. Sarvam Esports are not looking like they want to back off against MTB. It's still possible that Olsing is coming here just to pick up Global Army and leave. And if that's the case, then fair enough. But it looks like they want to fight.
I was going to say, if that's the case, then maybe Vardy should be shooting at them. But he does, and he finds himself a knock too. Olsing goes down, but there are still plenty more threats to be dealt with. Spots the nade. Yes, indeed, he does. Shoots the toes off of Olsing too, but can't get the flush. The nade, though, does the damage for him.
Very nicely done there. That's Olsing down at MTB. Continuing to hold on here. Now, remember, there's only 2 of them, so Sarvam, they wanted to come in and take this compound and scare off the duo that are here. But they're only scaring them off with a duo of their own. They're not exactly full committing here. So MTV, that's given them a little bit of an opportunity to comfortably defend. And that's exactly what they've done. They're a little stuck here, sure. But Sarvam are also really hesitant to move in.
I don't fault them for being. I mean, there's enough players around them with somewhat lines of sight in that direction that they could be in trouble should they opt to take the fight more heavily than they have it already. Howl in the meantime, well, Laza tried to get out of the compound in time. The Who said, yeah, nope, not gonna happen, buddy. So in they come. Down goes Laza. They aren't really in a position right now to get the flush, but you could only imagine that that's Laza down for good.
I think so. That it is possible to get him up if, with a big concerted effort and everyone crowding around and lots of it's a lot of commitment. It's tricky to say the least. We now finally have the rest of Sarvam moving in. It's a 3v2 from the brick building to the brick building, triple to double story here. And it looks like they're going to be holding out here for the long run. The question I have is, where's everybody going to be a minute or 2 from now? Because they're going to have to rotate super late as a result of this.
Yeah, it's
that was brave,
it's usually,
by the way.
Not kidding.
Oh my god.
That was the fact that Ruin not only goes for it, but actually manages to pull it off too. And now that Matt turns things around and finds Quizzy, that is not the turn of events I was expecting to see. Even though is there saying, you know what, we're not quite done with you just yet, Laza. Down he goes again, but now there's a knock on the side of the Wu as well. Nice off angle for EP, but if he goes down here, he is isolated and Schofield is close.
Very close indeed. If we can find a way to get out of this, we will. But Hal may be thinking that rezzing for the first time, okay, we're out of this situation. Not quite. There's still quite a long way to go before you're completely safe. Getting into the buggy now, seeing if they can make their way back. Schofield, yes, he's close. Yes, he's dangerous. He's also a bit offside, though. This can seriously backfire if he's not wary.
Ruin has just played the entire Saving Private Plaza in... Oh my lord, nice
Christ.
shot, Quizzy.
Stop it, Quizzy.
Don't get the
Stop it.
payoff off of it, though. I mean, well, they might get Schofield, who was kind of isolated, as you were
Yeah,
saying.
there we go.
Kind of off on the side, and he will go down. So, yes, one kill did come through, but Ruin... Laza owes you big time for that heroic effort.
He definitely does. They're trading one player for another there, unfortunately, as Schofield goes down. And Hal will have to play the rest of this game as a three-man squad. Ibby also a little bit out there at the moment, but there isn't a full squad bearing down on him, so he's not particularly concerned right now. There's no water in the circle, or there's not much unplayable terrain. It's fairly regulation. Teams can come in from almost any angle they choose, and so many of the teams are already in. Aside from what we've already seen, Toby, I genuinely expect Phase 1 and probably Phase 2 to be quiet.
I'm looking at the map feed here on the right side of the screen, and this is by no means a term that is used in PUBG, but I like to call it the Dorito. You know, Picado over to where Perfectix is, down to the south side there. The games that end in this area are brutal, because there's enough compounds in play that if you don't have one, you can't really play out in the open. You're always going to be in vision to one or potentially even two, if not even three, compounds at any given time. And as long as the hillsides around this valley is in, you're just going to be in trouble. So curious to see how much more we're headed in this direction, or if maybe we're headed up in the direction of Power Grid.
Batulin's reading the situation against DA really well there, honking as he leaves. So important, by the way, parking skills in PUBG, as much as we like to joke about it, having your vehicle in a position where you can get the hell out of a compound super quick, very, very important in competitive PUBG there. Another replay, another Bolty. I mean, these guys are coming out in force. This meta is disgusting.
Yeah, and they get the knock. We'll see if plays will be made off of the info that they now have. They were probably well aware that there was a full team in there before as well. Scav, in the meantime, caught kind of in the open, same exact area that Howl found themselves in trouble in earlier, but seems to me, at least I would assume that Scav should be able to get out of there alive now. Into the car he goes. Nuki there on the pickup. As I say that, one tire popped, two tires popped, and now we're in a vehicle uphill that does not accelerate all that well. So what do you do from here? If we're seeing an open field ending now, Joro, this is a lot of smokes that ENCE would have loved to have available later in the game.
Yeah, they've basically used them all. That vehicle is smoking, and it can only turn left, and very slowly at that, so not going to be useful for them. It's obviously worth using the utility if it means you stay as a four-man squad instead of a duo, but this is as close to disaster as ENCE could have gotten on rotation without losing a player. They now need to work out, okay, we either want to rotate into a team and take the fight and try and loot their smokes, or they need to back off and find more utility from somewhere else. They have to pick one of those two options now.
True. Well, most important, at least right now, they get out with all alive. Circle centering on Picado. Not a shift we see too often in these situations. Now, again, the layout of this is so interesting because you have the massive hillside east of Picado and equally so towards the north. So it's one of those, what do we commit to? Right now, Picado is essentially the river on Erangel, right? The river going from George to Yasnaya. Which side of it do you commit to? Because you don't want to go into Picado right now before it kind of commits that it's headed in that direction. What do you do with it? And I think the most important thing is to do what we're seeing Sheesh do right now. Get as much info as you can to set up your rotations to come.
We'll keep an eye on this because we actually have a case study for exactly what happens here. You normally don't want to go into a city unless you're sure it's not going to come out of it, right? Because rotating into a city is easy. Rotating out of a city is horrible. Room for improvement have now taken Picado. It's phase 2. So if they need to rotate out of Picado at some point, let's keep an eye on what happens to them. But so far, we're looking up north right now. Sheesh and Polish Power. Ooh, Norcus, that is not quite the parking we were looking for, but has to abandon the vehicle and go into survival mode here. Sheesh have excellent high ground advantage, but if free kill gets knocked there, there's no going back.
I was just gonna say, I mean, as much as she wants to knock onto Norcus, she has to be careful as well, because there are Polish Power players around this area that want a piece of it, but not gonna happen. Free kill. Holds his composure, and he's gonna be all right for now. Spots Cabby as well, and Polish Power, I think, we're hoping to get out of here kind of unscathed, but as you said too, Norcus, unfortunate little mishap with the vehicle there, is gonna get him killed.
So now we see which teams still need to come in. FaZe Clan, they're still on the outside of the circle. One member of ENCE, but they're basically okay. It's Digital Athletics, and FaZe Clan are the three we're looking at to find out where they're going to move to call their own. They have got the option of moving in towards the bystanders, and they'd have to read this very quickly indeed to know that it's a 2-1-1 split. Let's see. Hjort already firing shots at them. It's just the one gun at the moment. Diggory will be reporting that to the rest of his team. They haven't altered their course, but there's only 3 of them. Gustav is very much behind, still outside in the circle, as you can see from the minimap.
And this circle is interesting now as well, because Picado, like just north of Picado, we have what we like to call the unplayable terrain. It effectively works like water in phase 4 that we shift away from it. So this next circle, which does not have to exclude any terrain whatsoever, it can be very telling of where the circle after that will go, like pretty much guaranteedly. So teams right now are trying to set up for, regardless of where the next circle goes, we have to be in a good position to move to the one following that one, because that's where everyone is going to be going. Essentially one circle before they usually would be. So real estate in this next circle, 28 seconds from now, it could be a win con, because you're pretty much able to predict the circle to follow.
Well, that's why sometimes, you know, people are watching the stream and they're going, why do some teams just send it straight in phase 2 or 3 when they can play edge and survive a little bit longer? Because they read the circle and they go, actually, this is a risk worth taking, because if we pull this off, we get a great position phase 5 or 6, right? So this is the point where some of the teams are going to be thinking that as we narrow the circle in and take a look at where phase 3 is going to go. It's an 7 o'clock hard shift. Picado's still just about in it, but it's sent it in on the expendable. So all of these teams on the east side, they're not going to be happy right now.
It's the Dorito. Now I cannot unsee it. I didn't think of it before now, but Nacho, Dorito, whatever you want to call it, that's where we're headed. The lowland
brands are available.
And the worst part of this now is that we still have the hillside in. Woo, I mean, despite the fact that just up to leave the compound that Nixie and Bestelok just left, because that is still in, playing anywhere in the open, really, down below, is going to be, if not impossible, then something close to it.
Yeah, it's definitely not something I would try for sure. There's going to be a lot of musical chairs going on with these compounds on the edge, slowly rotating in. And oh my god, Sarvam and MTB still at it. This is the problem when you don't commit hard. And it sounds weird, but if you don't commit hard enough to trying to take out your opponent, you're just going to spend half the game stuck in the same position. The only good news they have is at least they're still in circle.
Oh, a lot of damage coming through here. Polish Power ready to kind of tank the blue on the rotation, but now with AC being up on this hillside, nice reaction play from Polish Power to go further into blue. Well, they are essentially headed the opposite direction of the circle right now, and I'm curious to see if FaZe are going to try and see if they can cut them off, or if they're... Mars select down to low HP, fortunately. Only phase 3, so they'll be alright. But they're going to be tanking a lot of blue trying to make their way into this next circle.
So options now. Question mark. One of the teams earlier on that were outside of circle, they found their way into edge. FaZe Clan still outside. Gustav and Aidsy still in the blue, and Gustav stayed in the blue for so long in phase 2 as well, to take a look at Polish Power and what they were doing. On board now with Hal, who have spotted Misa, who was the straggler from ENCE, by the way. The rest of ENCE, Squeaker and Nookie, are further into zone. So they're going to lose one more and go down to a duo. But Misa, I mean, he was always going to struggle to get back to the rest of his team.
I mean, he had a chance to. He sat at the southeast, but opted to make the push further north. And we asked, where FaZe going to try and keep out Polish Power? I think here's your answer. Diggory does get knocked. So, A player will have to be found. You can see the cavalry is already there. 80 full speed forward, trying to get his teammate back on his feet. But I think Misa, I mean, he was southeast down towards actually where FaZe are now.
Right.
Opted to go north into Howl. He tried to scout it, but the timing was off. Thought it was free, but it wasn't, and they lose him because of it. So unfortunate timing on his part. Now 80, having just saved the teammate.
Yeah, remember, getting back into zone after getting those kills is part 2 of the gauntlet that FaZe Clan have to go through. So, unfortunately, down to 2 at the moment. Gustav and Fex, the 2 members of FaZe in the southeast portion of the circle on edge. FaZe a 4, almost perfect donut. The Expendables are laughing right now. But, Toby, with a 2-1-1 split, at what point do they collapse?
They have to. They have to now. Get the hell back to that compound. There is no reason for you not to be there. I mean, I was just going to say before as well, 56 alive for 17 minutes. That is something Group 8 could learn something from. Because that was, I mean, just up until a minute ago, we had 61 alive at, I believe, just the start of 15. So not a lot of players dead so far, which, of course, just delays the inevitable. Chaos will happen. 60-some players will have to die in a game of PUBG. Unfortunately for Fex, that car didn't continue into Gustav.
Just about making it far enough so that he could be revived as well. That buggy was, he was one hit for so long. Cappy wanting to go and repent. Is that little church building? Do we call it a church, a shack, or a combination of both? Either way, he is gone. That's Polish Power out of this game. Wow, would you believe it? It's minute 17 as opposed to minute 2. And these guys all very much still in. MTB, though, at least all back in this...
Once he would try to find going into again, by the bike.
This is the Nations Cup, where the best of the best are recruited to represent their home countries. Everything is on the line. Which also includes a $500,000 prize pool. We're going to be showcasing FaZe Clan and their journey to this global tournament.
I come right back at
This is the Nations Cup, where the best of the best are recruited to represent their home countries. Everything is on the line. Which also includes a $500,000 prize pool. We're going to be showcasing FaZe Clan and their journey to this global tournament.
Welcome back to PCS7 Europe. Just a quick apology regarding some of the technical issues that we faced. We do apologize, but we are back, and hopefully we'll be getting into the fourth game very soon. But before we do that, we're going to break down exactly what you just saw. And you called it, Avenger, you're a wizard. Right at the beginning, you said keep an eye on Wu, and then Wu went and won a chicken dinner. Don't look so smug about this. I can see it in your face already.
Yeah, a little bit smug. No, I mean, these guys are super experienced players, and if they had more time together, I would have put them in the top 10 right now for total PGC points. But unfortunately, they didn't have that much time together. Really excited to see what's going to be going on for the rest of PCS7 and potentially going into next year as well. So yeah, the Wu doing super well and then closing out the game.
Carlos, I think my favorite bit there was right at the end when they went heroic hunting. All together like lemmings, and you added all the sound effects. You don't get to, if you're watching the stream, you don't get to hear this, but he likes to add some sound effects to the mix. But it was quite fun to watch. I mean, it was a very dominating performance from Wu.
Yeah, definitely. I like their approach overall. Yeah, as you say, going page hunting. It's funny because of all people to go hunting, actually Paige is a bit of a dangerous guy, so could potentially cause some problems. Actually got one, but not enough to get everything going on here. But a very, very good game by the Wu with some excellent shots coming in. Nixie actually, just in general throughout this game, absolutely clutch Avenger.
Yeah, you know, we've been talking a bit about it. The mechanical skill on these guys is absolutely through the roof. Some early rotations also. Polish Power here gone down early. That's unfortunate. Their rotation was a bit spread out and a little bit hesitant in some situations here. Misi gone down with that as well. And overall, the game comes down to, you know, a South Picado ending around the Magnet compound, where we've seen so many endings around. So it's really rough. Here ends with the Rainbow compound and opposite of that as well, so they're able to close it out. But those three compounds around that south of Picado, they just maintain so much control. And even where some of the teams are trying to get into, you know, some of the small shacks, you saw Polish Power try to do that, and some other edge plays, it just turns out not as great as having those super central and really, really good compounds that are able to hold down so many different angles.
Of course, we've been talking a lot about bystanders as we've gone through, and I'm sure we'll see them at some point on the highlights feed, but they had a much better game. It feels like they've kind of warmed up and they're starting to get some points on the board, Carlos.
Yeah, pretty decent, right? I mean, 7 kills alongside with it as well. And as was alluded to in the cast in general, a lot of this terrain is very difficult to play. Expendables, actually, of all teams, actually had the one piece of terrain in the middle of all this that actually kind of works, actually has little dips and divots and stuff like that. And for a little bit of the portion of this game, Bystanders was able to exploit some of the south side of it, I suppose, whilst all of that was going on. But as you can see, Ents not having the easiest time for all of this, as Heroic was gunning them down. And this is the problem with this area, right? Like the fact that any approach to a lot of this is going to make it really difficult because you have to blitz through absolute no man's land.
This is the final 4 fights, and we'll break this down a little later, but of course it is always fun to watch again. I also think Heroic is starting to look good. We gave them a bit of a hard time at the start of the day, saying, you know, we just never know which Heroic we're going to get. But they're looking quite confident. They've got a chicken dinner as well, and obviously a second place finish. They're going to be very, very happy with that as well, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, you know, top heavy, I want to point out again, you know, as we're talking about here, Heroic again, the consistency showing up. They're one of the teams we've been talking a lot about. And yeah, it's looking pretty good after 4 games already. We're kind of a third way through now with this. Yes, we didn't get to see much of the end game, but still super consistent from Heroic. And I was talking about it and I was saying a little bit, I'm expecting another team to do well on Miramar, considering where they didn't do that well. Bystanders, they end up doing well here. Really happy for them to be able to turn up here in the first game of Miramar.
The big one for Wu, of course, is with those double-digit kills. That's going to help them get up the leaderboard a little bit later. What's interesting is we did speak, we said this quite a bit at the start of the show where we said we thought that the top four was going to be dominated by specific teams. I'll get back to that question. Let's talk about all the kills because Avenger, I heard that little noise.
Yeah, it was basically Nixie, you know, a young mechanical talent. We heard Ibiza talk about it in an interview before some of the games earlier, you know, a young star player able to really put some kills on the board. Nixie here with 5 and also the best eyebrows in the business. Nuki, 4 kills coming back here for ends. It's nice to see him in that shirt.
And then, of course, we've got the Heroic boys filling up the 3 spaces here alongside Bystanders for damage last match. This is, I mean, I think that Heroic is a team that lots of people want to see pop off. So it is exciting when you start seeing that happen because that consistency has occasionally been lacking. Avenger?
The consistency on Heroic throughout the year?
I said, yeah. Throughout the year, I don't think Heroic has been as successful as I would have liked.
No, they're on 205 points for the PTC points, and yeah, definitely not where, considering they got second at PTC and their form was looking really great. They've struggled a little bit more than I would like to admit, to be honest. I was hoping to see them at least be somewhat safe and around where we see FaZe Clan and Na'Vi be right now. But nice to have the Wu and Nixie up here with 5 of the 10 kills. Really fracking out, 476 damage, so super efficient with both the kills, also potentially stealing some of them. We saw the 8x mini, some of the knocks he had was absolutely insane. So yeah, again, mechanically skilled here player and a young superstar upcoming.
Half the kill points for Wu came from Nixie. I mean, this is going to be good for him as well, I'm presuming. A lot of confidence comes when you get a good game like this, especially when you're sort of one of the younger guns, Kalaris.
Yeah, definitely. I think that also him being alongside the names that he is alongside as well will probably also fill him with confidence in terms of being here present on the battlefield. I mean, of course, he was in Secure Sensen before, kind of doing what he could do with those guys, but it's definitely a level up when you're in this region, when you're playing alongside your Ibis, your Bestaloch, your Quizzes.
We now have an opportunity to break down that final fight. Avenger's got his drawing toy. So, Avenger, walk us through how exactly the Wu was able to claim that chicken dinner.
Yeah, so obviously Wu, as you see here, center compound, one of the 3 strong compounds we were talking about here, the triangle over this really good ridge. But the problem with the ridge is when it's this center, you can't really approach it until you have your backs free. What impressed me was how deep and how far Bystanders was able to get into this, obviously getting third. Over on the green compound here, it's Expendables. They didn't manage to kind of close it out, but we can play a little bit slowly here while we talk about it. Heroic, they have the easy approach. They can get into this side once the circle closes in behind them. Later Expendables will come in from the other angle and the Wu will come in from the east, but Bystanders are able to get in from that eastern side, fight a little bit harder for it, but still get third place, get the kills on the board, clear some of the compounds. And LT is one of the teams that's actually coming in the north, so the breach on a compound that's basically on the edge up here is really crazy to see. That was a really great circle, by the way, there. And the Wu then, you know, they're taking control. They know that they have the eastern side is completely free, so they know they can completely focus forward and then take control of that eastern side and maybe gatekeep Heroic, that now their compound is outside, and you see how aggressively they do so. Really, really good movement and control that you see here. Wu managing to gatekeep Heroic efficiently, focusing on that, while Bystanders is busy fighting Expendables and NLT and so forth in the north. And then it ended up being kind of easy actually for Wu. They had a really good knock. Nixie had a 2-piece on Bystanders, and then there was just page hunting there towards the end. Heroic getting a secure second place, but not as many kills as we saw Bystanders having.
Am I the only one? I mean, I'm gonna ask Kalaris those little, I'm presuming they're LRs running around on that map when Avenger's doing his drawing is actually quite fun to watch. I approve the Wu logo.
Yeah, I really like the Wu logo. Actually, I really like the Wu logo. It's really, really nice. These guys have definitely paid more than $5 for that logo to be made.
I'm sure. Yeah, for sure. I'm just gonna leave this conversation there because even though you didn't get a chance to hear the casters in game, you will have a chance to hear exactly what was going on in the Wu commentary because we have the access to their team speak. So take a listen. This is what went down when they were in that final fight against Heroic.
Where are they pushing? Okay.
Left.
One's picking left of smoke. Under you, Quizzy. He's proning. On the left.
Knock him. Nice. Rush me the smoke. Yeah, I will. Chill, guys, chill. One guy above me. And one guy left of me.
Yeah, I saw him. He's picking me above. It's fine. I'm good. There's no fighting.
Dropping my flashes.
I'm flashing above you. I'm flashing once above you.
He's close south.
Yeah.
Cover me. Go.
I'm pushing this build from the top. We have to. Go to the top on me, maybe.
Yeah. Left.
On the speed.
Go,
one HP, just push him.
Go, push left. I hold anchor.
Knocked.
Nice. One up. Reset. Don't force it.
Take the left force it. Maybe.
Yeah, take right again. Come.
Kalar, it's always nice to be able to get into the heads of the players as well as their team speak and hear what those comms were. What did you think of that?
That was Besto, right? Talking a lot of that adventure. I never heard him talk as much as I just heard him. That was mind blowing.
Yeah, his English is really improved. Obviously, playing with the Vu and also Quizzes. These guys are basically super fluent compared to what we know. Quizzes always been really good in English, but Bestlog always was all in 2019 interviews. He was very, very. Yeah, there was very clear, yes and no answers, not that long conversations, but these comms are really on point here. You can also hear how he's directing the guys. He's playing backline in that situation, right? And he's like, okay, EP, I'm coming to you. We're pushing over this ridge together, making sure they're doing a two-person peak so they can trade eventually if T-Bone gets one of the knocks there. So really clear comms from the guys, and that's what I really like. Also, when I've been playing and talking with the Bisons, like, yeah, these guys, they're insanely good on their comms, and they're improving so much because once you're moving into English when it's not your first language and it's the first time that they're communicating in English, it's just so hard to begin with. And that's one of the points you can improve really quickly on when you're playing. And that's also why I'm like, okay, these guys have not played that many tournaments, but already now they're actually getting into somewhere where we could potentially put them in a top 10 maybe in the grand finals if they make it that far.
It'll be interesting to see if they do. Let's take a look now at how that first Miramar game impacted our standings, where the teams are sitting. Remember, you want to finish in the top 4. NLT still sitting. This is something that they do really well because, I mean, even when they go out early, they get decent kill points, which keeps them on the top. But the other 3 spots have all shaken up completely, Calaris.
Yeah, never ends for Northern Lights. Great, even in this game. Another 7th place with 5 kills coming in for them. So it's always a little trickle of placement points, but so always the kills coming in. Very consistent indeed. The Wu joining these guys up in the top 3 as well. Unfortunately for Savum, it was a really nice start. A little bit of a trickle down now after an 11th place with 1 kill and 12th place with 1 kill as well. They need to try and defend that because there will be wolves at the door, I think, coming up soon.
So I'm curious. I mean, at the start of today, we basically said that top 4 was locked in, right? And if you take a look, not so much, because this has been changing quite a bit. Yes, we called NLT. We knew that they'd be sitting there, but a lot of the other teams not quite dominating as much as we expected, Avenger. Does this surprise you at all?
No. I mean, there's multiple situations where we're starting at the day here, Sam, saying Northern Lights Heroic, they're going to be closing it out. I was still thinking maybe Wu had a potential where they could get into the top 5. I didn't expect them to get a win this early. It's good to see from that. I will say, in terms of teams that we're expecting doing well because we have, 5, 6, 7 teams maybe that don't have the experience that the top dogs of this lobby have here, Sam. They should be dominating way harder than they are. But again, we are only 4 games through, but there are only 12 games played. We are a third of the way through. I want to see more consistency from teams that are basically locked in for PGC already. This is your best practice for PGC. I really want to see that.
Yeah, one of those teams, of course, is FaZe, which obviously has not had the easiest of days whatsoever. They're almost guaranteed to be at PGC. But I think looking at a lot of their approaches to some of these circles, they've been caught in really rough spots and things like that. They're then slowly bleeding out as they try and make wide rotates and stuff. Of course, we know that FaZe is eventually going to pop off. It's just a case of when, but they definitely have not got the better end of the stick in a lot of these games.
In terms of when we take a look at what happened in Group A yesterday, there were certain teams, by the time we got here, while the 4th game was finished, there was a consistency at play, right? So we saw that those teams were consistently finding themselves at the top. And there was a few of them that were doing that. In this case, I feel like it's only really NLT. There's a couple of teams that they've done well and then dropped off. Do you think that there's a difference in the groups where we're not seeing that consistency, Carlos, or do you just think it's a matter of where the circles pop on the day?
Kind of in terms of only playing 6 games out of each group, I feel like for me it's too small a sample size to be able to really kind of make that critique, because you can actually just get kind of unlucky across a 4, 5, 6 game day. For FaZe, for example, I feel like they might have got, as I say, a little bit unlucky in this regard. For other teams towards the top, Northern Lights always finds a way, right? They're ever consistent, always will find a way. If they're not finding the placement, they will find the kills on that side. So they are truly the anomaly when it comes to this region as a whole. But beyond that, yeah, too early to tell for me.
Is it frustrating when you're one of the up-and-coming teams, Avenger, when you see a team like NLT not getting chicken dinners, not making the Final Four, but still just being able to clock in the kills the way they do? Is it a frustration, or is it something that you look at and try and learn from?
Well, no, it's something that's to be expected, right? You're realistically, if you're an upcoming team or one of the teams that have not been in some of these group stages or PCS7 regional finals before, then you're looking at it saying, we're expecting these top dogs to just do their thing, and they're going to walk away with maybe 1 or 2 of the spots there. There's maybe 1 or 2 spots open for it. But when FaZe Clan is not performing, when Spysten is not performing, and when Polish Power is not up there yet, then it's going to be really rough for some of these teams to take some of those spots. But then again, I want to point out, we're talking 30 points right now for a top placement. In 2 games with 2 mediocre placements and some high kills, you are in that top right now. So it's still very, very close, because you don't have these sponges at the top like NLT and Heroic doing 2 really good games and then mediocre games. They have basically just 1 good game and then kind of bad games or mediocre games all the way. The point is, when NLT gets that good game, they take a win, they get those 12 kills, then they're running away with it and really sponging up on the top here. But yeah, of course, the consistency from NLT is scary, because they just know these players, these teams, and the way to kind of maneuver through the games in general so well that, yeah, they're just able to do the consistent without the wins and the high kill games.
To reinforce Martin's point here for a moment, Sam, Group B right now, the middle pack is extreme. You're looking through from 5th place all the way down to 14th. You're talking 13 points in between that. So compared to Group A, I feel just in general, this group, yes, has its obvious outliers in terms of Northern Lights, but a lot closer, because there is so much depth here in Group B, I would say, compared to Group A, which is a bit more wishy-washy, but still great teams.
TLDR of that is that no one wants NLT to start getting chicken dinners, because then it's game over for everyone. Basically, is that where we're at, Carlos?
I mean, basically. Thankfully for these teams, it's top 4 actually move through, and then you've got a few more lives thanks to the tournament system as a whole, which is really good. But if it was just a winner takes all, Northern Lights is pretty good at doing that. So, yeah.
There you go. I know we've spoken a lot. I know that you want to get back into game. That's exactly what we're going to give you. It is game 4. We are jumping into Miramar. Jorasar and Toby are ready. They are going to be able to chat you through it. Gents, hopefully we can hear you this time. Let's get into game.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2.
Hello?
I think we're
Anybody
good,
there?
Joro. I think we are good as we head into game number 5 of today. And again, I mean, as the desk said, Joro, Northern Lights Heroic starting to separate themselves. But as James pointed out, I mean, the Wu just jumped 13th to 3rd in a single match.
Right.
And FaZe, I mean, with a, let's just give them a, your casual 12 kill chicken dinner. All of a sudden, they're probably, depending on where the current top teams are finishing this game, sitting in at least top 5 as well.
And they might not be the last team to do that too, Toby, because we've got several opportunities for one of these teams on the second half of the leaderboard to suddenly jump up in the top 4 with a chicken dinner. That mid pack is so bunched up. I'm not, like, it will get less bunched up by the end of this 12-game period, but I don't think it will be by much. I think that's how close the teams are right now, that if someone is in, say, I don't know, 9th or 10th place, and they get a chicken dinner in the very last game in Group B, that could propel them into Grand Finals territory.
Yeah.
This is going to be sick.
It's spots up for grabs, no doubt about it. Currently, it's the teams who've really come out victorious in the latter stages of games who have cemented their top 4 spots. But Savim, I mean, even with the win today, only 2 points ahead of Ents, so we'll see how it's all gonna pan out. Speaking of Savim, here's Global Army taking a few shots up towards the north. They've got Picardo only opting to loop with 2 players there, and Yanni right now is hoping that at some point soon Global Army runs out of bullets, because it's never fun being that high up in the air and hearing bullets go flying by your ears.
Yeah, a lot of whizzing around until the parachutes get to the ground. We have a possibility of a circle we spoke about earlier on. I shan't jinx it just yet because we're in phase 1. But phase 1 here in game number 5 is centered on La Cobb, which is particularly interesting. It is home turf for Question Mark, who have had a couple of decent games today so far and have really managed to put the points in when it counted on occasion. And this is very, very far to travel for some of the teams down south. So we're going to have the likes of Bystanders, for example, go, you know what, it's fine, we're going to move in late. The problem with a circle like this, though, is that logic applies to what, 6, 7, 8 different teams, and not all of them can move in last second.
And I know, I mean, you say you don't want to jinx it, but honestly, I don't mind that we don't go to, and here we go, Oasis, because the thing is, even if we don't end there, and the reason we mention it, of course, for those of you guys who should not know, the whole Oasis area up towards the north of Mirado has been changed. Not only Oasis itself, but also the massive mountain on the southern side of it, just east of where our camera is currently flying around. Because even if we don't end up there now, Joro, that whole area and the change to it is still going to play a massive factor in this game now, because a lot of the teams that we are seeing down towards the south, Los Leones, all the way down to Porto Paraíso, where Bystanders are probably going to opt to rotate north. And because the road has been changed, because the terrain has been flattened a lot more, it's much easier to traverse east to west and west to east through that kind of what used to be mountain passage, which is now more of a somewhat steep hillside. It's much easier to traverse, so I wouldn't actually be surprised to see 2 or 3 more teams than what we would usually see try and make that north side rotation, because before, one team would sit up there on that mountaintop denying any sort of approach through from any other teams. But now, because it's as flat as it is, you can't really utilize it to the same extent that you could before.
So I think that's the key, right? North side rotation. Because so much of that high ground has been taken out, sure, more teams are going to go through, but I don't think anyone's going to want to stay compared to where we were before. So I'm expecting that to have, how do I put it? I think the net effect we've got there is there's one less spot for a team to hold other people out of circle. There's no point doing it when you haven't got really good high ground advantage. So I think it's easier for teams to come in that way. But for Oasis to play a further impact in this game, I think we do have to see a phase 2 that includes it and is a little bit of a 2 o'clock hard shift.
We can put it this way. Before, when you were sat up on the mountains south of Oasis, if you didn't want to peek for info, you could chill and you'd be fine, because you're so high up that literally no one can see you. Whereas to now,
except Batuans,
going for info is going to be at the risk of being shot at by all the compounds around the hillside, because it ain't that high no more.
Precisely. And you don't want to expose yourself on the top of a localized hill or similar when you know people are going to be able to peek at you from multiple angles. That's why being on the high ground is so important and so useful from a scouting perspective. So teams now going to rotate in. 5.25 minutes in. No surprise to see a member of Northern Lights perching up there. Perhaps not quite as high as we'd normally expect, Lou, but they should be all fine as well. They have managed to go north of Power Grid. This is very much inside circle, by the way, so no one's camped out. And FaZe are looking for the possibility of grabbing this hilltop. I think they're going to find out very quickly that they're not the first ones here.
What am I? Batulins? Why did you swap accounts with Perfectix? What is this that I'm watching? There's room for only one mountain goat. I thought it was going to be Batulins, but apparently him, you know what? I think Batulins just had it enough. I mean, we saw him tweet recently that, can people please stop attacking me on my mountains? And he goes, well, how about if I just send up my clone? How about if I send Perfectix up there instead? At least that way I won't get shot at so much. And Perfectix goes, wait, I get to play the mountain? Hell yeah, I'll go for it. And well, unfortunately for FaZe and for Gustav in particular, not ready for that one, and that because of it.
There was a moment there where Gustav sort of coming up the crest of that hill on the bike, airborne, and looked at Perfectix and went, oh no. Oh no. There was that moment. You could hear it.
I'm thinking of one of those memes where the video breaks and goes, it was at that moment he knew.
Yeah, but at the same time, you have to think to yourself, him coming up the top of that hill, he would have seen Perfectix, and I feel like the first thing he would have thought was, of course. Of course. How could we not assume you guys would be here? So that's FaZe Clan down to 3. Still, of course, able to play a very active role in this game. They're actually choosing to rotate around El Pozo now, so they haven't got the scouting location that Perfectix have taken. FaZe Clan's plan was to scout where everyone else was and react off of that, but if they can't do that, they're going to take a wide rotation so that NLT cannot take any more pot shots at them. They're going to play it a little bit more safe, and I like this, and then try and find a different spot to do their scouting from.
Yeah. Trying to make the Rap West around. We've seen them play the west side. I mean, I suppose you could say the north side of El Pozo, just so everyone knows exactly where they are. Pretty good success when circles have gone down in that direction, so look out for them to continue that despite having taken a casualty early on. Bystanders in the meantime rotating forward, but room for improvement haven't left just yet. That's Nate in hand, ready and waiting for Flammy to drive by. Marbo's gonna peek out, perfect double headshot from towards Flammy. Nate perfectly thrown to the now knocked player as well. Bystanders, casualties taken.
Nade was almost for decoration at that point. Those shots were so clean, Toby. Fantastic execution here from Room for Improvement. The rest of the bystanders have had to veer off course, think of a different way to come into circle. They will not be able to do that now. And they're very split as well. So their game plan for the rest of this game has suddenly been thrown into chaos a bit. Even though they're still 3 up, they have to gather themselves up first, and this puts so much of a delay on their rotation and their plan that it makes it so difficult to play. More drive-bys, more gatekeeping. We might not be seeing it in Oasis, but we're seeing it everywhere else.
Oh, Dickory staying alive, and I mean, I gotta say, I mean, Expendables are using every side of this vehicle to try and drive with. Unfortunately, the wheels is the time they spent at least time on, and therefore Mushi now all that's left of Expendables. So despite the fact that the FaZe weren't exactly off to the best start, at least they get some, I don't say redemption. And even with that, no, actually not Beamy. They're stealing the points away. So the 2 kills that should, and probably for FaZe time would have hoped to be theirs, not gonna happen. Heroic finds him.
And Russia here running as quickly as he possibly can. I think even outside the sight lines of 8C now. Spots another vehicle, just wants to get the hell out of the dodge as quickly as possible. Phase 1 has proven to be quite interesting. We were talking about places to gatekeep and how Oasis isn't necessarily that place anymore. But if I'm being perfectly honest, Toby, on Miramar before the 10-minute mark, it is a little unusual to see this many players dead so soon.
Yeah, I mean, given how the circle went northwest with a big bunch down southeast, and all we've really seen so far is rotation kills, I'd say 6 within 10 minutes is you could argue for that. We haven't seen those massive, like, big on 4v4 fights so far, so it's really all been popping people off mid rotation. So I suppose it's not the biggest surprise, but I suppose you're right. Circle though, that is something we do not see very often. To go off of what you were just saying. This far north of La Cobraria, I cannot remember the last time we were up here. This is
going to be fun.
Like at least a half year ago.
Yeah, this is not something you see every day. Ents immediately collapsing onto the hills north of La Cob to see if they can make their stance known and to try and bully other teams out of that position. That's going to be delightful indeed. Obviously, the circle has the possibility of shifting back in. Wouldn't a train yard finish be chaotic?
I want to go even further. Wouldn't a north side wall finish would be chaotic? I think that's what we got to be aiming for, right? We got to. You're the one that embraces the chaos, Joro,
yes,
of all people.
I mean, there's chaotic, and then there's that.
One of those weird games where the actual game ends on the north side of the wall, where players can't even get. I've seen screenshots of those. I do believe that they're only possible in in public games though, with the
I
way
mean,
that the server settings work in this.
We'd end in phase 5 if that was the case, right? We'd be done.
Exactly. Well, one thing is for sure, everyone's gonna make their rotations north if they aren't up there already. Muslu try to path on through. Polish Power shooting at them as they drive on by, trying to use again every side of the vehicle for cover. Sabram surviving for now. Digital Athletics doing the exact same thing.
Very close to ends, but choosing to move in a slightly different direction. Unbeknownst to them, they're actually in between two duos. Ends have them covered on both sides, so they're thinking maybe we're in between two squads. It's actually two halves of the same squad. They do find a small compound to call their own there. They've got a garage and a double story. That's going to be good for now. Sarvem, they're going to wish they had better real estate. No doubt about that.
I mean, they are very center circle, so again, similar to yesterday's memes, they got that going for them, which is pretty nice.
Right.
T-Bone spots a Fex with his back turned. Unfortunate for him, will go down here. I say that, but no, actually doesn't get the flush initially. 8C over the top, he comes. Plenty of damage done towards T-Bone, forces him back down, if even but for a second. Still gonna allow for Fex to climb down that hill. And once again, now T-Bone spotted. The issue is T-Bone is a solo player from Heroic up here. Now Page is pulling up with this, but headshot connected immediately.
Buying time for the rest of Heroic to come in. Beamy now making his way in as well to try and support this fight. The rest of FaZe collapsing in on their fallen comrade, but it's a duo versus a full team of 4. FaZe Clan have to get the next knock if they want to find a way out of this scenario. Page 1
He's
HP.
got like 0.01 health after that nade. I thought that was going to be a knock for sure. Now the nades are coming in towards 8. That one's going to find him. Beamy takes down 8. And once again, we saw it game 1. I believe we saw it game 3. And T-Bone with the double headshot onto Diggory annihilates FaZe Clan.
If you're 8C right now, you know when you go into a death cam after a game and you look at it and you're just like, no way.
Yeah,
that's
don't
8C right now. 99 damage followed by death by a frag. That is rough.
Yeah, it's gonna be painful. Painful, no doubt about it. Also, I mean, again, the desk has broken it down. We've kind of talked about it during the games too. It hasn't been the best of starts. Full FaZe Clan here. Again, we're always, and we never really, I suppose, get surprised when we see them down here, because we know they always bounce back, but there's gotta be that point where we go, when do they not? Like, when doesn't it happen? But we'll see. They still have more time to play. Circles continuing to go north, and with the unplayable southwest edge down towards Heroic, you could only imagine this one's going east and maybe, if we're lucky, further north. I don't know if the wall is unplayable. Like, I don't remember last time we had a phase 4 that could potentially include the north side wall, if everything north of that is water, if it isn't.
We could, yeah, we'll shortly find out. I think it's also possible that phase 4 is just a simple donut, but from a chaos point of view, I feel like the damage has been done from phase 3, right? There's still a section of the circle that's outside the wall. Digital Athletics have a good bit of real estate center, but it's everyone coming in that we care about right now. Room for improvement, trying to defend this compound at all costs, getting a great knock onto Nookie, but I don't know how the teams on the south side are all going to get in without absolutely tripping over each other.
Yeah, that ain't gonna be. So it will require some illegal strats to coordinate that between the teams, that's for sure.
Right.
But guys, when are you planning on going? Because we'd like to be right behind you, but not with you, and also not with the team that's going to be coming in behind us. So if we coordinate that real quick.
I think that's the only way they all survive, honestly.
It really is.
This is the tinderbox moment for this game, I think, to have everyone get into a position in phase 3 where they can defend. Even if they all get into circle, the number of compounds, the number of playable dips is fewer, I think, than the total number of teams left in this game right now. So something has to give. I get the feeling it's going to be on the edge where Sheesh are. Heroic here, they're fighting MTV, but it's generally a 1v1. So whoever wins this fight will have, what, 30% of the circle to themselves?
You say that now, but we still got a question mark pulling up from behind that could potentially want a third party. Because I like this pincer move. I like the pincer move from Heroic, but they have to execute it quick. They found one knock, and now it's when they have to decide, do we keep on trying to get this, or do we back off? Because if they don't, there could be a threat looming from the north. And speaking of threats, here comes Northern Knights. Jenny already down. Dedrick's trying to hold the angle on his own. Has Lou to deal with. Doesn't opt to go for the peak. Grannies ain't really around there. He's in the north side building, so can't help out a whole lot now. Damage coming through from Perfectix. That's leaving Dendrix all on his own.
This southeastern edge is where we're likely to see the most action, and Northern Lights are coming in straight away. I said where Sheesh are. What I meant was where Sheesh was, because Northern Lights dispatched them to take control over this edge of the circle. Slightly further north of them, we've got the Woo taking on Stardust, a repeat of one of the engagements we saw in the last game, and the Woo with their high ground at the moment looking strong.
An area of the map you would not be fighting in just a couple of months ago, but now indeed they are. Corexi finds the nade, Vardy goes down, sprays on forward, can't quite find Jester there. Fortunately, the kills do come through. Northern Lights, sorry, Heroic find kill number 9, and most importantly, not taking any care. Has Schultz, Dante does find Page, and all of a sudden, what was 4 alive? I just cannot finish the sentence today. What was 4 alive for Heroic is now 2 alive, because I GP'd them.
The Instacaster curse is still strong, although I appreciate the circle magnet, Toby, this game. You're doing very well there. Oh, the Woo thinking maybe the worst of the fight is behind them now. Tries to move straight on up, but Apocalypse has them covered. Quizzy going up close and personal, has a flashbang in hand, but Apocalypse was facing the other way. Pincer movement finishes him off, and I think the Woo will be able to get that revive.
It's a good push from them. 1 in on each side. Nixie is down, but should be able to get the res up. Nailcop will get up as well, but they're currently getting shot at by Yort. Solo player, kind of isolated from the rest of the bystanders players up towards the north. In the meantime now, Northern Lights, they've been playing it not slow, because they've been shooting at everything they've come at, but they've been playing it like they haven't been in a hurry to move forward map-wise, and now try to take the fight to Polish Power down south again.
And Northern Lights engaging them as the Woo here continue to engage Stardust. And you might be asking yourself, well, hang on a second, why are all these fights happening outside of Circle? There are so few spots inside of Circle that you want to get rid of everyone who shoots you en route there before getting in a car and moving in. Stardust, what just happened to them is exactly what no one else wants to happen to them, but the best way to ensure that is to at least survive for the first 70% of the journey. So Northern Lights actually choosing to disengage from Polish Power here, but I don't know how much of a difference that's going to make.
Polish Power did the math. Why would anyone be in this shack at this point? Well, Sabim has a surprise for you. They're all here, and both Sparrow and Perfectix falls down because of it. So 2 players left alive for Northern Lights as they try to make landfall somewhere more center. They're going into the DA 2-way split, and shots are being connected here. Mert finds one, just Lou left alive.
1 player left. He sees a shack. Oh god, well, he's on 2 wheels, so not only does he see a shack, I think that's his only option at this point. Just about managing to stop the vehicle. Can he cross to the other side and get in? Smokes out, not taking any chances. In he goes! No!
So
Digital
close,
Athletics.
but yet so far. Worst thing is that shack being dead center and no one in nade range. That was him probably top 5 if the next circle goes there. That was probably... Oh, Laza, I'm seeing that nade. I'm seeing a triple kill. Oh, it bounced back. No, it bounced down behind the building, or behind the car. I thought it was going to go further, but it didn't happen. They were all healing as that happened too. In the meantime, though, just kind of happening off screen, despite Heroic going down to 2, they did actually commit to the rest and are now all 4 back alive. I did not see that happening. I did not expect to see that happening. But Heroic, all 4 players back up, playing the edge, currently now in first place by 7 points down to Northern Lights, and already at 10 kills this game. We're still got half the server left alive.
Additional chaos being injected. Not quite. We've got 3 central compounds, almost a perfect donut. Heroic indeed going all the way back up to 4 as Hal now focused on Sarvim. One thing that Hal and Heroic have in common is at least they're playing backs free. I suspect that's what's given them a little bit of extra time. Lars has gone down, but should be able to get revive if the rest of the squad want to push in. The problem is they have to probably choose between that and getting past the Woo. Getting the revive is the easy part. Getting into Circle for Hal is the tough bit.
Will Woo be woo, or will it be woo? We'll see in just we'll see in just a moment as Hal starts making their way forward. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Which Woo are we about to see? They have to hold off against Howl here. Like, either you take them out or you force them off west. You cannot have this fight happening and have it take too long, because then you got Ents looking this way. Then you got DA and other teams who currently are very safe inside the next circle, who do not want to have to fight come the end of this shift. It looks to me like Howl, 2 in the car. Are they going back to the compound? They might just be.
But if they do this and engage the Woo head on, That's 1 minute and 45 seconds for them to win the fight, reset, and get into circle. I don't know if that's possible, especially not with Ibby getting the
there you
first
go.
knock. And Gwizzy following that up with a double. The two players in that car need to reevaluate where they're going mighty quick. Oh, here we go. Another crash, another shack, and another revive. Expendables eliminated.
Crashes galore. Everyone's driving full speed forward. Sabum doing the exact same thing, jumping out of the cars. 3 still alive somehow. They've played shack to rock to shack to now a new rock. Norgus, that nade is going to be close. 33 damage done. Thought it was going to be more, but the level 3 vest and proning keeps him alive, but not for longer as Lassa peeks on over.
Still 9 teams in this lobby, 1 away from the placement points here in an absolutely brutal Northern Circle here in Game 5 of Group B. Where is everyone going to? How did Hal survive? In fact, how are Hal surviving without the Wu shooting at the rest of the team? They must have been so quiet and abandoned the car, went 100% on foot, and have gone full stealth mode. I don't know where they go from here, but fair play to them for getting in.
I'm surprised Lassa has done 358 damage this game. I feel like I've seen him knocking players with that many literally the entire match. So maybe they've been low HP when he's been hitting them. I'm not sure. But he has done a lot of damage. And I feel like a very big part of the reason why Howl gets to stay alive here is because every single time people have been looking their way to punish them being in the open, Lassa has found the knock, or at least just the damage needed for them to push forward while the person he's been shooting at has been forced down to a heal.
Maybe under 400 damage. I'm in disbelief when you say that, because it does feel like it should be a lot more. They've done a good job of surviving so far. They're praying for a Southern hard shift right now. They would like just a little bit of luck. It's not gonna happen. Heroic are the only team in a compound that have to move, but the Wu must be asking for a break right now. Howl are going, what do we have to do?
Oh, Quizzy, did he get up there without Lassa noticing? If so, that is their rotation being served on a platter right there. I don't think Lassa has any clue whatsoever that Quizzy is sitting right underneath him. This was the perfect timing for Quizzy to do this too. I mean, Quizzy hears him obviously, but I hope for Quizzy's sake that Lassa has no clue. Now the flash comes over though. Is he blind? Yes, he is, but not enough. Matt is instantly there to help out. That is crucial in a teammate. Lassa was not ready for it, but the Matt was there instantly to help.
Very, very good awareness from the Mad to stop Laza going down. That was the difference between a knock and no knock there. And now the long range should be good, but Scav from Ents from absolutely downtown stops Laza getting a knock. Everyone is stopping everybody else. Great flash onto Ibby. Does he get the knock to follow up? He does.
Was that flash from Ibby bounced into the wall and back into his own face? I'm not sure, but he was blind for quite a while there. Nixie forced to prone down. Again, these guys are still far away from the circle, and they've got Heroic to deal with in a second too. Lassa now pushing forward, trying to see what he can make of it. Nixie, solo player left alive for the Wu. Will he come out victorious here or not? He's actually making a run for it, if even just to try and reposition himself for the fight to come. Oh, peeks over.
Nixie gets one. Really good peeking there onto Laza. It's now the Mad versus Nixie. Still a little bit flashed, unfortunately, and that's the Wu eliminated from the game.
0.2 seconds more, and he would have survived that because the shot came in from behind, and both the teams were eliminated by the end of it. Bystanders, in the meantime, trying to stay put here. Heroic will fall in 6th place, but a great performance for them, getting a ton of kills this match. Bystanders now trying to hold off Question Mark from maneuvering in from the north, but they're not able to do so.
About 4 teams in as many seconds going down there by the looks of things. And you can see Question Mark and Bystanders here. It's basically a flat base, and there's not a lot they could do at all. Dante needing to heal realistically before moving in, but Kino and Short not going to allow him to do that. Coming around the side of the car, that should be regulation. It is. Question Mark eliminated, nowhere to go. And we're into our final 3 because Savum Esports at the same time also went down.
I'm looking at the shack in the center of the circle right now and going, if I'm Perfectix, I'm like, God. No, wait, it was Lou. It was Lou. I'm like, God damn it. Had I just literally stayed alive for one more bullet, I would have.
Or if he went in before throwing the smokes.
Or if he just sprinted straight in. That could have potentially happened too, true. But nonetheless, it's very center, and no one has claimed that real estate just yet. We're similar. Oh, and the crate right next to the shack, just to make it even worse. We're in a position now, again, where who has prayed to the circle gods today? Because they are all sitting on each their side, and the circle centers up just to make things as fast as can be.
And I think, I don't know how well people have been keeping track, but I'm sure at least one player in this lobby is looking at that shack, sees the vehicle outside, and probably assumes someone's in there.
You would have to imagine, right? You would have to imagine.
Right?
Let's see, no one's eager to make the first move. Misa goes down. Nice shots from Sheila. Unfortunately for Mert, though, same thing goes for Scaff, so he's gonna go down. And that was the flank player for DA. Youth seemingly is going for the rest here, and the good thing is Scaff is forced to go north. Because they got the knock on Misa, Squeaky has to go up, and Scaff has to defend. Can't commit too hard to the southeast, because now he's the solo player for ENCE.
So, is Scav going to be taking a look down there? He is not. There's just too much to peek. So, that's right. Digital Athletics will be able to grab that. Bystanders, they're eyeing up the crate. They're looking at it. And I think Kino is desperate for a piece of whatever's in there. I think they might get it as well, though they have to do it quickly. Too much more time. And ENCE will be able to peek over and spot what they're doing.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm surprised Scaff stays up on that roof when Squeaky is already leaving to get Misa back up, because if Scaff goes down there as well, then there should be no way he's getting back up alive. Unfortunately, things better if it gets down. The high ground division is amazing to have, but it's coming at the risk of, well, yeah, essentially going down because of it. Squeaky, well, you used to have a helmet, now you don't. Damage comes through from DA, and I gotta say, I mean, it's been a quiet day for DA. They're sitting in 6 right now. They already have one good game under the belt, but this game, I mean, they have been hitting shots, 6 kills, and lots of damage done for the team overall this match.
Well, if they're able to pull off this win, and at the moment it's still very much an if, they're currently in 6th place, that will propel them to a very healthy spot, taking a look going into tomorrow. So they'll be very itchy to grab this chicken dinner. They've got the numbers advantage at the moment. Digital Athletics with 4, Bystanders and ENCE with 3 apiece. They both lost 1 member in rotation, but as soon as I say that, Bystanders opt to make a move, trying to bunch up a little bit. Doesn't pay off for Hjort. And now it's a 4v2v2 as Schiller returns the favor.
At this point, Keanu and Herc just have to... It's a terrible position to be in, but they just kind of have to prone down. The issue now is... I mean, the thing is, ENCE has to move forward. To some extent, Bystanders have to rely on DA and ENCE to do the work for Bystanders and against each other, so to speak. 3 from DA now, though, in a vehicle. We saw it in the Sabin win, where DA just full speed sent it to their own death, and I'm worried that could be the exact same thing to happen here. 3 in a car, so many targets to shoot at, and so much damage being done.
Digital Athletics going for the full send approach. Petralia's first to go down. They somehow managed to make it through, but not enough to do damage. ENCE managing to get 2 of those knocks straight away. Bystanders coming in for a piece as well. And Squeaky over the top needs to back off because of that molly. But DA not quite making the inroads they want until Schiller comes in. Hello. He's been able to open the door. And ENCE are the ones that get eliminated first.
What did Bystanders pay DA to make this move? They full speed sent it up the hillside. Bystanders has got to be as confused as I am. Issue, of course, here being, and that's the only reason why I could see any sense of what DA just did, is that what's the alternative? What is the other play? You have the smokes, play slow, and you know that ENCE has to come off that hillside. You have cast for cover. I feel like there is a hesitant play. I talk so much about teams that have now gotten better at, making the passive decision to then be able to play aggressive later. DA is not there yet. What we see from DA now is a play that I would expect to see many other teams do a year ago, and now they don't. They have thought better of it. DA just still making those mistakes, and this has to be a Bystanders win because of it. There you go, prone down, still visible, easy peasy for Bystanders.
10 kill chicken dinner for the Bystanders, and well, the fact that phase 9 was basically going to center in on Lou's shack, we'll talk about that another time. But DA with the unbridled aggression there at the end of that game. Look, you're right, they didn't have that many alternatives, and if you're gonna do it, you might as well fully commit and do it well, and they did exactly that. Credit to them. That was fantastic to watch. Whether or not it would be game winning, I'm not sure, because you gotta expect a third party there, but that was a great fight.
I mean, it was game winning, but it was game winning for Bystanders, so I mean, something happened off of it. Bystanders got themselves a freebie, and I'm sure they'll be well satisfied with that. Now let's hop back to the desk and break down this crazy game that just unfolded before our eyes.
It took them a little bit of time to warm up, but once they got to Miramar, off bystanders went, and now they're just clocking in all the points. Kylaris, what are you staring at in shock there? Why did you need to put your glasses on?
What was this game? What was this game? It was absolutely mental. I mean, never mind the circle, but the rotations, everything going on. We have to examine it closer because this was nuts.
Computer enhanced.
And that was that was actually the first question I wanted to ask both of you was, what did you think of that circle? So Kylar, seeing as you want to dissect it with your glasses on, what did you think of that circle?
I don't know. Like, I mean, okay, so first things first, right? It is probably one of the most northern circles we've ever seen in Europe in terms of competitive at the very top level here for PCS. So that's one thing to start things off. Dynamics change because of the way that Oasis currently sits. A lot of those teams come in like to come in from that northeast wrap. ENCE is one of them that usually does that in previous games anyway. So this benefited them kind of heavily. So I was excited to see how they were going to prevail, and obviously Scav on the top of that warehouse was exciting to a T. I thought maybe they'd get more kills than that, but it wasn't to be. To be fair, I could go on forever. I kind of want mine to talk as well, because we could just talk for half an hour about how crazy this game was.
I mean, I was waiting for Martin to talk, but apparently he doesn't want to talk about how crazy that game was. But we'll stick on the circles. The terrain also obviously implemented some of the rotations as well. It was just like a really interesting way to set up that final fight for us.
Yeah, for sure. And I was actually very excited. So excited that I got the opportunity to draw a little bit again. First off, I want to point out that remember that bystanders actually lost Flamey outside Hacienda in Minas Generales in this situation here before we start rolling on a little bit further. And in general, super hard. I was a little bit excited for a potential new Oasis ending, but it ended up not being so. The map that you're seeing is the old Oasis. Yeah. This is not the case. This is because the API map that we have is different. It's not updated yet. We're going to be looking into that. But I want to point out here, once we saw that second circle pop, DA actually jumped into that compound and was able to hold that down for a long time. Another thing is that we had an ending close to this compound here where Howl was some time ago in another tournament as well. It didn't end up being as north as this one here, so that's why this was a really exciting one. But bystanders being able to come in basically as second circle closest up on the northern side, really far out, was really impressive to me. Another one that both got me and Kyler super excited is questions mark decision to make a crazy rotation here. They send it all the way around this unplayable rock where Heroic was fighting MTB as well to get up on the northern side, hoping for one of those northern shifts. They didn't go full north, but they managed to have a fight. But bystanders managed to survive a 4 versus 3 push from question mark. That was super impressive for them to be able to survive as a set 3-man. And it ended up being a really rough game for them to play. I was contemplating, are they going to be able to play this dip here without getting shot from ENCE in this direction here? They had a rough time with it. They also had to take down one of the guys from Expendables that ended up being the last one, Russia, there in the center, as you see. And he got breached later by Room for Improvement, and that got even messier. But in general, a crazy game with a really rough late game for the guys. And remember here, guys, we have 2 compounds that's in. Digital Analytics and ENCE, they had these two compounds. Bystanders, they managed to end this, but it was only due to the fact that Digital Analytics decided to card crash onto the ridge that ENCE was on, and Scav had some crazy shots throughout the game, but unfortunately they got overpowered by the full 4-man sent from DA, and that ended up being a huge advantage to bystanders, because usually when you have these 3-team fights towards the end, you want to be the last team to engage, and Digital Analytics basically forced the fight with ENCE. ENCE would have loved to be passive throughout the end there.
Yeah, I noticed as well whilst you were breaking this down that actually Expendables and Page had also made that same rotate that question mark had just quite a bit before, to be honest. But again, how often do you see that? It's very, because there's usually no reason to, because we normally don't get these circles as north as this one was. So to see everybody make that pathway through, which I barely ever play there, was very exciting.
We're taking a look now at some of the players that popped off, but I do want to ask with regards to the rush from Digital Athletics at the end. Why did they decide to rush?
Wait. I gotta point out the full top 3 of the skills in last match is all Danish guys.
Okay, all right.
Lars, why do you think Digital Athletics did the push on ends? I mean, I didn't understand the move itself, but why do you think they were doing that?
I mean, seizing initiative in BR is very important, and I think pushing up against them, given that a lot of the terrain in front of them, there was not real decent dips for them to just take in that moment. I think so. Just trying to take the fight to them and kind of take the aggressive stance against them speaks volumes in those kinds of moments, because you're trying to effectively catch them whilst they're on setup against kind of those rocks, etc., and stuff like that. So it was a bit crazy, worked out, I suppose, for the moment, and then cleaned up.
I have a take on that as well, actually, Sam, quickly. They wanted to make sure that they could have the fight and have the advantage before ENCE was able to make a move on them, because if they had the opportunity to kind of peek over the ridge before they got pushed by the circle, then ENCE would have had the advantage. But by DA kind of creeping in below that ridge, it would force ENCE to open themselves so much up to bystanders that they would be shot on from 2 different angles as well. And that is, I mean, it's a rough send for the Digital Athletics, but I understand the idea of it. It was executed in a way where they didn't expect ENCE to fight back that hard and actually get so much utility off on them as well. Multiple nades, multiple stuns, multiple Molotovs ended up being the game loss for Digital Athletics, because I could easily have seen them win this if they lost no more than 1 player maybe.
Let's take a look now at the standings and see how the teams are faring as we're moving into the final game. Ooh. So, this gets a little bit interesting now. Avenger and Heroic's going to be happy sitting on the top there.
Yeah, for sure. 52 and in just 52 in just 5 games is quite amazing, honestly.
Lars, obviously NLT, Heroic, not too surprised. Nice to see ENCE climbing their way through with the new lineup into the top 4. One game to go. They just need to have a decent game, get a couple of kills, and they can maybe hold that spot moving into the second day of games.
Maybe. I feel like here in Group B, that barrier is going to be so close, really down to the wire. Less so in Group A, I feel like we will eventually get to the point where it's like, yeah, okay, we those 4, that's the 4. But here, it is going to be really down to the wire. A lot of these teams are playing really good games. And of course, it's difficult when you get thrown these curveball circles and don't really have much wiggle room to work with when it comes to all these teams pushing on these spots. So it will continue to be close. One more game today. Let's see who can create a cushion.
It is, I mean, when you take a look sort of at the top 8 teams there, I mean, other than sort of Heroic maybe and the gap between them and NLT, but even that gap is so tight. It's like 1-2 points at a time, Avenger, which means I'd say this is, yesterday we turned around and said, okay, there's 1 spot up for grabs now after day 1. Right now, I'd say this is open season at the moment, and pretty much any team can have a good game and get themselves up in there.
Yeah, and as James was pointing out before this game as well, you know, still from 5th down to 14th, only 20 points different. It's literally 1 win. It's going to push you up. You're still going to be within striking distance of this top 4. The scary thing is for me that Polish Power, FaZe Clan, teams that we know is going to be able to play better once we get to play on Sunday with this group, they're going to definitely be playing better, we would expect, on the last day, because they're going to be able to improve from day 1 into day 2 because they have so much material to kind of analyze on.
They're not going to be happy, though, with their performances. I don't think FaZe or Polish Power, Kailaris, are going to be happy sitting where they're sitting.
Yeah, I mean, for FaZe, once again, it's another rough game, right? And of course, they run into the lobby leaders early on in this game against Heroic. You can't really hold it against them too much, losing out against a Heroic here. But yeah, they're still yearning for more.
Just remember that Kailaris was a bit of a fanboy for Polish Power. I was a fangirl for FaZe, and I'm not saying that we cast a curse them, but actually I am saying that we may have just cast a curse to Polish Power and FaZe. So there you go. We will never mention our favorite teams on broadcast again. We are moving into the final game of the day. Back on Miramar with Toby and Jorasar. Where are we dropping, boys?
Where are we dropping? Well, we're about a couple of seconds away from finding out. One place, though, Joro, that I hope we're in. I'm not even going to go there. Not yet anyway. I don't think anyone is going to drop Elmar. That's how I'll intro this one. And also, one fun stat that I caught here in the break, Joro. I'm not gonna lie. When I saw the new Ents lineup, I know what Misa is capable of, and having seen and casted him a lot of times in the past. Scav, in the previous tournament that we saw Ents play, I questioned if it was a hindrance for Ents to commit to only picking Finnish players. Not that there aren't a hell of a lot of great Finnish players out there, but a lot of them are already assigned to top teams. Sure. If they would be better off, widening their horizon a bit and starting to pick non-Finnish players on the team. Scav wasn't sure what to expect from, but having said that, coming into game number 6, he is the top damage dealer today on in this tournament, or in this group, I should say. So how about that for a, kind of getting the ball rolling for just starting comfortably, starting off strong, showing that you can run with the big dogs. I think that's the kind of start Scav would have wanted to have. And also, this is South.
Oh, yeah, not quite, Toby. I'm afraid as much as we wanted to edge the circle in that direction, we nearly got there.
There's an island. There's an island.
There is an island in southeast of Los Leones, phase 1. And yes, Scav there, 2,300 damage. Top. I think really what you're saying illustrates how complicated and tricky PUBG is as a team esport, where anyone can line up a whole bunch of players and put them in order of where they think they are in terms of like mechanical skill and individual ability. But how do you line up players in terms of how well they would work with a particular group and what their teamwork and chemistry is like? That's almost impossible to quantify. And I have to say, Scav has done a tremendously good job so far in this tournament, demonstrating that he fits right into this Ents lineup, and the stats are backing him up so far.
And honestly, I mean, if this is what Ents were looking for in signing a new player, a guy that'll, put him up on a mountain and have him shoot and everything, well, Scav's been delivering in that regard today. So kudos on again, as we heard, I like that phrasing from James today. We don't really have the sample size yet. Sure. I mean, 5 games just ain't enough to go by in order to decide whether a decision was good or bad. And I'm not even going to be one to comment on it now at all. It's a good start, though. That's safe to say.
Yes.
Good start.
What I would say as well is 5 games is a small sample size, but it's also quite important for Ents to start off on the right foot, because even if it's just 5 games or 6 games, it gives you that confidence going into day 2, which in turn gives you that confidence going into the next tournament and the next tournament after that. So this is fantastic for them, and we can't guarantee it'll continue, but we sure hope it does.
And for a team that needs everything going their way, Ents hoping to be able to qualify for PGC, and not there yet, not by any means guaranteed. Circle, though, as we saw just before, it is taking us down south, and one of the things that makes it the most interesting to me, not only is it on the edge of the map, but so many teams dropped north. Like, so many teams are in the northern end of the map, and the funny thing about it is, usually we see that when it starts north and then comes south. The plane went south to north. Usually it would be the other way around, that where it goes out early is where teams have their alternate drop spots. So many teams drop north here that I think, come mid to late game, I'm really curious here to see, Joe, is what I'm trying to say. How many teams will still be north of Los Leones by the time phase 2 pops? What do you think? How many teams?
So I think the majority of teams will have to be, because the teams that are coming in late will know that a lot of the hills and stuff south of Los Leones, most teams should be 2-2 splitting or grabbing that, I would say, by the 4.5-5 minute mark. I think teams are already on their way. So Ents will be fine. I think Sheesh and Polish Power will be fine, for example, coming in. But almost everybody else, including FaZe Clan, by the way, who are near Torre right now, they will have to stay north of Los Leones. If everything was equal, we should expect it to be maybe 40% north, 60% south. But I think this game, it's going to be flipping. I think more than half the teams will be forced to fight north.
Yeah, because I'd say normally, had not so many teams been north, I'd say we'd maybe see 3 or 4 teams. Maybe 4 teams north of Los Leones come
should be a lot
the
more
pop of
now.
phase 2. But now, we're probably looking more like 6 or 7, which is again, it's a small thing, but for us who like the nitty-gritty small details of PUBG, it means that we get to see a circle we've seen a billion times, but with kind of the percentage, with the split of the teams being in new spots, and that makes for a whole other phase 2 rotation situation, given where like the majority or the chunks of teams are by the end of
it makes it very dangerous for the teams too, because if you look at the circle and you go, don't worry boys, I've seen this before, and it's like, yes, you've seen this before, but the way this game is going to play out is fundamentally really different to what you have in your head right now. You start accidentally, even subconsciously, making those assumptions about where teams will be, how this game is going to play out, where you're likely to run into a team. You get that wrong, boom, squad wipe, you're dead. So teams can't afford to make that assumption. Oh dear.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Again, room for improvement. Well, there is room for it, especially when it comes to early game rotations. They've been running into trouble time and time again, running into expendables this time around. Item, they're ready and waiting, and unfortunately, Koa is going to go down. Das now down as well. They're running from team to team, thinking they could claim real estate in the center, but realizing now, I hope at least, that they are way too late to the party.
And this is, I feel like room for improvement are the first example we're seeing here of if a team is still insisting on going south of Los Leones, guess what? Loads of these spots are already taken. They could have stayed further north and not had to deal with any of this aggro, but they're trying to get that good position, which is fair enough, but they're running into everyone and their dog.
This ain't easy, and they ain't the first teams to go here neither. They're gonna be the last. Here comes bystanders with MTB right on their heels. MTB, though, thinks better of it, turns around, says, you know what, we could play west of Impala, I suppose. We'll allow for bystanders, or at least just sit for 30 seconds. Like, oh great, now it's our turn, because they do not want to be running right behind one another.
No, though, they definitely don't. You don't want to be lining that up for someone who might be taking a look. So good to see them taking some nice, sensible precautions there. I'm looking to see if any teams are going far east or far west and going really deep into the south of the map before moving in, because that would change my opinion on how many teams we're going to see north of Los Leones. Right now, it's only really Question Mark doing that, to be fair. Everyone else is just sending it and sending it really deep.
We still got 2 minutes, and there's, at this point, only 4 teams north of Los Leones. Not 5.
1, 2,
Ruin
5.
is somehow, like, 2 kilometers away from his teammates. I'm not sure. We saw him driving earlier. I don't know if someone had an extended bathroom break between the games or what happened, but he is currently very far away from his teammates. Not only that, but as you see Ruin north of Impala, he has to drive through 5 teams, actually 6 with room for improvement. 6 teams to get to his teammates who are in a very, very, very viable center position right now. So Ruin, best of luck to you, mate. It's going to be quite the journey.
Yeah, this is absolutely going to be the gauntlet. So Ruin from Hal on the right-hand side of your screen is about to go through Junzi. There you can see it, MTB. And after facing the gunshots from here, I think we'll be going through the bystanders next. Possibly through Sheesh, then definitely Ents, and maybe the Expendables, and room for improvement.
If this happens, this is like the Star Wars trench run from A New Hope. This is the prime example of running the gauntlet.
My God.
And Ruin has so far bested 2 of 6 teams. He's not there yet.
He's not there yet.
I am praising for him to at some point arrive down with his teammates.
Ruin driving the Millennium Falcon through this at the moment. Come on. He's actually picked a good route through the hills. Most of the Expendables won't see him, but now he has to deal with Ents. He's in between a 2-2 split. If he successfully does that, it's only room for improvement to go.
Come on, chat. Can we get some hype going for Ruin?
Oh my God.
Can we get some hype going for Ruin? Now the vehicle is starting to smoke. It's not looking good. There's still 2 teams to beat on his transition down to his teammates. And look at this. They're just waiting for him. Ruin, you can do this, buddy. You can do this. Get down here.
Chill.
In before New Circle pops and it goes La Bandita. And he's like, why didn't you come to me? But nope, the Circle goes towards the west. Oh no.
He's coming up onto the final stage now. Room for improvement. They lost one early.
Oh no. Oh no!
They're returning the favor. 2 hits onto Ruin, instantly veering east. And now he's going to have to go the long way right. Is he going to stop here? How much damage has that car taken?
So
Ruin, he's
close.
not reunited with his team yet. We'll pick up on the Chronicles of Ruin in a little bit, folks. Now we're back onto MTB, who are very close to Sheesh.
I am seeing so much Los Leones inside this next circle, Joro. There's plenty of space down south still, but how do you rotate into it? We know how many teams are south. There are only 2 entry points into the city from the east, and this is what I was fearing was going to happen. Teams will be running side by side phase now. Once again, fighting in the early game. They only have 1 placement point, I believe, today, FaZe Clan. So let's see. Hopefully for them, they're not going to go out early here. Nice play, though. Back to the vehicles they go as they sense the pressure from Polish Power.
This is interesting because 3 out of, I'm pretty sure 3 players from FaZe Clan were inside that brick building, and Polish Power had, I think, 1 player in and everyone else outside, but it's FaZe that chooses to back off. So they've clearly been thinking about what the entry points look like, how easy it is to defend, and they've decided that actually disengaging and hunting for an alternative here is better. Oh, Ruin's down! Oh, and it's in between room for improvement and Ents as well, so Ruin didn't even make it back to his team. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry.
Ruin,
F's in chat for Ruin.
The team sent Ruin to scout. 1 mission too far. They sent him to scout uphill, and he died because of it. Damn you, Howl, not even valuing your teammates' valiant effort
That's
of
always the
regrouping.
case, Toby. It was 1 day before retirement.
It really was. It was. He was almost there, and instead of driving to his teammates, they go, dude, can you scout like up on that hillside? And then he dies.
Oh no, poor Ruin.
Unfortunate. Ruin goes down. Fortunately, Howl will stay alive. And now, as we can see here, Los Leones has come to life. Plenty of teams in and around here, centering up on the city, expecting the circle to go this way. Nice little angle from Double there to find a free knock and free kill.
Let's talk a little bit about the back. Oh, hang on a second. As soon as Double comes out from behind cover, he gets instantly flushed from MTB. Let's talk a bit about the macro play here, Toby, because normally the general advice to pro players and at the top level of PUBG is you don't really go into a city if you can help it. But with this zone, we see no fewer than 5 teams scrambling to go into Los Leones. Why is that?
Well, because if the next circle goes anywhere near Los Leones, the 4th has to go into the city. That's kind of the name of the game. There are some playable mountains around the city, essentially funneling phase 4 into the city if the next circle goes anywhere near here. So we'll see.
Right.
27 seconds still to go. And again, I mean, the thing is, if it goes into the city and you aren't already here like these teams are now, well, bye-bye placement points. You ain't going to get them.
Yeah, no, that's very true. Once everyone camps out and secures their building, as it were, that's basically it. The Expendables becoming one with their name, unfortunately, there, as Russia goes down as well. I think they're down to 1. It's only Gargi left. MTB have got a really good foothold on the southern side of Los Leones. And, oh, if that wasn't confirmation, I don't know what is.
I feel
Urban
like these,
ending.
I feel like these 5 teams. It was the same thing with the potential melee game earlier today that James just casually predicted. That then didn't happen, but still a good idea. These teams knew something we don't. They knew something, and that was this circle shift.
Where's the construction site? Where's Northern Lights? That's what I want to know.
There ain't that, that's for sure. They might end up getting there. They might just end up getting there. But everyone, strap your seatbelts, because we are in for a hell of a finish to day number 2.
Oh, this is going to be rough, but it's going to be so much fun for all of us. So this is a great example, by the way, of where being north of Los Leones was actually excellent. About 12 teams all scrambling to get in from the south side. Bystanders and question mark. I'm calling out those 2 teams who have gone out of circle and wrapped all the way around north. They're going to be completely fine until phase 5. That's bystanders and question mark. Everybody else is scrambling to be where they are now.
Kelsey is looking at his 45 spare mini bullets up on construction site going, yeah, I should probably have brought some more ammo for this position I'm going to be in for the next while, because there's going to be a lot of potential targets that I can shoot at, but he only has like literally 3 max in his gun, so not a whole lot of bullets to work with.
Nope, not at all. You have to conserve that until later on in the game. Imagine, like, let's say you kill 4 people with that. That's great, but how are you even going to loot them? Sheesh here spotting Hal, catching them before they can get into a building. You can't actually get into the ground floor on that one, and they are all stuck outside as they finally get eliminated. In a circle like this, I'm surprised it took this long for the first squad to be wiped.
Yep, heroic. And Northern Lights, they've been running side by side for a while. Spiro didn't get the nade over and naded himself. Not sure exactly if he fat-fingered thought it was a smoke, and it was, or if it just did not make its way over the hillside. Regardless, Page finds the kill, one down. Now Marpo from the side finds one. That's Global Army going down. T-Bone found as well. Back to the Northern Lights heroic fight. Multiple teams obviously fighting now, but this one right here, heroic Northern Lights, has got to be the most important one. First place, second place teams fighting one another.
Exactly right, and they're outside of circle as well. 40 seconds as the blue zone thinks about moving in and enveloping this fight in phase 3 as well. That's pretty big. Looking for Heroic, waiting for the second player as Petulins played it very, very patiently, but Page absolutely stopped on a dime and domed Petulins there. Very impressive shooting.
That swing, exactly. Very, very, very good shot for sure. Perfectix, I don't think he's going to get back on his feet. Lou on his own will try and stay put, and now, I mean, of course, back to the city we go. That's going to be our focus for the remaining, well, 6 shifts, essentially. We'll see. This one should go dead center in the city. Again, because of the mountains, the way they are, a little west, but up towards the north into the city. Yep, there you go.
God.
You literally could not circle Los Leones better than this circle has done. It has got the entire city in it.
Here's what we have. Oh, dear. Heroic getting stuck, and unfortunately, that's going to be it for them. Let's take a look at the action replay here. This is Lou being, disgusting, doing Lou things. Not once, but twice! You disgusting human being. So Lou's making up for not getting to that shack, that's for sure.
You take out my teammates, but I will take out you. Down there you go. MTB trying to stay put as Sarvin pushes their way on forward. Doing great so far. 3 kills for 1 player. Make that 4th for the second. There you go. Just finds the last SRM. Sarvin started off strong, but it's been downhill ever since. 14th place, they find themselves in the final game if they won.
Almost all of the fighting here is going to be building to building right now. Every single time you move more than about 12 inches, someone else is ready to take you out or is in the building you're looking for. And that's why we've got this slightly wider rotation from FaZe. Even that doesn't stop other people from spotting them as they come in. Question Mark, remember, was rotating towards the north. FaZe are going even further than them and will soon be moving into the clutches, actually, of the bystanders who have these concrete buildings in the 10 o'clock position.
Yeah, pretty good amount of real estate to work with for bystanders up on that north side. They still have the warehouses they can kind of default back to as well if the pressure from FaZe becomes too much for them. Again, no reason to take unnecessary fights, especially in city endings, because taking a fight here, sure, you might find the knock, but if you lose one, I mean, your numbers game in city endings, more so than anything else, is alpha omega to victory. So keep 4 alive for as long as they can, and then start farming late game.
And keep 4 alive for as long as you can sounds so easy, but is so hard when you have these urban endings. I feel like we need a bet for when this game finishes, how many active smoke grenades are going to be live, and I reckon that number is probably greater than 10.
Yeah, good stuff. Knocked down. We saw Diggory going down a little earlier in the match out in the field. Unfortunately, a wall in the field that I didn't know was there, but was there. And
sneaking
that's
around.
Gonna be again. I mean, FaZe is just I don't know. I don't know if you can call it bad luck or what you can call it, but it has not been that day. But again, FaZe, one of the teams that can very easily reset, go next, and we'll see if they can come back 2 days from now.
Stardust, I think recognizing the ammo situation means they need to chill out just for a little bit. Very, very reasonable stuff. And being in an urban environment where everyone is super close to you doesn't look like is stopping the bolts from coming into play, although Schiller showing that the DMRs can do just as much damage. M24 and 6x there for Mert, and extremely deadly with it.
Yeah, we've seen some good shots from Schiller today. Circle, I mean, again, it can't really not go Los Leones
There's
at
only
this point.
so excited I can get, Toby. Right?
It's just, is it still, whoa, a city circle? Nah, because it was kind of confirmed by phase 2. NLT will go out. Lou again. I mean, salvage situation doesn't get that much more, but still could have gone down without anything. Does find 2 kills on heroic before dying. FaZe, smoke wall lined up. How far do they go? AC instantly down. Sheila again, and now it's going to be Hobbits for the second. Fex, solo player left alive for FaZe Clan, trying to make his move on forward. There is a house for cover. Gets inside, just barely stays alive.
Closes the door, says, can I please just chill here for a minute or two? And remember, playing house to house is difficult. FaZe Clan just tried to drive past about 6. So losing 2 members and still having someone alive, frankly, when you're running the gauntlet like that with so many teams, there are 12 teams in this lobby, all in Los Leones. The fact that they even had 1 alive at the end of that is borderline impressive. So we'll see what Fex can do from here, but he can't move very much more. That much is for certain.
No, well, he can't. Adusi can't either. Molly's coming through. Marsalik finding the damage. Question mark not really grouped up right now. They're fighting their way in on the west side of the city. We saw them make the run on up earlier. But
Right.
Adusi kind of the, I don't know if it's a flank player or just the one to kind of try and play the anchor point that he wants his teammates to come and fortify, but he's on his own right now. As we look elsewhere, Medibay trying to hold off, and now the shotguns are coming in play. We knew it was going to happen, and here they are.
It's interesting because Question Mark rotated north with bystanders and then chose to come back down south, and that's the reason why we see them in the west right now.
Joe,
yeah.
Sorry to ask you, but yesterday we questioned the. Well, hold the thought for a second, because now we might get the split screen shotgun fights erupting.
Shoddy too hardy. Smoke. That was a smoke grenade going into the stairwell.
Yep. There is a nade and a molly as well. Up for I've just always wondered, well, how does that happen? How does he light a Molotov grenade and then just puts it back in his backpack? You know, like once you light a piece of cloth with what I can only assume to be alcohol on it of some kind, you have to think that you can't just put it back in your pocket without it popping.
You know when you use 2 fingers and you snuff out a lit candle?
You can do that with
like
that
a
entire
bomb. You can
piece of
do that
cloth?
with a Molotov just by pressing it against, I don't know what. Something, all right?
I suppose so, yeah.
Physics.
That's a
Physics,
thing. That's a
Toby.
thing. I like it. In the meantime, again, I mean, the question mark push forward was going to be difficult, but one step, one knock at the time is the only way they're going to get there. Philfist finds one. Sheila knocked. Will the nade confirm it? The nade goes, no, doesn't go in.
I just realized it's not physics, it's chemistry, actually. There you go.
Yeah. I suppose you're not wrong about that.
Just game 6 thoughts.
This was an interesting play from him. Throw 3 smokes, and once the last one is about to fade, go, I'll throw a nade in there for a change. And Marsalek probably expecting that to be a smoke as well. Wasn't expecting anything, but that goes down. The Doozy up on the roof he goes. Has now not the highest ground, because that's Stardust still in control of. But he jumps off the building. He jumped off.
Okay, I was about to say, I don't know how much I like him being on the roof there.
Did he
because he will need to rotate into circle, and there are other players like from windows and stuff that will be able to shoot him as soon as he pokes his head out anywhere. So I like the fact that he used it to escape, and now he's got a really good chance of rejoining his team.
This is a very heads-up play. Of course, Adozi, incredibly skilled player, has been in the game for as long as I can remember. And now trying to get back with his teammates. 1v4 escape, and he actually managed to pull it off. Very, very, very impressively done. Still not completely there. There's still a road to cross, but then again, maybe that's going to kind of work out for him as an off angle against DA.
Hardcore parkour earning him a reunion with his teammates. Destoloch trying to make his way in, and he's very split from the rest of his team. There will be no revive on that is for sure. So sadly, he won't be able to make it. Phil first is with the rest of Question Mark, but a whole of Sheesh are presented for Stardust to shoot at. Only one of them going down, and there's an argument to say they were lucky that only one knock happened there.
Argument could be made for sure. She's trying to stay put. Grandies with the player on his shoulders, trying to get Gianni to safety. Will be able to, I suppose, get the rest here, as we're seeing every other team that are currently being forced to make moves getting knocked or finding knocks. In doing so, you cannot avoid being shot at. One house to one house, cross a road, teams will see you, and they will shoot. So every team taking casualties. Is like 6 different fights happening at the exact same time.
And out of the frying pan into the wok then for Question Mark, as they now are under the watchful eye of Digital Athletics in the 5 stack right next to them. Sure, they escape Polish power, but what are they going to do about this? Roast Hobbits is on the menu as Schiller gets another knock, leaving only Dante, the only player up. I fear Question Mark's days, at least for today, are a little bit numbered.
Yeah, they're outside the circle. They do have smokes, so if you can get the rest fast enough, there is a play to make to the north, but where do you go? You got the rest. Now is when you start moving. Now is when you start moving, but how far will you get? The smoke wall is there, and it works out at least for one Hobbit. Second player to make the move, trying to do the exact same thing as Dante, and they actually both succeed in crossing.
Imagine being so flashed you can't see through smoke. That's what Dante had just now, but they managed to survive somehow, some way. Stardust still on the construction site, still technically encircled, but being pushed out towards the edge now. They've got a good view of everything, but a very limited amount of ammunition. Room for improvement coming up against Sheesh, trying to be a bit more aggressive. He's got the shotgun out. Bibbin's already had a kill with the shotgun this game. He's looking for number 2.
And he's a solo player left alive. Full-on aggro play for him, of course, forced to move because of the blue, but I like his aggression regardless. Now, though, blue damage so close to him. That nade is gonna be good. You can only imagine. Only 29 damage as I say that. Thought it was gonna be a lot more than that. Molly is at least gonna force him off the stairs, but Granny's opting to not hold the angle there. He comes from the side, though. Kelty from over on the other side of the houses finds him. And, well, Apocalypse had to go off eventually, and that's one way to do it.
I like how you
and there comes
okay.
Kelty. Wait, what? Oh, no. They haven't seen Gagi. They haven't seen him. Bye-bye.
We saw both of them just in the background of that shot.
Shooting. Gagi, hello? Oh, no need. Okay, fine.
No need to shoot. Save those bullets.
I like this play from Stardust.
Wow.
Get 2 knocked, jump off, you're fine. If you've cleared the construction site first, and they have
right. Oh man, Gagi there must think Christmas has come early. He literally got gifted 2 people jumping off the top there and got to nade the 3rd. Gagi must have been like, thanks for the points, bro.
Yeah.
Very, very nice stuff.
You clear before you put off a play like that. That's unfortunately not quite done to the extent they should have. And now we hop back. Still 10 teams alive, 23 players up. So statistically, every team should have 2.3 players alive, and everyone should be wounded. We know that's not quite the case. Up towards the north, bystanders have been able to sit tight for a while, but it kind of also goes to show with so many teams being that wounded already, the teams that still do have all 4 up are at a massive advantage there.
Exactly, and those 2 teams at the moment are Ents and Bystanders. I think the only 2 teams that somehow have managed to survive with all of their members alive. Digital Athletics, one of the most active teams, I think it's fair to say, this game. They got into Los Leones, and they haven't stopped fighting or pushing, and now they're looking for Dante, the last member of Question Mark. Beautiful Molly hitting the top of the wall, gets Mert, and he literally lands knocked just in time for Dante to get the flush.
Perfect utility usage from Dante here. Now, though, he's flashed, trying to lob a flash in return. Not gonna need to, actually. Damage coming through onto Mert for a second, and with a quick peek from Dante, takes down DA now inside a placement point. So essentially a 2-point kill for Dante there as he survives to see at least another circle.
Gagi with the smoke wall now being peppered from frag grenade. That's from Ents, by the way. They've played it very, very chill so far, but now they're going to start coming into their own. Phase 7, still 7 teams alive. Yes, we've got some placement points, but it doesn't stop it being just as chaotic. Polish Power, this is where they thrive. They eliminate the Woo. They're pushing forward with shotguns, and this is the kind of environment where they absolutely love to play.
Damage done though, Polish Power, only 2 players alive. And look at this bystanders positioning. I mean, 2-1-1. I suppose you can call it the 2-2 split. South to north. I like the idea. Issue could now become, though, how, if even at all, do they regroup?
I think it's hope that they have a good enough crossfire that they don't have to.
Yeah, but that's what I was going to say. There shouldn't be a way that they can at this point. Keanu gets knocked. That's even worse. Herc, can you commit to the rest here? Can you get him up on the scaffolding, up on the construction side? I'm not sure you can do that. Ends again, quiet game, or somewhat quiet game for them on the east side here too, backfilling into this one. And now even more so for bystanders, you have a 4-man team on the east pushing your way. You need to somehow get back together here.
I'm watching. Oh, that's beautiful, Molotov. I'm watching out for Ents here because they have conserved so much utility. We've watched Polish Power. We've watched Question Mark. We know MTB. They've been chucking everything they can pick up left, right, and center. Their vests and their helmets must be peppered right now. Ents, compared to these guys, are absolutely fresh and squeaky clean.
Yeah. MTB. Well, they had 6 kills coming into the final game. Now they have 9 just in this one. Peeks around, but Squeaky, from the other side.
Here we go.
Ready there to defend Master League and Polish Power. 5 teams left alive. Polish Power just exactly not inside the circle of that wall, so they need to continue forward.
And this split from bystanders might come back to hurt them. If 4 members of Ents target 2 members of bystanders, Herc and Kino have got a big, big job to do. Here come the frag grenades up onto the top. Ents knows that they're there. The first frag does a good amount of damage. Molotov's coming in as well. Herc and Kino are in big trouble.
Yeah, Yeah. The good thing for them right now is I was just gonna say they can't be shut up by ends, but Dante can see them from the other side. This solo player for question mark, his ability to stay alive for as long as he has is truly impressive. Fex, shotgun solo player for FaZe, has sat tight for a while ever since FaZe got here. Fex has kind of been forced to play solo. I mean, well, his teammates died, so yes, he has been.
Well,
but
yeah.
he's sat tight in that building for a while, and now able to make a move. And at this point, again, bystanders not regrouping fast enough. It's gonna be their downfall.
Getting Misa as well.
2v2?
Looks like they're ganging up effectively at the moment. Ends with 2 knocked. Temporarily a 2v2. Misa is obviously in a position where it's very difficult to get him up. We will be able to get Nookie at least. So 3v2. Bystanders already on the low ground here. And that means they can hold the positions where Ends peeks out.
They have so much utility, and Ends has to move towards him. Yord finds 1 damage done to Scav as well. Scav's mollies can't really be effective, or aren't going to be effective
2v2
from this distance. More nades being lobbed forward now. Flush comes through on 1. Scav tacked up here as well.
And this is after, by the way, Herc and Kino went down, basically not doing any damage to Ends. So this is all Hjort and Flammy here. This is impressive from the bystanders.
Scav is buying time for Noogie to flank around the side. I don't think they have any idea at all that Noogie has managed to get out to the west side of this one. All the way up to the building. There is a molly, though. If this was intentional, that is the perfect isolation play. The smoke is there, though. It's going to buy Scav some time. Noogie is behind the car now with the flashes coming in. Bystanders has to be aware that there are players on the other side. Blue, though, forcing them to move forward.
High risk, high reward. The split strategy from Ends. If they get the first knock, it's going to be amazing. Fantastic Molotov onto Flammy. And in combination with the blue zone, he's down. Hjort also burning. He's inside the smoke. He should be able to survive this, but I don't see him getting the revive. I have a feeling this is going to be a win for Ends, but what a tight final fight it was. Bystanders still just about in it, in the smoke. Anything can happen.
Yord is going to be blind for the next 5-6 seconds. 1v2. Scav and Noogie sitting tight, trying to hold off. Now the info is there. That's all you're going to get. And Scav seals the deal and brings home the win for Ends. We mentioned him coming into this final game. Top damage dealer of the day into game number 6. And now the victor of game number 6 here as well. What a start for the new sign-up points.
I tell you what, that game was Ens's, but it was not easy. The bystanders were pushing them all the way. It was such a phenomenal play from the duo after their first 2 players went down, not doing any damage at all to Ens. And then Toby, how about FaZe Clan in 3rd as well? Like, they've had a rough day, but it's a nice way for them to finish.
A good salvage on a tough day for sure. I mean, I believe Fex got 3 kills and then a good top finish as well to just bump up, you know, make it look a little prettier coming in to the day after tomorrow, no doubt about it.
Fantastic stuff, and that's it for the games for today for Group B. A lot to talk about from that last game and indeed the day as a whole. So for the final time, let's go ahead and hop back over to our analysis desk.
I'm so excited that Ends got the chicken dinner with the new lineup. I've always been an Ends fan, and they've had a bit of a rough time. So Avenger, nice one for them. They're going home with full bellies.
Yeah, huge situation for them, especially with the urban ending. It's some of the roughest games to finish on like this, especially. And the way that it ended up being Northern shifts and the amount of control that Ends actually maintained on the Northeast managed them to get this win. But also that push onto the southern part of the bystanders 2-2 split there, that was really crucial. And also Dante helping a little bit here, Kale.
Oh yeah, he was absolutely instrumental. There are a lot of moving parts when it comes to Battle Royale, especially in these urban endings where you have, you know, people surviving here, there, and everywhere. Dante, as you mentioned, Martin, the amount of work he was able to put in, never mind the molly off the tree, never mind dismantling Digital Athletics, but then being able to have those cheeky off angles. I think maybe he wasn't totally aware, just unfortunately for him, of where Fex was given that. But good old Katurkin as well, Mr. Martin. Katurkin! I love saying that name like that. I can't help it.
Yeah, 6 frags for him there. That's huge. Fex getting 4, closing out a little bit of a gap there for FaZe, but they're going to have a lot of work to do on Sunday.
So we obviously didn't have a chance to see Katurkin. I'm not as excited as Carlos to say it because I feel like it's a bit of a tongue twister pop off, but he definitely did. Urban ending, absolute chaos. There's players everywhere. We will have some highlights from him in a little bit, so we'll get to see what he did as we look at this head-to-head now. Really impressive, though, from, like I mentioned, obviously from Ents, but bystanders as well. At the beginning of the day, I think it was the first 3 games, they were sitting on 0 points, Carlos, and now they're going to be pushing themselves into the top 4.
Yep, very, very nice indeed. I think overall, as I say, even though we've had this conversation multiple times, it's like, yeah, small sample size, but I mean, ultimately, it's 12 games that matter right now, and half of them being played with this kind of result. Very, very impressive. And here are some of the highlights as well. We actually did manage to catch quite a bit of this during the games, right, Martin? And actually, in this urban environment,
right,
to be fair, he really popped off, because it's not easy to do in this kind of moment.
Yeah, Sitiakin is, you know, in a situation where you get 6 kills in an urban ending like this, him being, and also having the barrel, like it's ending up just so good for close range combat with that. It's almost as good as the shotguns, but yeah, Phosphis is retired, so we're not going to see too many shotguns anymore.
Yeah. Oh, that made me sad when I thought that was retiring. But what doesn't make me sad is just how much crazy moments we've had throughout today. Some pop-off moments for a lot of these teams, a couple of surprises as well, and the most interesting circles, Avenger.
Yeah, crazy circles today. I would say half of our circles today was just out of this world. We've never seen them before, or they were extremely rare.
Extremely rare, but they've made a way. I think what's really cool when you get the exciting circles, right, is that it ultimately splits up the teams. And you see the more consistent teams, the teams that are able to adapt. One of those teams who did a really good job of adapting was Heroic. They've had a fantastic day, a chicken dinner as well. And we actually have an interview with Beamy now, so we get to hear what he thought about his first day here at PCS7.
What's up, guys? We have one last player interview for you today, and it's with the Bolt main from Heroic. How's it going, Beamy?
Going very well. How about you?
Nice. Pretty good. In the last game, I think from Zone 3, it was fairly obvious the zone was going into Los Leones. Can you walk me through what the thought process, what the plan was for you guys from that point onward?
I mean, the whole game that we just played for we are the circle, then the Los Leones circle. So as soon as we saw that circle pop, we just figured that we're just gonna go for the kills we can get. And that's how we ended up in the fight with LNC.
Makes sense. Now, the game before that, similar topic. You guys took a compound on the edge, a compound that you almost always have to fight out of, it feels like. Was that a choice? Did you want to take fights, or is the compound just so good that you're willing to take fights for it?
I think we just got up to that area and that compound, and then, I mean, we just took a fight after another. We didn't really have time to go further in or anything, so it just kind of happened. But we have no problem like taking a fight for that compound or anything.
Makes sense. Bit of a personal question. You got done with school recently. How's that going for you? Are you able to put in a little bit more time, or are you just a little bit less stressed, and overworked maybe?
Yeah, I think the stress is like the biggest impact for me, because now I can like chill a bit more when I'm not playing. So I think it's really good for me, or at least better for me, that I have this downtime now. So it's helping me a lot, at least.
Nice. That's good to hear. Thank you for your time, and good luck in the rest of the games on Sunday.
Thank you.
They had a really good day, Kylaris, and Beamy seems pretty chilled as well, so I think that we can expect more of what we saw today from them on Sunday.
Yeah, gamers, total gamers, even though I accidentally said that there was 3 Finnish players at the start of the day instead of... So Beamy is definitely not Finnish, let's put it that way. And Martin will never let me live it down if I don't actually correct it. But I think that ultimately, you know, sometimes Heroic can be up and down. Today was very much an up. But in an early stage of a tournament like this, you should hope and expect a team like this that got second at PGC in the last one would be having an up and hanging even with the top names like Northern Lights, because they're very capable of doing so. Even given these crazy circles, I think you can see their veteran status really shine through in some of these crazy circles.
So maybe hanging with NLT, but we're about to look at the standings. I think they may be above NLT halfway through. Let's see. I could be right. Oh, it turns out sometimes I am good at maths. And look at that. Change to the lineup, change to the fortunes halfway through, and they are sitting in the top there. Avenger Ents must be very happy today.
Yeah, a little bit easy for Ents here today. A really good game to finish it off with, obviously. Just 1 point ahead of Heroic. We're talking about this hypothetical cutoff. It's going to be triple digits, 100 points. You should be looking safe in the top 4. And it's looking likely to continue that trend now that we're halfway done. Again, we started the day with, Heroic and all the lights. We expected that to be the 2 safe picks. We were right, but I am super excited to see both Ents and Bystanders in the top 4 currently.
Yeah.
And also the Wu, I said top 5, but they are tied for 5th right now. These guys are going to be putting in a lot of work here the day after tomorrow once they play their last 6 games.
Yeah. Sam, I obviously said at the start of the day, I mean, after game 1, wow, what an outing for Scav, right? I mean, for Ents, but genuinely in a whole day, what an outing for him alongside Misa here as the 2 in inverted commas new boys for Ents. This has been a really shining performance for them for a day 1, and again for Ents, I think there were a lot of question marks surrounding them as to how things were going to play out and stuff like that. It could be a honeymoon period. We see teams thrive in a honeymoon period, but this is an excellent day for them.
I hope that this is the beginning of the Ents resurgence. I know for most of the year I've been giving them a hard time. Where's Ents? Why are they at the bottom here? Well, what is going on? So I'm really excited to see them sit on the top there, even if it is only halfway through. I just want to see that resurgence because they're one of those names that we love. But an interesting group, and it'll be interesting to see how this plays out on Sunday because that's when these teams will be playing again. Tomorrow, Group A will be back in the lobby and you'll get to watch same time, same place. I won't be here, but Avenger and Kalaris will be keeping you company. So go jump into the game, play a little bit, and make sure you're back here same time tomorrow. We'll see you then. Good night.